YouTube music on, and then Simon can tell me when I'm going live. For those of you here in the paddock today, and for those of you tuning in live around the world, welcome to a windy Las Vegas Motor Speedway. It is the first of 4 days of live coverage here from SKUSA SuperNationals 26. And man, oh man, has it been a busy, action-packed, storyline-filled week even to this point. 1 day of on-track action completed yesterday. We just completed the first of 2 rounds of practice here today. My name is Andrew Clemens on the Kart Chaser broadcast. We'll be bringing to you all the action from final practice and qualifying today for the morning groups and for the afternoon groups. So we apologize for a little bit of wind. Man, it is just so wild, but nonetheless, I'm not alone. We have a superstar team here with us this weekend as you guys take a great look around the 540-plus drivers here in attendance for SKUSA SuperNationals 26. Alongside me here in the broadcast booth, Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith. Henry, first of all, over to you. Good morning, and man, it is cold.
Well, good morning, Xander. Xander, I've got a complaint to make. I hate to start the broadcast on the negative. You said, come to Vegas, Henry. Sunny, Henry. It won't be windy, Henry. You lied to me. I've got to say it's an absolute pleasure to be here joining you, Mike, and the voice of SuperNats, Rob Howden here for SuperNationals 26 just outside of Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And I've got to say, the international level of drivers here, it's a world-class entry list, and we're going to see some world-class racing across the next 4 days.
It is so much action over the next 4 days. Of course, today we don't get to race. We do get to set the grids, though, for 3 rounds of heat races. 2 of the 4 classes here in the morning will be split in half. They're already split in half for their qualifying groups and practice groups here for final practice. Unfortunately, not all of them will make it through to the main events on Super Sunday. It'll be 3 rounds of heats based off qualifying in flights of 4. You'll race everyone in your flight or your group 3 times. You'll race everybody else in a round-robin format once, and then your average over that will determine who goes above the automatic transfer to the main event and who
2021. We didn't have this much wind, but it was windy. We expect that to die back. It is going to be a lot of fun to see how people continue to learn this track. It's a fast track. We'll talk about it a lot as we get rolling here with the final practice sessions going under right now. This is going to set your groups or your position for qualifying, and of course qualifying ever so important here at SuperNats.
And yes, again, this will set the groups for qualifying, so we expect a lot of drivers in this final round of practice here to put on fresh rubber. This is the second reset of the groups that they have had so far this weekend. When they rolled out for the opening round of practice, the first 4 rounds yesterday, they were just split randomly by even and odd numbers. Then at the end, that final practice session yesterday was probably for most a new tire run because it put you in the fast or the slow group for the 2 rounds of practice. That's critical because, again, the track only gets better for the morning groups as the day goes on. Getting to go and back cleanup, go second of the 2 groups is typically an advantage. And, of course, being around other fast drivers because we have a massive straightaway here as you see the field head down to turn number 1. So they were reset yesterday into the fast and the slow groups. This is Q2. This is the bottom half that were below the cut line in final practice yesterday, but at least they're quick enough to give you a lap and a little bit of an idea of where we are. This is over on the outside of turn number 3, the second of the hard-braking hairpins. It's sent straight into a switchback left-hand 180 for turn 4, and then a run down to the tightest part of the racetrack here. This left-right chicane, turns 5 and 6. The slowest part, the shifters, with how fast they're going down the long straightaway, have to bump down to first gear. Then a big run, full speed into a great passing opportunity. Turn 7, turn 8, those 2 doglegs, and then turn number 9, that final hairpin, leads you on to the longest straightaway, I believe, in the history of the 26-year lore of the SuperNationals. 1,400 feet it measures out to as they rocket. The shifters are nearly touching triple-digit speeds here by the way they get down to turn number 1.
Yeah, 98 miles an hour in the shifters at 158 kilometers an hour. And we've got world champions here. Yesterday, Paolo Ippolito, the current KZ world champion, obviously racing here in Pro Shifter. He was saying the longest straightaway in Europe they run is in Suera in Spain. And at the end of that straightaway, they're hitting 160 kilometers an hour. Coming into turn number 1 here, they're hitting 158. And yet, even though that they're getting down to first gear 7 times over the course of a lap, which is almost unheard of in shifter. So the storylines we're going to be looking at, it's going to be passing, it's going to be grip levels. There's not much grip out there. It's going to be the combination of high speeds and then very slow sections for all these karts. It's going to mean overtaking opportunities are at a premium. It's going to be looking after your tires, track position. In the qualifying sessions that we're going to hear to see today, guys, could be some of the most important sessions we have all week. You mess up in your qualifying session, you have got how many minutes? 12 minutes of qualifying. Those 12 minutes could make or break your weekend in Vegas. But it's Vegas. Someone's going to roll the dice, quite literally. Someone's going to gamble. Tires, strategy. You can't wait to see how we're getting going.
You guys talk about how fast they're going down the straightaway. One of the things I've been talking to people about through the paddock is the left foot. Brakes.
Oh, yeah.
Getting the brakes right, going down into the hairpin, making sure that you are able to get all of it and not go too deep. We see so many drivers just try to get a little bit more and then they go too deep. Talk about qualifying and how important it is. How about making that mistake on that primo lap and you blew it going on, or you blow it in the first corner and you know the rest of it's junk.
That and it's traffic, right? We're right now seeing so far in the slow group for KA Junior not too much traffic. Nathan Dupuis is your quickest at the moment over Arrive KB. Then, of course, you have Federico Diaz and Austin Dromalev third and fourth. Ty Fisher is fifth, but they will cycle through, and Alexander Jacoby will switch up the top five as he goes to third. But one thing that interests me, Mike, here, we've seen it at every major race for the last however many years that we've run slower classes that are so draft dependent at big racetracks, and there's a lot of gamesmanship. There's a lot of waiting game. There is the who blinks first to say, screw it, I'll go out and I'll go by myself, and then everybody follows that guy around and he's the nice guy that gives a tow. I haven't seen that in this group, which is a little surprising to me, just because, again, this is going to reset, and if you can get a good lap time in this session, you put yourself in the fast group with a much better chance at a good lap in qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it a lot in like a 206 stuff, where the slower classes where drafting is so big, and having a drafting partner and how you can get just that much more. Like people talk about in the paddock right now, did they get that on a tow lap? Was that by themselves? Were they passing anybody? So there's a bit of a shakeup in where everybody might be, but a drafting partner is fine and dandy on the long straights. But Henry, when you get to the twisty bits, that guy might be in the way.
Yeah, and of course, with 540 plus entries from over 20 nations here, you've got a lot of drivers, they know each other, they race in the SKUSA Pro Tour in and around the USA all year, but you've got drivers coming up from the UK, from Australia. You've got V8 supercar driver James Golding here. There's every class has got a bunch of drivers the class regulars aren't used to being around. They don't know whether they can trust that driver, whether that driver's going to give them racing room, whether that driver's going to work with them, or whether that driver has got his own agenda going on. And you can see on our screens here, there is a problem coming out of turn number one. Now the Kart Chaser broadcast booth is right on the outside of turn number one. And this is a flashpoint that everyone has been speaking of, that offline, so little grip. And you just saw there, somebody just moving offline and they could not get back to that apex. So finding a friend, finding a driver that you can trust. It be wild, Ty Fisher currently leading the change in number 837 car. That's one of the Speed Concepts Racing's machines. And we're looking on our screens now. There's the red and black. I think that might be the number 837 of Fisher, or is that the 831? It's the number 831, that's Peyton Fain, one of the ruthless karting drivers we're looking at on our screens, going down that long front straight. But yeah, the combination, fast bits, slow bits, finding a friend, and the wild cards. The wild cards here that drivers don't know anything about. They're here, they come to the US once a year. They come to the Vegas SuperNationals because it is the biggest, the most prestigious event, in my opinion, in the USA. And again, the track, temporary track, we're normally used to seeing a temporary track in Vegas, but we're outside the Las Vegas Motor Speedway to give you guys some kind of idea of where we are. Northeast corner of Las Vegas. We're about 20 minutes in a car away from the famous Las Vegas Strip. You've got the mountains behind the circuit. You've got the grandstands on the outside of the Las Vegas Motor Speedway to the right-hand side of us. Unfortunately, they're not offering much protection from the elements here, but drivers aren't worried about that. The drivers will be concerned with the wind, especially in the shifter class. The wind blowing, that's going to affect the handling of the karts. But we've got a crew down in pit lane. I think we've got a whole host of pit lane reporters as well to give you, the viewers, every single angle of action, every lap of action here at SuperNationals over the next 4 days. And we've got the YouTube live. We're going to, myself, Mike, Xander and Rob, we're going to endeavor to get you, the viewers, back home, wherever you're watching in the world, involved in the broadcast on the live chat between races. We'll hook that up here so we can see that. So please let us know, where are you watching SuperNationals from, wherever in the world, who you're cheering for, and then as we get through the week, we'll say, let's see, who do you fancy for victory in Super Sunday in the main events?
And of course, as the weekend progresses here, don't forget to continue to share this live feed around. The more eyeballs we get here on this morning, wow! Down in turn number 1, we have a massive pile up here, about 4 cars. It started with 1, and again, this corner.
It's the that's the 833. Sorry, that's Jacob Gasparovic. That's one of our Slovakian drivers.
And another one will join down. Another one. That was one of the HRI Mexico cars, I believe, in the 839 that spun and got back going as well.
Olivier Trejo involved there. But again, such an international field like Gasparovic. He, you know, there he is. He's raced around the world, the Slovakian driver from just outside Bratislava, the Slovakian capital. And yeah, he doesn't know some of these drivers. He doesn't know. Will some of these Americans or the Canadians, will they work with him? Will they work against him? And it just goes to show a driver of his caliber getting caught out just with the lack of grip. And I've got to say, the track crew here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway have been very, very busy. The marshalling team there, they've been earning their dollars.
You were talking about all the agendas and things like that. How about one of the most important ones? Don't wad it up before qualifying.
Oh yeah.
This is your last chance. You should be fine-tuning your ride right now, right? You should be trying to get things figured out so when you go into qualifying, you got your best shot at that fast time. With only 2.5 minutes left to go, find yourself in the barrier, last thing you want to do.
Yeah, and again, there is not a lot of time turnaround. With the classes split in half, you have a 90-minute window to run through the entire rotation. So with that in mind here, there is at best maybe 45 minutes to 50 minutes right now if you can hustle back to the pit lane, that you can work on your equipment and get back out for the quali session. And if your groups flip-flop, that's another 12 minutes you lose as well. It might go down to 30.
And I was talking with some of the guys in the paddock, and they were like, if you have an issue on track, they've been telling the mechanics, bring your toolbox, because you don't have enough time. If you say you need to get to the table, Tiago or something like that, you don't have enough time to get back there. You've only got about 15 minutes. Just not a lot of time to make a change to that cart.
It's a factor of an event this size, 540 drivers. You've actually got 2 paddocks here. You've got the outer paddock, the inner paddock, and just the nature of the event, the journey from your morning to the dummy grid area is a long one. And yeah, there's the mechanics are getting their steps in. Put it this way, I mean, I think yesterday we were walking around the paddock, we were walking around getting information from the drivers. I looked at my step count, I had done 20k yesterday. I'm gonna be light enough to get into one of these go-karts by the end of the week.
There's no question here that oh, well, we got a couple more spun around over here in turn number 1. I think we've had a spinner almost every lap, and I think that's why the leaderboard hasn't changed at the top for the most part. Diego Guillot on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. It shows Super Tune. We'll adjust that as the weekend goes on, and this is, of course, an announcement to the paddock with the brand new leaderboard pylon on the left-hand side of your screen. The team logos are incorporated. It's based off your entry list, so if you switch teams or it's misnumbered based off your Motorsports Reg account, make sure to send us a private message on Kart Chaser. We'll make that adjustment at the end of the day today to give your proper team and chassis colors kudos. The only driver, from what we've seen, that has really made any improvements over the last couple of laps is the number 823 BJR MDR LN kart of Mason Walters. He jumped up to second as there's 2 more spinning into the wall down at turn number 1. More yellow flags going, and again, for such a great passing zone, with more drivers going around over in turns 1 and 2, it is just continuing to dirty the racetrack up because they go offline, they get into the dust, they get in the sand, and they bring it back onto the racetrack. Let's go ahead while we're finishing up the slow group here for KA100 Jr. and the fast group is on deck. Alexander Searle, Embry Lida, David Land, Kendall Hedge are our on-site pit reporters. They're down in pit lane and they are ready to give us a little bit of intel. We'll send it down to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I'm here with Steven Miller. Steven, last year you won this event. You come back as a repeat winner. Yesterday looked pretty good, but maybe just a little bit off on pace. What else are you looking for heading into today?
We're looking for to get P1 today. Working my teammate Charlie, and we're gonna get 1 and 2.
Gotcha. All right, Steven Miller looking for more here as he gets set to go for his first final session of the day. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. And there is the checkered flag, the first one of the day here at SuperNats, and it is Diego Guillo, the number 840 driver out of the USA. No, is out of the USA, driving the Tony Kart for the Super Tune USA team. Here's our grid
Ryan Perry
camera.
Motorsport, my mistake. Sorry, I saw him on the racetrack here. I actually got a text from Team Owner Ryan Perry. He said, "Thanks for noticing." New guy I joined it over to. He's been with Super Tune this year.
Yes.
Was entered as Super Tune, but a congrats to Diego Guillo, the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart.
Oh, okay,
quickest
sorry,
in that
Ryan.
session. Apologies
Sorry,
to him.
Ryan.
But nonetheless here, with the crazy win that we've gotten here, we're trying to continue to adjust on the audio, so we hope that you bear with us for those following along at home. What you're looking at down on the grid, there's a couple of the Orsolone Racing Tony Karts here. Fabio Orsolone has a massive group of mainly a lot of international drivers. One driver who has been very impressive this year stateside and has been very busy in the U.S., Sebastian Garzone, on the cusp of what could be a major victory. We've seen this race be that for many young drivers. Last year, the breakout star in X30 Junior, Ernesto Rivera, and he has been on a tear in North America since, and this is kind of a swan song for Checo here. He's moved up to the X30 Pro category, or the Pro X30 category this weekend. He's also doing double duty in KA100 Senior. It is only his third ever senior start. After this race, he gets set to move over to Spain for a full Spanish F4 campaign in 2024. This kid is a rock star. He is one of the most talented drivers the RPG group has seen come through in a little bit, and on top of that, again, that is one of the most dominant teams, so that is a huge honor for Ernesto. He's got a handful of teammates here in the fast group for KA Junior. Mike, again, we talked about it. We did not see a lot of gamesmanship in that first group. In this group, we've got it. Take a look down here on a turn number 1. Coming off the grid, there is a pack of about 20 or 30 cars, probably about 20, slowly making their way out. There's a look at them. They waited 30 seconds for the grid to release and creeped and crawled, and I think these guys are going to mess around with each other a little bit here as the day gets going.
Well, you talk about teammates and people trying to work together and actually coming out of the pits very, very late. RPG teammates trying to make sure they can get things. So you can see on track, this is the kind of stuff that you can't be doing here in the last practice. We talked about those agendas. You got to make sure you get as much feedback to your teams and make those adjustments. If you're going to work with somebody, work with somebody. If you need clean laps, everyone's got their own program. Maybe your previous practices didn't go so well. Maybe you got to learn the track a little bit better. Maybe you're not so good on the left foot like we see other people having issues. Still, you have your own agenda. It's really easy to get caught up in what other people are doing and not just work on your own program.
And just what we just saw, I think the number 830 cart of Patricio Gonzalez going for a spin there. And because the track surface, it's a car park. It's a car park at the outside of the Vegas Motor Speedway, so it's not necessarily your usual racing sort of bitumen that goes down for a racetrack.
Look at this here. More gamesmanship, more messing around, slowing down at the beginning. Again, these kids know that they have a long session, so they can play the waiting game a little bit. On the outside, I think that's one of the Nash Motorsports cars. That might be Peyton Westcott, if not Stephen Miller, slowing a bit. Oliver Weldon's there in the mix in the Gamebridge Hot Wheels Racing JC karting team machine. John Antonino Jr., he's in that black and orange Tesoro Raceworks CRG end of the train. He's making sure nobody's behind him, and he's the last one to go. He'll wait on those ones to hit the power. In the meantime, with the first couple laps at full speed underway, Enzo Vidmontien is your quickest, but we'll take this session here to continue to work our way around the racetrack and keep an eye on the fast drivers. I believe it's actually Stephen Miller, my mistake. He is your reigning SuperNationals winner in KA100 Junior. He is also your KA Junior SKUSA Pro Tour National Champion. That's why he is not in an 800 number plate. He is in the number 1 plate there on that blue and chrome Nash Motorsports EOS kart. Stephen Miller has been kind of the foil, the antagonist to the Ernesto Rivera story in 2023. this weekend with Ernesto moving up. Stephen Miller comes in as ultimately probably the odds-on favorite for this class, winning it last year, winning the series championship in the Pro Tour in 2023. But of course, as you mentioned, Henry, there's a lot of international faces that are ready to knock him off the top block and say, yeah, you might have won the American title. We're winning the SuperNats title.
And you make a really good point about drivers moving up. This is their last chance. And drivers in karting, a lot of times your careers crisscross with one another. You know, you move up classes as you get older and older, and okay, you may switch engine brands, you may switch different classes, but drivers, they've raced against each other all year. This, for some of them, is their last chance to get one up on their main rival this year in this class before one or both of them go in separate directions for the next year. There's number 810 Kart, that Lando Norris chassis of Oliver Weldon, the Gatebridge-sponsored driver. As we come to, this is some of the tight sections. This is the turn 3 and 4 area. Now they go down the short chute up towards the left-right cutback at turns 5 and 6, and they come out. They'll veer right ever so slightly through turn number 7, which is hardly a turn at all. There's turn number 7. There is an apex. Hard on the brakes now for turn number 9, and then this long 1,400-foot straight. You can see the drivers huddling down behind the NASA panel just to try and create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. And on the front straight, you do have a kink. Now hard braking into turn number 1. While we're watching number 1 on the circuit, let's go back down to pit lane to our number 1 team of pit reporters for another chat with some of the drivers about to go out.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Here with Finn Bailiff. Finn, you know, yesterday wasn't quite what you wanted. You were in the slow group. Looks like you have decent pace still in the kart, but just tell me how you feel heading into today.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. We got the kart working now. We were working on some gearing. It was pretty tough to figure out with this long straightaway, but I think we have the pace now to be good and make it in the fast qualifying group.
Yeah, no, let's talk about this track. I mean, it's a little bit unique in the sense that you have the really long straightaway, you have a lot of tight stuff. How have you kind of find that balance between gearing? Because obviously the KA, different engine, a lot of variables go into it. So what are you guys prioritizing when it comes to gearing and finding that setup?
Yeah, we're trying to see how high we can go because the infield's still pretty tight. So we've just been stacking gear on it and seeing what we can get away with.
All right, Finn Bailiff looking to get himself into the fast group for qualifying. He'll be in the slow group coming up next here in KA Senior Practice. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Emery. Now we're almost to the end, halfway through practice number 2 of the day. Mike, what are you noticing about the circuit? Okay, you know, we've got no low grip, you know, we haven't been able to speak to drivers about the wind there, but I mean, you know, just no suspension on these cars, but you can see the track is very unforgiving.
Well, as you talked about, it's a car park, right? It's a parking lot that's used other times of the year here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and a couple of different sections. At the final corner, you talked about the kink at 7 and going into the final hairpin there for 8, 9, and that is the couple of bumps. There's a rise that goes in there. Maybe we can watch some drivers go through there a couple of times and watch these drivers coming through right now out of the 3-4 complex and now into the chicane, and here it is. These are the couple of bumps going in. They'll kind of bump over those, hit the brakes on the back side, but then right there's a little seam that comes across, and that's the bump as they go over, and then they hit the brakes. Then on the turn-in section, there's actually a bump that will go right through. We'll watch these drivers go through there, and you can just see the nose dip on that, and that has been a talking point as far as both braking zones or turn-in points as well as making passes, and you can get that wrong and then actually end up having the wrong trajectory coming onto the straightaway. And when we're talking about all this wind and everything, you're getting a headwind actually going down into that corner as well.
Yeah, and you can see that just on the apex, just as drivers are trying to turn into turn number 9, that critical circuit. You get turn number 9 wrong, and then you've got 1,400 feet of hurt as drivers get the run on you, get the slipstream. You know, I mean, we'll talk about the draft, we'll talk about slipstream. You know, this is Vegas, we're just outside the NASCAR track here. There's going to be plenty of NASCAR-style drafting as the weekend goes on. It is the number 850. It is Sebastian Garzon, fastest in this session so far. Oliver Weldon, Javier Herrera, Turner Brown, Rody Yendel in car number 892, one of our Australian drivers. He is in the top 6. Isaac Malkout just goes into 3rd position. 4 minutes to go, and it's hard to believe that this is kind of short circuit. We're looking at 49-second laps, but these drivers, a lot of them have managed to find a bit of clean air, a bit of space to work with. On the screen there, that's a red and black kart. Is that one of the ruthless karting entries?
Yep.
Well, that looks like Nick Eggleston possibly with the fire crash helmet. Perfect position for him. 3 or 4 kart lengths behind the driver he's chasing down that main straight. He gets a great tow, trying to see where that brings Nick's into the top. Well, not into the top 10 so far. It's Garzon and Mercado, Weldon, Malcoon, Dallavecchia, and then Herrera, Brown, Yendel, Aldrich, and Waldy.
Yeah, Sebastian Garzon's lap stayed at the top. The only change in the top 5 that time was Alex Mercado, the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver, moved up to second, 10th and a quarter to find. I'll have to look here in a moment, see what the benchmark was from that opening group. I'm sure already we've probably blown past the quick time from the opening group, the slower half from KA100 Jr. presented by Avinco Tires. Let's take a look at it. The benchmark was a 49.7 by Diego Guillot. So you're talking 6 tenths, pushing 7 tenths off the pace of where we're at right now. That would put him around into the fast group at least. He's in the upper half and put him in the high teens from what we can tell on times at the moment as it cycles. That would put him further back, probably put him about 20th, right around between Chase Buscalia and the team GWR Gillard and Archer Eversman in the Ron White, in the Forward Direction Motorsports comp cart there down in P20. But Sebastian Garzon, Turner Brown now with a good lap here. That's Chico in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. He and Mercado now put 2 SCR Red Speed, second and third. Lots of shuffling down by us at turn 1. Here's a look at another fast guy. This might be a really good start to a lap for that white and orange Motorsport Kart Republic, headed to turn number 1 of Enzo Vidmontien. Quick run through the opening hairpin, got a pass done on one of the Super Tune USA Tony karts. Let's ride along with the 895 here. At the same time, we'll also send it down here at the end of this lap for a little more intel from pit lane. But through turn 3, through turn 4, one thing that's interesting to me, Mike, I figured these guys would stay more center of the racetrack in the switchback hairpins. At the moment, they're going almost all the way back out to the barrier, setting up for that left.
Yeah, I agree with you. That 2-3, there's not a long run to the chicane, so I thought as well, maybe sacrifice one to get the other. But obviously, drivers are looking at the data, and they think that having those wider arcs is going to be the way to go.
Let's see if Enzo Vidmontien, as he crosses the timing loop right there, does he jump into the top 10 with the pass that lap? He does not quick enough to go. The cut line there at a 49.53. The cut line overall to get into the fast group for qualifying is going to be around that 20 to 25th spot, knowing we've got some fast guys from Q2. Let's go down to pit lane for a little more intel with 1:20 to go here in Q1 for KA Jr. Fellas?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Here with Josh Campbell. Josh, yesterday it looked promising from a pace standpoint, but he had a mechanical failure in that final session.
Yeah,
talk me through it.
If we got
yeah,
levels?
I mean, all the time sessions, we were top 7 in our group, and then the most important session, we lost our chain on the first lap, so not even a chance to get into the fast group where we would have been, but just making our weekend a little harder. We can still push through it. I still got high hopes for the weekend. The pace is looking all right. We just need to fine-tune the setup a little bit. All right, Josh Campbell. Unfortunate ending yesterday, but we know he has the pace to get into that fast group. We'll see what we can do here in final practice coming up here in just a second, guys. Back to you.
There you go. You hear it from Josh Campbell on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart. He's had a much more consistent 2023. We've given him a lot of good press and good coverage at the end of this season. He's been fun to watch. He'll be on track here shortly as we watch Isaac Malcutt and the fastest driver on the racetrack, Sebastian Garzon, who hit that lap very early on and then matched it. Lap 7 for Garzon at a 49.142. He's run 13 here, hasn't gone quicker. Malcutt working with him. Good catch there, Mike. Up to second for Ike there on the Mike Manning Karting Tony kart.
Just as time starts to run out here, we're going to see the checkers out on this final practice session. And now just bring it home clean. How many times have we seen drivers having issues right here at the end of the session? So all these drivers trying to get the last little bit of data, go back, make the final adjustments. They're going to be on track for qualifying here in the 10:45 range. So not a whole lot of time to get those last few adjustments.
It'll be tight here. Sebastian Garzon across the line here. Checkers in the air, and they'll quickly file into the pit lane as the checkered flag falls. because it is a quick run into the scales, but it's a last-ditch effort to get across the line. There is one of the RPG Cosmics. I believe that might have been Diego Ardiles ahead of the black and white GFC of Keegan Kaminsky. Here's a big swarm coming across to the scale line. Any movers and shakers on that final lap? Not really. Javier Herrera pulled in early. He shows that his last lap was his best. He ended up 5th on that Orsalon Racing Tony Kart. But at the end of it all, Sebastian Garzon will lead the KA juniors into qualifying. Isaac Malk gets 2nd. Turner Brown there in 3rd. Alex Mercado for an SCR 3-4. Herrera, Oliver Weldon, Salvador de la Vecchia, Brody Yendel, Casey Moyer with a very good run. A couple new names in Brody and Moyer, 8th and 9th towards the pointy end of the grid. And Keegan Kaminsky, who has been an American mainstay in 2023 on the Pro Tour, rounds out your top 10. You can see that the KA100 seniors are set to go here momentarily. This is group number 1 of 2. Again, the bottom half from final practice yesterday. Before we get to them, though, a quick word from our partners here as RLV KA100 senior gets ready to roll. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of SKUSA SuperNationals 26. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and as we get our next practice session underway, the final round of practice for this is KA100 Senior Group 2. A quick chat with people coming in on the online chat. We've got drivers, well, we've got people watching from Belgium. Hello, Belgium. We've got the first prediction of the weekend. Mike is the driver that Xander just mentioned, Keegan Kaminsky, winning in junior, and again, the a couple of people saying the interviews were a little bit loud. Well, we want people to hear Emery. We want people to hear Emery and the drivers. But yeah, as Xander said here, with the wind outdoors, we're just adjusting volumes. And Mike, so again, this we have got TBA to be announced in terms of lap length. I think the organisers, SKUSA, wanted to make sure they want to check lap times before they could sort of put in the lap lengths. But this session, these 12-minute sessions, that's probably similar to a heat race, you think, maybe a little bit longer?
Yeah, you imagine it's going to be pretty close. I mean, this is the longest time anybody's been able to be on track. 14 laps we saw out of those juniors. Previously they were doing 8, so 6 extra laps. You're going to find for the first time how good your kart is on that longer run. So you're going to do a little bit of double work. Qualifying work, or do you think you need to get through the pack and get a little bit of racecraft action?
Now we've got some of our international. Oh, Horacio Hernandez watching Mexico's Ernesto Rivera. We'll see him in Micro Swift later on. Ernesto, senior. He is one of our drivers. Yeah, we got someone watching from Aruba, the Bushiri Kart Raceway in Aruba. Know it well. So good morning or good afternoon, good evening to our viewers in Aruba. And okay, so the 900 classes, that the drivers with their drivers starting in the number 900s on our way. It is early stages yet, and you can see that the grip levels as the temperature warms up, and it will get warm here. So yesterday during practice it was cold in the morning, nice and warm and Las Vegas-ish in the afternoon, and then as the sun went down, oh boy, it got a little bit on the chilly side. Windswept is not a word that we're going to underestimate this weekend either. Vinny Miskelis, 50.988 seconds, the driver of kart number 912. Matej Konik, one of our international drivers. Donovan Bonilla, Finnegan Bailiff, Ivana Richards on the Valvoline sponsored kart at the moment is there in the top 5 as well. So, calm start to this session. Mr. Montalbano for the Rollerson Performance Group leading the way at the moment, but as you know, Xander introduced the broadcast. Now, Mike, you know, there's two voices that are synonymous with Las Vegas. One of them wore a white jumpsuit, went and talked about blue suede shoes. The other one is the voice of the Las Vegas SuperNationals, Rob Howden. Rob, welcome aboard. Welcome to the party. It's great to be back with you, my friend.
Henry, fantastic to be here, and I think it's the first time I've ever been referenced against the king himself, Elvis Presley. I appreciate that. Indeed, we are back once again, guys. Great to get things going underway this morning. I would like the wind to die down a little bit. It's a little bit brisk here early, but beautiful blue skies, and this racetrack obviously is going to be a lot of fun. There's so many storylines, Mike, that we're going to be following all weekend long.
Yeah, I mean, one of the first ones we've been talking about a lot is obviously how long the straight is, how fast everything is, and while that is going to really kind of put the onus on, everybody's going to be talking about power, you know, and the gearing. We already heard some drivers talking about stacking gear on. How much can I get away with is the way they put it, because there's a very, very tight section, but with that long straightaway, it's going to be up to them to figure out what they can do.
Yeah, that's it. And I think, you know, balance, trade-off. When you said, where do you go on the gear? You want to be better on the infield? If you're better on the infield, you're going to get absolutely smoked on the long straightaway. Most guys I talked to said, you got to gear for the straightaway and hope the cart's going to work in the shorter stuff, right?
Now, as we look at the action on track, IndyCar's own David Land is down in pit lane.
Good morning, gentlemen. Brandon, you were fast yesterday. Evaluate your time on this Vegas circuit up until this point.
It's not too bad. It's, you know, yesterday obviously was a bit slick, being, you know, some of the first guys out there in the morning, but I knew the track was gonna, you know, get gripped up quickly. You know, SuperNats always does that, especially turn one, heavy braking after a long straightaway, you know, typical stuff. So, no, the track's coming in nicely. It flows nicely. It's really like a road course more than a sprint course, but no, it feels good, and we're fast. You know, haven't really touched the kart much, and pretty much setup is how we showed up here. So, not working too hard, and that keeps the mechanics happy, and you know, I'm liking it too.
You mentioned the turn one. There was a change to that last night. You haven't been out on the reconfigured track yet. You know, what's your evaluation of that? Do you think it's going to change your flow much?
Not much, because, you know, it was so wide yesterday anyway that we weren't even really going all the way out to the barriers much to begin with. So, I don't think it's going to be that bad. Race wise, I think it'll be a little bit tighter, but just going for passes and stuff. But it's definitely safer. But no, it's not going to be too much different.
Good stuff. We're about to see practice. Back to you guys in the booth.
You know, there's definitely one of the guys that we know is going to be good. That's Brandon Lemke. This guy, he's won here before. He's good on the street circuits, the temporary circuits. He's also, as we know, a KG vet. He's been around a long time. That's, Mike, listen, you're a driver, obviously you understand this. I think racecraft is going to come to play so big time, especially as we get closer to Super Sunday. You are going to have to be patient here right now. Talked to a couple of the shifter drivers yesterday, and they were telling me that, you know, I was actually 4/10 slower being stuck behind somebody else. You're hung behind somebody, it's going to be tough for sure. So patience will play a role for sure. Let's go back down to pit lane once again with David Land.
Let's just do one.
Thank you, Rob. Here with Nate Cicero. Nate, I'd say you snuck your way into the fast group this morning, but a little too close for comfort. You know, kind of just describe yesterday's challenges.
Yeah, we've just been struggling a little bit to figure out the gearing for this track, you know, with such a long straight and some tight corners in the middle. You have to compromise quite a bit. So, yeah, we're struggling to figure it out a little bit, but we're going to get there.
Yeah, and one more thing, kind of walk me through how important this practice session is going to be, right? This sets the grid for qualifying. You don't want to be in the slow group for that one.
Yeah, definitely not. So we're going to try and be as fast as possible because you want to be with the good guys. You want to get the good draft. So with such a long straight, the draft is really important. So we're going to do our best here. We have Ernesto and I and Zach in the fast group, so the three of us can work together along with trying to get some draft off from other people. So see what we can do.
All right, thank you, Nate. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back at it once again, and this is key. We have a driver's gone around here in turn number 1. This is really, guys, the final opportunity. You know, I raced here last year, Mike, you raced here before. This is such a crucial session because you've been making changes all weekend long, all yesterday, throughout today. Grip level starting to go down. You've got to get the cart the best you can right now. You've got to get the thing dialed in for what you're going to have in qualifying.
Yeah, we were talking about competition last time. We were talking about how almost every class is sold out. Well, we're talking about this particular class. Being in that LCQ on Saturday is the worst possible scenario, right? You don't want to be going that far back. And it is so important to get qualifying right. Do it at minimum. Make sure you're at that sharp end so you can skip all of that. And like you said, this is the last chance to really fine tune. We see a lot of these drivers, so they can dive down to the corner here, those sodium machines right there, making sure you can get the information that you need and not make the mistakes where you come in and go, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, that's exactly that. You don't want to be in the middle of a dogfight out there when you're not learning what the cart's doing. Hey, listen, I don't know what your experience was. This last year for me is where I got caught up in an incident. The guy spun in front of me. After a couple of laps, I ended up bending my axle. That sent me to the back of qualifying. I was in the slow qualifying group at the very, very back.
Yeah.
And that's something, again, you've got to take care of yourself through this final practice session. If you have an issue, it's going to really affect the way the rest of your weekend's going to go.
And how many times have we seen those fast drivers either have something like that mistake or something happens to them like you were, it's not your fault, chain come off, something weird happened, and now you got to do a lot of digging all week.
That's exactly that. So drivers here on the track, as we know, getting things underway. Qualifying will be coming up here for the morning groups. We'll roll into the afternoon groups after the lunch break. We say hello to all of those of you here watching on Kart Chaser and those of you who are here trackside. Thrilled to be back once again for my 26th SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, a much different venue here in 2023. We'll be moving back to the essentially the same parking lot we used back in 2021 next year, a couple of years over there as well. So we have a much different footprint here this year. And hey, listen, Mike, you had a chance. You were the first guy to drive this thing. You had an unofficial track record, actually the official track record for your laps you had here on Tuesday night. It's so different, this racetrack. Brian Norberg said that to me. He said, one thing, it's not super technical. It's got a ridiculously long straightaway. But for the first time, we have something really different. We've been at the Rio. It's kind of been the same kind of layout, right? The same footprint. Even when we were in the back part here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway in 21, it was kind of the same layout that we had to a certain extent from the Rio. This is at least something totally different and a challenge for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, the footprint that these guys, that SKUSA's worked with has almost always been a rectangle. I had talked to you about maybe, because I wasn't there. Oh, big issue there on screen. 360 continue.
It's the number 944 cart. And that is, again, a big...
That's Coyen. That's TJ Coyen on that best cart. He's underneath the Leading Edge Motorsports tent on the best cart. The driver in front of him literally just like pitched him off into the barriers. There was nowhere for him to go. Those of you watching the screen obviously saw that. So Coyen on the best cart gets pinched off in a practice. Did we not just talk about that? I think we do have a replay of this, guys. Let's have a look. I'll walk it through, and then Mike, you can give me your input on this. See as they work their way down the straightaway. Oh no, that's actually, yeah, exactly. The Coy was there, and the guy started coming across them for the corner, and Coy had nowhere to go. What do you think?
Oh, I think one of that is where you're ducking, you're looking way up the track, you're looking forward, and then you have somebody either inside, maybe with the wind, etc. You didn't hear him there, but that's where you have to decide. Do I want to make sure I keep my nose in that thing, and did I present soon enough for them to know I'm there?
Let's see if we can have a look at that replay once again. We'll get one more look at it there. And again, it's Coyen with the driver in behind. We'll try to have a look at this as this session ends. Drivers starting to work their way in here. We'll have another look at this. So again, that was the incident for TJ Coyen. And what did we just say? That's the issue you don't want to have. Coyen peeks out a little bit. Driver keeps coming around. What are your thoughts on that? I don't know that he was all the way there.
No, it's too late. I think it's too late. Some of these moves are happening after that heat, where it's a little bit more presented. He's back there, and it looked like he was maybe a third of the way up there. I don't think the other driver knows he's there yet.
Yeah, I don't think I disagree with you on that. This final practice session coming to an end here now. The drivers in the senior category for KA100 Senior.
And I think it was Chase Jones in the MPG Motorsports kart that was the driver in front in kart number 837. And because yesterday you would have seen on e-karting news, you would have seen on Kart Chaser, there was a track adjustment yesterday. And speaking to the drivers, they said now in turn number 1, they reprofiled the entrance to turn number 1, that kick that we saw the incident coming into. And a couple of the drivers I was speaking to saying that the new entry to turn was a blind entry. Because they've adjusted the apex of the corner, you can't see what's around. And I think Chase was probably looking ahead. You both said about the wind factor, it messes with your peripheral hearing, and that was the result. And again, a big hello to everybody on the live chat. A big Colin Livingston, Dr. Livingston, I presume, up in Canada, a spot in the NASCAR Pinty series for Alex Tagliani, no less. But Matej Konik fast here for the Croc Promotions team with Benito Montalbano, Donovan Bonilla, Blake Nash, and Dustin Salaveria. Now, I know you saying, Rob, that it's a very different track layout. Mike, Rob, you both raced here. I'm going to put it out there right now. And again, even with the different track conditions, the different track layout, what does it take to win SuperNationals?
For me, I think it's going to be about patience, this particular racetrack. I think outright speed at the other tracks we've been to, you just have to have a ton of pace and patience and be the guy there at the end. And again, we see a lot of times, I think, on a track like this, we're going to see draft packs out there. I think we're going to see a bunch of guys getting together. They're going to try to pull away. It's going to be patience, I think, over the Super Sunday main events, Mike, to see who ends up standing on top of the podium when we're all said and done.
We've been talking about it. You've been talking for years. In the last few years, we talked about a body of work, getting through the entire week and hitting your marks and making things happen, both back in the tent and on the track. And when we're talking about a very, very long straightaway like that, where drafting is going to be a bigger part in this thing than we've maybe seen in ever, you can almost start, we've already heard some drivers talk about, it's more like a road race than it is a sprint race in that regard. But you do have the very, very tight corners in the center. So making sure that you get the most out of that, making sure your kart's as efficient as possible. And again, as the weekend goes, making sure you stay on top of how that track changes.
So we'll update those of you watching on the screen here. A number of people have commented on the fact that you can hear the wind right now.
Oh, yes.
And folks, yes, we do have windscreens on the microphones. You're saying, I'll put a windscreen on. Trust me, folks. We have windscreens on the microphones. We're just in an open air studio here in the tower above turn number 1. So we'll do the best we can. Hopefully the wind will start to die down a little. I know there's going to be a little bit of residual noise. Just bear with us, folks. We're having some fun here right now. Rob Howden alongside Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith. Xander will be in here, of course. We got a full lineup of talent. We'll have down on pit lane David Land, Kendall Hedge, Emery Lida, and Alexander Searle will be working the pit lane. And again, we'll be bringing you coverage all week long. It is only Thursday, long time to go. And I will tell my boys here, Henry, you know this, but you've never announced in Las Vegas. I'm going to give you some input. I told you already. Mike knows this already. It's a long way to Super Sunday. Let's take our time. Yelling right now. It's quiet because I have done, as you know, 25 of these, and there are times when I don't have much of a voice on Super Sunday. So thank you guys are here. I'm going to lay out a little bit here and there because I want to take care of my voice for the big show on Sunday. There's the driver already off. And again, that's one of the things about this racetrack and these tires as well. Mike, you ran here. I ran last year in these morning sessions. It just feels like you never get any grip. And like me, I sucked at trying to get heat in the tires. Like, I was literally horrible. Ben Cooper and Jace Denmark tried to drill in my head, but trying to get heat in the tires, I'm not good at it. That's a key thing here right now, especially in these shorter sessions. When they go to qualifying, the drivers can pound the heat into the tires over the first couple laps. Remember, only 4 laps in qualifying. That is key right now. That's why you see some drivers having some issues early.
And I was going to say, if you can hear the wind, rest assured, up in the commentary booth, we can feel the wind. And already, I don't make mistakes as a commentator. I make predictions and summations that immediately turn out to be incorrect. The Chase Jones fan club have already sent a hex on me. I apologize. It wasn't Chase Jones. It was another of the drivers in that group. But
ignore the haters. Ignore the haters, Henry.
So I apologize to the Chase Jones fan club. Please don't get on a plane and head out to Vegas to lynch me after that one. And again, we're getting used to up here in the booth here. We've got the screens here, but with the sunlight shining, sometimes it can make a number recognition a little bit tricky. But again, we appreciate all of you for watching and being so invested in the Kart Chaser broadcast here. And again, this is, you cannot miss this event, whether it's on e-karting news, whether it's on Kart Chaser, on YouTube. This is going to go around the world, and someone very smart there said, yes, when I asked what the key to victory, very simple, that's Brian McCarty. Avoid the wrecks, qualify fair, race smart.
Brian McCarty has no idea what he's talking about. He's never won a go-kart, pardon me, sorry. He was actually a very, very quick Masters driver. Brian McCarty, good friend of mine. And I'll tell you this, a lot of the graphics on karts out here on this track were made by Brian McCarty, DB Motorsports. He does a lot of graphic work for a number of these teams. Again, Brian, as I said, was a top-level national X30 Masters driver, super talented driver now. So he got tired of running go-karts. It was too much money, so he decided to go drag racing. He's a fantastic drag racer as well, but he knows how to spend money there too.
I mean, you spend a lot of money in go-karting, but I think per meter, drag racing is the most expensive form of motorsport in the world, per meter.
Hey, so remember, how fast you want to go, how much money do you have?
Yeah, and
speed costs money.
Talking about the graphics kits there were a couple of drivers. The number 992 was one of them. That was Kane Martin. We saw coming to grief there, and there is another. It's just below us
Gonzalez.
in turn number 1. Yeah, that's a Gonzalez, the number 994, one of the Super Tune USA drivers coming to grief. So again, this is just final practice, but like we talked about, how fast you go in this session can decide, which group you qualify in, Rob.
And this is the quicker of the two groups here in this KA100 senior category. Paulie Massimino up top right now. Aiden Rudolph, second-generation driver, in second. The Brit Harley Keeble in the Sodi Kart third. Alex Stanfield, the Texan, in fourth. And Jesus Vasquez Jr. In the top 5 right now. Talked a little bit already about the drivers from Nash Motorsports. Let's head down to Alexander Searle. He's got one of their drivers right now.
Thank you, Rob. Blake, I'd say a rough opening day and a bit for you. Kind of just describe some of the struggles you faced.
Yeah, just the surface is very hard to tune to gearing-wise and chassis-wise. You're either on the really high spectrum or on the low spectrum for the gear, and the surface is really slick. So, yeah, yesterday had some power issues in KA. We thought we had a good piece for the race engine. It didn't obviously turn out good, so we were stuck in the slow group. We put the practice engine back on, and now that I'm starting to focus on the go-kart a little bit more and get it a little bit closer handling-wise, I think we're starting to make improvements. Yes, we're slow, but the race is until Sunday, so we just got to keep on working, and I think we'll be good for KA. X30-wise, the engine was great. Chassis, again, wasn't handling great, so last night we just spent, the whole night, me and the Nash Motorsports boys spent the whole night just working on the go-karts, trying to throw some stuff at it. I think we made improvements. We just got to keep on working. The race and the final is until Sunday, so.
All right, thank you, Blake.
Thank you.
That's it right there, right? It's not until Sunday, and that's a body of work I always talk about. Doesn't matter really where you are in qualifying. You can always work your way forward to get to that Super Sunday main event. That's going to be one of the crucial things for drivers, to have that patience. Don't make the mistakes. Don't get yourself a DNF in a heat race that potentially could put you back into a last chance qualifier. That definitely changes things for you. Harley Keeble up on top. It's Brits 1-2 as Brandon Carr runs in second. Stanfield in third. Frankie Mossman now up to fourth. Fast Frankie looking good. Jesus Vasquez Jr. in the fifth spot. One of the drivers in the top 10, I like Caleb Gaffera, who was essentially the outright top junior driver in 2022. Senior here in 2023. It's been a busy week for Caleb Gaffera. Monday and Tuesday, he was at WeatherTech Raceway in Laguna Seca for a Skip Barber Formula Car Series race. Jumped on the plane Tuesday night to get here for Wednesday practice, doing double duty this weekend.
Well, you were just talking about been a busy week. It's been a busy year, and he's been doing almost more car stuff than kart stuff. Right? You talk about moving up to senior. How about moving up to karts and doing all different kinds of work? A lot of drivers out here right now that are in these categories. You see a lot of that quick move, especially when you're already at the top of the game. Looks like in juniors.
Indeed, Jesus Vasquez Jr. now to the top of the box, 48.361 fast time. Mossman, Dalton Haynes now into the top 5. Card Keeble, I love it. You just keep going down through this top 20, and there are big guns that win national races wherever they go.
Absolutely, the SuperNationals winner, all the SuperNationals winners this year. I mean, there's no easy race in go-karting ever, but they are going to have to, We're in Vegas. Sometimes you got to be good. Sometimes you got to be lucky. Sometimes you've got to be both. There's Qualy Massimino at the top of the scoring pylon at the moment. And you mentioned Caleb Gafara. Again, Xander talked about the new graphics in conjunction with Kart Chaser and Alpha Live in the UK. Some of the drivers have changed teams, or they put the wrong team down on their entry list, and so there are a couple of drivers that may appear to be the wrong team. That's not Kart Chaser's fault. That's just drivers changing teams. Caleb Gafara running the Leading Edge Motorsport this week. Leading Edge, they have undergone, for those of you that watch this race, usually you're used to watching the Leading Edge crew in their yellow and black liveries, all changed. Greg Bell, the team owner, rebranding the team, and this is going to give our age away here, Rob, but Mike. But I mean, when I look at those Leading Edge Motorsports karts now, it reminds me of the Schnitzer BMWs of the 1980s and 1990s. A very, very striking graphics kit, which I'm sure you will pick up on, viewers, as the week progresses.
Yeah, Greg Bell, of course, a SuperKarts USA Hall of Famer, been in this program for a couple of decades, won big races, Team of the Year back in the days in the early 2000s. Won this race a couple of times with Danny Formal when he was on the Formula K. They've since moved to the Tony Kart brand, and Greg's excited about the 2024 season. Of course, the new rebrand here at the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Good group of drivers underneath that tent here this weekend again for Greg Bell and Leading Edge Motorsports. Frankie Mossman on top with a 48.068. Brandon Lemke now up into second. Peyton Phillips goes P3. Paulie Massimino and Jesus Vasquez Jr. 3 minutes remaining here in the session. A couple more categories still to come. KA100 Master and Micro Swift to round out the rotation. After this, we'll go right on in to qualifying. A couple of categories set to go. Then we go seriously into qualifying to set the grids for the heat races. Here with the 998, 48.068, less than a tenth back is Lemke, Phillips, Massimino, and then Vasquez Jr., Fernando Luque now up into sixth, Dalton Haynes, Caleb Gafara, Brandon Carr, and Nate Cicero round out your top 10 here right now. So again, just getting things underway, a little bit of feedback there. We'll get this dialed in. Hey, listen, it's practice day for us too. We're gonna get things all dialed in. We already mentioned what it's like. We're up here in an open air studio, so the wind is quite aggressive up here. We're going to cross our fingers that starts coming down as the day goes on.
And again, this is only practice, but with 1 minute to go, you're looking at the timing and scoring ticker as we go down the left-hand side. There are a couple of names that a little bit further down than I would have predicted. Oliver Hodgson being one of them. Last time around, 21st. Keeble is only 14th. Aiden Rudolph there in 17th. This is Ernesto Rivera down in 20th, and Ernesto was getting plenty of support in the online chat. There is Hodgson, only 23rd. Now, again, this is where experience comes into play. So, it's final practice. It's not gone as well as you would have liked. You know, Hodgson, he won't be pressing the panic button yet. Some other, the less experienced drivers, they might be panicking a little bit, thinking, okay, the go-kart's not as quick as I want, the setup's not as quick as I want, but yeah, this is where the mechanics, the teams, have got to put their arms around their drivers, Mike, and say, it's Thursday, don't sweat it. You've got lots of heat races to slowly work your way up, whereas someone like Hodgson, yeah, he'll be disappointed, but he'd be like, it's okay, it's practice. We don't hand out the pots and the trophies until Sunday afternoon.
Well, and one of the big points right now, too, is the fact that you may be 15, 16, 17, whatever, but they're still just as fast as the fastest of the previous group. So it's two pieces. Try to figure out how to get good for qualifying, but make sure you're in the fast group. Even if you're 15, 16, 17, you're still in there.
And where are you on the racetrack? Who are you with? Was he the driver out front? Was he towing a bunch of people? We know how big the draft is going to be. We'll ask some guys at lunch, what is the draft? It's got to be at least a half a second or more here if you're in the draft and you're not. Oliver Hodgson could have been out front trying to push some air a little bit there. Again, folks, a couple more categories still to go before we fire things up with official qualifying for the 26th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. KA100 Master up next. Micro Swift to follow. Don't go anywhere. More coverage all day long here on Kart Chaser.
If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedshops.com for more.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, SuperNats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
Back live here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway as morning practice wrapping up. Final practice for the drivers here in the morning sessions, group number 1. KA100 Masters on the racetrack. Mike, it's our boys. It's our boys. Masters drivers in KA had a fantastic time running in this category last year. My first time after announcing 24 races. Got a chance to actually race last year in the 25th anniversary event. This is what, for me, again, for a lot of the times we talk about the sport, you know, there's a lot of young kids in it. It's definitely a kid sport, but the thing I love about karting is it doesn't matter how old you are, you can get out and drive, right? You got Tom Mercer out here, 68 years of age, love Tom. But these guys, to me, when we have a big Masters field, that really signals that karting is strong.
This class is really here. It's a big part of we're going to run in like, hey, I want to make sure there's something to run in here, boys. But one of the things I want to point out is KA Masters sold out, right? It's the only single-speed Masters option this year. We've got a lot of drivers that we've seen at the sharp end, marquee names like Kip Foster at in a 100cc instead of that X30.
Yeah, it's sad that, of course, X30 Masters has been a core component of this SuperNationals for many, many years. Just wasn't able to draw enough drivers here this year, and that's something we've seen kind of nationally throughout the sport. We haven't seen a lot of drivers in the 125cc liquid-cooled categories. in this Masters class, that 30 and up category. So when they dropped down, when they got to the game, or X30 Masters, everybody came jumping over into KA, and all of a sudden, boom, huge field once again.
Yeah, it was already a stout field before, and now you're throwing in other drivers, like I just said, Tim Foster. You know, you got Ben Cooper's rolling. I mean, you could just keep going on. Renato David. I mean, we go all day, but it is just now it's the only option, and they're all right here. It's gonna be a heck of a race.
Oh my goodness, the battle here is going to be crazy. Final practice, as we know, Renato David goes to the top of the charts. Kim Foster, of course, now four-time race winner. Miguel Mir out of Texas. Ben Cooper, we already mentioned. Nicky Coelho, veteran driver. You go back to the late 90s, he was a top Formula A driver in the WK Constructors Championship on a Jolly Kart back in the day for Coelho Racing. So another driver to watch for sure.
I know we've got an interview coming up, Rob. I hate to correct you guys on one thing, but last year our X30 champion, Tom Grice, he decided, no, I'm not going to go into KA Senior. He's lost a bunch of weight and he's done really well. I mean, Grice in the UK, and he's dropped, and he's actually going into the main senior X30.
Class, I
mean, he's lost a lot of weight. I think his wallet might have lost a lot of weight in the casino the other night, but that's to be confirmed. But we do have an interview down in the pits. But again, those Masters drivers, a lot of them are here watching now, but a couple of them, including our Masters champion from last year, in the main X30 class, including Tom Grice. But yeah, sorry for the delay, back to pit lane.
Yeah, thank you, Henry, here with Frankie Mossman. Frankie, you put an absolute flyer down there in happy hour. Talk to me about the importance of track position in terms of just getting that perfect lap and the perfect toe.
I mean, everyone was waiting on the grid. It's 100% at least 5/10 over here. It's a very long straightaway, and normally I'm not that guy to get a good lap in, so I'm just really happy and proud of myself for working on my track positioning and getting a good toe in. Just went by the first guy down the straightaway, chased somebody else down and got him back in the infield, and then I already knew that it was over by then.
Yeah, I mean, pace seems to be there for you, but still, you talked to me after the session there, and you were like, yeah, still need to find a little bit with the gearing. I mean, how challenging is it to find the balance between a top-end speed and bottom-end power?
I mean, with the track constantly changing, the layout, this is our first time, this is our second session for the KAs. Last night I got to experience it on the X30 with that first sector being changed up a little bit, and so we're just constantly changing gears, the track's constantly adapting, and we kind of have to work around it as well. And so, I mean, once we figure out how to battle this tailwind, we're just going to do the best that we can.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the wind there, right? Constantly changing, tailwind, sometimes headwind, right? I mean, how much of a factor does that play into the toe and overall lap time?
I mean, that's really big. I feel like the tailwind definitely helps out when you're on your own, but you definitely feel it when you're going towards the infield. A little bit in the road course, like 3, 4, 5. You can definitely feel it kind of pulling you back, and it's very strong right now. I think it's about like 20 miles an hour, and so you're just going to constantly be battling that all week.
All right, thank you, and good luck in qualifying, Frankie.
Thank you.
And I've got to say this, there's Frankie Mossman already on the live chat. We've got a couple of positions. Aidan on the live chat said that Frankie Mossman, that's his pick to win seniors. That the same user on the YouTube, he also said that Keegan Kaminsky is going to win in juniors. So Aidan, I'm going to keep a note of this. And if your predictions are correct, then you'll come to the casino with me on Sunday night because your luck is in.
I picked Keegan Kaminsky for the top 5, I think, in the category. And I think Mossman definitely got an opportunity to win as well. But, Mike, I thought that was some really good insight. First and foremost, when he's talking about the fact that they're always adapting because this track is continuing to be changing. Although these Avinco tires don't put down a lot of rubber, you're not going to get the thick rubber down. It's going to continue to change, and this wind plays a huge role. Where we are here, you can hear it in our microphones. It's right in our face as they work their way down the straightaway. But before we go down to another interview right now, Mike, this is going to play a big role, pushing them all the way down the straightaway.
Right, and they're talking about, we'd say, stay on top of the track, stay ahead of the track as far as the grip. Well, now you're going to have actually different setups because what gear you are running right now with that tailwind may not be what we see on Sunday because you have to change it again if you don't have it. So, constant adjustment and fine-tuning. Right now, but it's going to be pushing as we go on.
100%. One of the drivers we could see racing up front in the KA100 senior category, Peyton Phillips, stands by on pit lane.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Peyton,
It's been a pretty good weekend for you on the X30 side of things. KA looked kind of rough yesterday, but today a lot better. You were inside the top 5 in the final practice. Tell me how it went.
Yeah, yesterday we showed up for the last practice not realizing it was kind of like a pre-happy hour. So we showed up on old tires and a different sprocket than what we were going to be using, and didn't work out, obviously. But nah, today on everything we know we're going to be racing, and the pace is there. So yeah.
Yeah, no, you got to explain this for us a little bit. You've got the high 5 suit going on. You've got the RPM hat going for you. What's that? Because we've seen you in the RPM camp coming for X30 and the KA camp for high 5. Tell me how that happened.
Yeah, it happened after we won the TSRS. I started talking with Perry about a chance of doing X30 here, and he said we'll do a test day, and it went good. So sadly, high 5 doesn't normally do X30, so I'm with Perry in the afternoon and high 5 in the morning. It's going good so far.
All right, well, high 5 performances, Peyton Phillips into the morning, looking good so far. Back to you guys.
Indeed, we talked about the morning and the afternoon sessions.
Yeah.
So in the morning here, of course, as you guys have been watching, the KA100 Junior, Senior, Master, and the Micro Swift. In the afternoon, we'll roll in with Mini, X30 Junior, Master Shifter, X30 Senior, and Pro Shifter. Those drivers in those categories all in the afternoon session. So kind of a KA-centric morning here, along with the Micro category. But again, final practice rolling in here for the drivers in KA100 Master. And Mike, at the very start of the session, let's just jump back into this. We saw a couple of drivers have some issues spinning on the opening couple of laps. Right now, ambient temperature maybe 59, 60 degrees. Asphalt is not warm at all. These cold tires. These drivers, especially, let's just set the stage for qualifying. That first lap on the racetrack, you've got to do whatever you can to pound as much heat in these tires, because that's key from having a good lap or just skating around the entire session.
Well, and then being on the same page with the drivers around you as well, right? With 40 people in the group, whatever, you're trying to make sure you have A, clean air, B, heating the tires, and then once you're able to get going, not have mistakes and things like that. But those Avinco blues we see in all these KE categories, they take a lot to try to get that heat in there. You're not going to see it in the ground, so you got to try to do it in the tire pressure that your team chooses, and then and that's what's going on right now in this final practice. You're kind of splitting it in half. If you watch drivers on course right now on the TV, you can see the cars are a little bit more settled. That first part, they're skating around all over the place. So you go back and look at your data. When did I hit my fast lap? Do we need to make an adjustment in the tire pressure? And you look at where all that is when you get done with the session.
And Mike, we watch them on the opening lap when you come on out. You go into a corner, you don't really use the brake, you just turn that wheel and let the rotation of the tires push the car through. It's going to build the heat through the friction. So the drivers won't be braking hard into the corners. They're just going to use the tires to wait for the front to grip and get that heat into the front tires.
And one of the toughest things is you don't have a constant, everything's a hairpin or a straight. So it's so hard to get the load into the tires and actually get it to heat up. And by the time you get to the end of the straightaway, where'd all the heat go?
That's it. Ben Cooper on top right now. Look at the driver, though, in second spot. Casey Cook in second spot. Matthew Waters running in third. Crivelli in fourth. Lauren Mardan fifth. Casey Cook, what an unbelievable story. This guy is fighting cystic fibrosis. He's got a whole program. This guy's got a lung transplant coming down the pipe here pretty soon, and we all love Casey. To see him out here running, what is he at, like 30 or 40% lung capacity? Like, it's amazing what he's doing right now. Casey is an inspiration for so many in the paddock.
Yeah, and you look at the livery on the cart, the Boost Foundation. Yeah. It's a foundation that he started to recognize, bring awareness to cystic fibrosis and the fight for that disease. And he's an awesome guy. He teaches a lot of kids.
Yeah.
When it comes to karting, you couldn't have a nicer guy.
100%. Casey Cook up into second right now, 3/10 behind Ben Cooper. Waters, Crivelli, and Mardan. Mardan now up into the fourth spot here. Martin Stone, last year's winner, currently in the sixth position. Kip Foster back in seventh. Scott Kopp in eighth. Morgan LeBaron in ninth spot, and Miguel Mir in 10th. So a number of the drivers, we heard Peyton Phillips mention the Texas Sprint Racing Series, the TSRS. That's the big Texas series that runs under the SuperNationals KF banner. And there are some fantastic drivers in KA100 Mas in Texas. They are going well so far. It's going to be a battle all weekend long. Look at some of the names on the outside, too. Calderon, Coelho back a little further. So Renato Jader David in 16th. This is the guy we expect to be up front all day long.
Yeah, the one thing I'll point out there, though, is that these guys don't have to worry about being in the slow group or fast group. They can just find out maybe this is where they're going long run. I'm going to figure out how good we are on the long deal, and we can wait for qualifying to lay it down.
Ben Cooper and Matthew Waters, RPG, currently Henry 1-2.
Yeah, and you're talking about the difference. You're looking at the techno cart there, leading this train out of turn number 1. That's Laurenti Mardan from Chicago, Illinois, originally from Romania. But walking by entire brands this year. And the one thing that we're not going to see this year, we're not going to see the marbles, we're not going to see the rubber that gets laid down. Now, in addition to the wings that we've got here, we are literally just across the road from the Nellis Air Force Base, and I have to say we have been treated the American version of the Red Arrows, the Blue Angels, and the various display fighter pilot display teams. They have been putting on a show, and I'm sure our kart chaser crew will be able to give you some of the images of what's going on above us, as well as in front of us on the track. But,
yeah, it's the Superkarts USA / air show out here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
They just knew you were in town, so
That's
they thought they'd put on a show. But speaking of putting on a show, there are several companies that help us put on a show for you, and we're going to hear from them right now.
Once again, one more practice session to come, and then we'll go into qualifying. The drivers in the Micro Swift class getting ready to roll out here for their last opportunity to dial these karts in before we go qualifying right after this. We'll head right back in once again with the drivers in the KA100 Junior, the first of two groups for qualifying for KA100 Junior. There's a shot right there. It is most definitely Top Gun all weekend long here, as we've got treated to quite a bit of a show here with a number of different jets out here, fighter planes. We've had some of the bombers that are coming up rolling over as well. It's again, being so close to Nellis Air Force Base, it's a fantastic little extra for you for those here in the paddock. It is a very different footprint than we've had Henry over the years. Of course, we've been at the Rio Hotel before, Las Vegas Convention Center. We spent some time over at Sam Boyd Stadium. Of course, the first handful of years out at the Las Vegas Karting Center out in Sloan. This one's much different. The only available asphalt here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway for the amount of time that Superkarts USA needed it. Essentially right here in the shadows of the front straightaway here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. The dirt track's over in the far corner. We got the drag facility here as well, but a very oddly shaped area for the racetrack. Of course, there are two different paddocks set up. Just a very different approach this year, and as I said earlier, we will be in the backside of the racetrack like we were in 2021 next year and the year after. So there's a very big a very big a footprint of what they're going to be able to do next year. So very interesting for sure. We're firing things up on pit lane, but before we do that, let's head back down for another interview. AJ Myers stands by with one of our pit reporters.
All right, as we get a whole bunch of carts going by us, we're down here with AJ Myers, Pro Shifter. We'll see a little bit later, but AJ, we were just talking off air about your weekend. Tell us all about it.
I mean, one day in, I don't think I could have gone for much of a better first day. I think at the end I was top 5 overall, pretty much every session, never missing more than 10th, half a 10th. Cart's been good. We've been tweaking on a little bit, tweaking on the engine. Definitely an interesting track, nothing like we've really raced before in Vegas, and it's super tight up there, so we'll see what we can do today.
Yeah, you talked about the tight field. That we come to expect that in Vegas in Pro Shifter, something like 70 carts on the entry list. When it's this strong of a field, AJ, what kind of a mindset do you have to bring in to fight off not only the guys you usually race in the U.S., but also those guys in Europe?
You saw the European bias when they made the predictions, but these guys, they don't race in parking lots in Vegas and Europe. This is nothing like they've seen before. This is stuff that me, Danny, Kremers, we've raced this thing for the past 5 straight years in KZ. We know exactly what to expect. So mindset is I'm the best there is. If you don't have that mindset, you don't have a shot here.
We love that. The best there is, AJ Myers. I don't think I can leave it on a better note than that. Whoa, big crash.
Couple of drivers getting together down here into turn number 1 here in this final practice session. 3 of them getting together, coming down, as we said, into the final corner, or the first corner at the end of the straightaway. AJ Myers indicating again for our EKN predictions, we kind of leaned our way towards the European drivers. That's what we've kind of seen over the last number of years. The Europeans have been up top, but David Cole didn't pick AJ Myers to be in the top 5. And again, that's one of the things when we do our predictions, you never know what's going to happen, like who's going to be up front. It's going to be very interesting. And as AJ said, that's one of the things that the Americans, those here in North America, do have, is the opportunity that they have driven these kind of tracks before. It's not something that any of the Europeans have ever had a chance to do. This is something new. They're pretty strong when they come here every year, Henry, but indeed, this is something they have to kind of get a feel for, especially a track like this, where I think they're down to first gear, I think like 5 times around this racetrack.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier on. You're going nearly 160 clicks at the end of turn number 1. But not as quickly. Down to first gear 5 or 6 times over the course of a lap. Now, a couple of people have commented in saying about the background noise. If you weren't with us this morning when we explained this, firstly, shame on you. No, I'm only joking. However, let me paint you a picture. We are stationed just at the outside of turn number 1, 2 stories up, and the mountain range that surrounds Las Vegas, which is situated in a kind of a basin, is the mountain range that the wind is blowing directly into our faces. So we are, if you can hear the wind, we're feeling the wind. It feels like I woke up and had a shower with sandpaper this morning. The wind is so great. There's the air. So you've got carts on circuit. You've got the Royal Air Force, the Air Force sort of like display team overhead. The National Air Force team. You've got all the microphones and the cameras that are around the place. So the kart chaser team are working their hardest on just resolving those issues. But being al fresco in Las Vegas, it has its benefits and it does have its occasional little problems that come with it, but we are resolving to solve it. But it just gives the viewers a real insight. You can hear all the surrounding noises. You're here with us. You're not back home watching it on your laptops. You're actually in the booth with us, enjoying the same conditions that we are.
That's one of the things I've told you about, Henry. Of course, the many years I've done this event, you're outside announcing for essentially 4 days, Thursday through Super Sunday. So we're going to take our time here and take care of your voice and see if it's going to be good throughout the remainder of the weekend. So again, that wind is pretty aggressively in our face here right now, as we talked about already. Using this opportunity this morning to dial in the audio as well, working on some of that ambient noise as well. Parker Ives on top, Pasha Ali currently in the 2nd spot. Payne, Garciarce, and Bergman currently up your top 5 right now. So drivers here in the final practice session of the morning, the drivers in the Micro Swift class onto the racetrack. Still about 7.5 minutes remaining. This is an extended session as well. If one thing I don't know you guys have brought up already, but these sessions are 12 minutes throughout the all day yesterday and earlier today. 7-minute practice sessions. but this is that longer 12-minute session, and that's one thing. This is going to give them the opportunity to kind of maybe do a simulated heat race run as well. The shorter sessions, dial the karting, get it ready. Now the 12-minute session allows you to see how that kart's going to run throughout the heat race where the laps are really defined.
But also for these drivers, the track adjustments that took place yesterday afternoon, the classes are split. You've got the morning classes and the afternoon classes. The track adjustment took place in the afternoon. Now, the drivers that we've seen so far, they had one practice session that we didn't cover this morning on Kart Chaser. That was their very first chance to sample the new re-profiled Turn 1 area. Now, in this class alone, and again, some beautiful, beautiful images of overhead. In this class alone, we've got drivers from the United States, from Mexico, from Brazil, from Andorra, Costa Rica, New Zealand, United Kingdom, Curacao. We've got drivers from Venezuela, from France. So again, it's not only a different culture, street racing, not a thing in Europe, this is exclusively almost an American thing in go-karting. But Emery Lyder is down in pit lane as you're looking at one of the panoramic views of the turn 3 and 4 area. But Emery, you're down in the pit lane. Take it away, sir.
Thanks, Henry. I'm here with Victor de Alencar. Victor, you started the season off really well in Orlando with the pole position. Now got a lot of work to do to make that up, starting in the solo group here in KA Junior. How's your mindset heading into qualifying?
It hasn't been the best weekend yet, but the week's not over, so I believe we could still have a shot at a win or whatever it is. But I'm a little unsatisfied right now, but hopefully I can get to that satisfactory level.
Yeah, and we've seen you've had pace all season long at various different tracks, but the last couple of weekends, both at Rock the Rio and then here so far this weekend, just hasn't worked out for you. Where do you think that kind of difference has been between the normal track circuits and then the temporary circuits the last couple of weeks?
I think the temporary circuits, not the best at, but we could be fast, but we make a lot of mistakes. Everyone's fast. We need to figure out. In this track, one mistake can cost you a lot, so if we figure out these mistakes, we can be really fast. So I'm not really worried, and it's not over yet.
All right, Victor de Alencar has a lot of work to do, but we've seen him have a lot of pace at various points this season. We'll see what he can do here coming up for the first qualifying session in KA Junior. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery, and indeed, qualifying coming up here momentarily. Qualifying for the first group in the KA100 Junior category. We'll start things off officially. Parker Ives on top right now with 4 minutes to go. Ives has been very strong, USPKS champion. Cameron Johnson now runs in second. Efren Campos in third. Juan Diego Garcia Arce in fourth, and Tony Cacciaferro rounding out the fast five here. Again, you see it a little bit of our air show here at the SuperNationals, of course, courtesy of Dallas Air Force Base. Mike Smith, this is going to be interesting now because qualifying is coming. It's one of the things I really enjoyed last year. I didn't have a great qualifying effort because I got caught up in a bunch of guys were all over the place. Guys were making mistakes. They were in the barriers. That's one of the things about qualifying. You have to take care of it and understand if all goes correct, your final lap's going to be the best. Use that entire session to build those heat up, and then you've got to make it happen on that final lap. That's the magic lap, and you cannot let that go to waste.
Well, and make sure the timing is right. We're talking about the traffic and things like that. So if I'm right on the back bumper or somebody going into the chicane, it's probably not going to be so good because I'm not going to be able to come off. Or I'm there and I need to be able to get the run onto the straight. That's what these drivers are doing right now. They're also working the timing. If I'm right here, call it 5 kart lengths behind at the end of the straightaway, where does that toe put me? How can I get the timing to be just right?
Especially with the tailwind as well, right?
Exactly. That. Yeah. It was great this time, but now with the tailwind, it's all different. So qualifying, as you say, ever so important. And we've already a lot of people are talking about mistakes, trying to get things right, and one mistake will really make it tough for you.
Dante Ortega now goes to the top of the chart, just a tenth of a second separating the top 3 drivers. Dante Ortega, Pasha Ali, and Parker Ives up top here right now. Juan Diego Garcia Arce and Cameron Johnson top 5. Isaac Payne runs 6. Josh Bergman, Maxwell Macha, Efren Campos, and Liam Nachawati rounding out the top 10. Again, time winding down here, a couple of minutes remaining. That'll wrap things up for practice. After this, we go official. Qualifying set to go for the 26th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Brand new venue out here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Again, surrounded by motorsports, if you will, with the big track, the drag track, and the dirt track all here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And this facility, as we know, very different than what we've had many years. There's 9 corners around this racetrack. Mike, we talked, Henry and I were talking about the fact we chatted with Marion Kremers, Kyle Wick, a couple of guys last night. 5 times, I think, on this circuit. They're all the way down into second gear, maybe 6 times in the first gear. This is just so odd for the drivers in the Pro Shifter. We'll see later on this afternoon.
And if you look at the track map, I would be like, huh, really? I wouldn't expect that. You know, I mean, yeah, okay, we've got some the hairpins and whatnot. They just didn't seem to be that tight, but I think that kind of speaks to just not being able to roll the speed into the corner that maybe they want, so they have to keep it in that lower gear.
And you're looking at the order at the moment. Ali, Ives, Ortega, Josh Bergman, some of the drivers that international viewers might be more familiar with, especially from there's Matis Bragio just outside the top 20, and a little bit further down there's in 40th place Lawrence Perriman. Now Lawrence has got a couple of drivers, Connor Lipka. They've got to drive a couple of mechanics from the UK. Mateo Garcia, the Mexican driver, just outside the top 30. We've got 2 drivers from the UK, Alfie Davidson and Harry Williams. You know, they come over with the Fusion Motorsport team, and they're in the Kart Republic awning. But anyone that knows the Fusion Motorsport name, they dominate, one of the dominant teams in cadet racing in the UK for 20 years. Very successful team, both in the UK and in Europe. And now next year, they'll be tackling the World Championship. Alfie Davidson there in the number 46 kart is only in 19th position. And it just gives you a show of what a specialist skill set street racing is. And okay, with street racing or temporary circuit racing is, and we've got a kart that's rotated itself at turn number 1 just beneath us, the number 16 machine. Now that is Samuel Cheveri.
Yeah, and he's trying to time himself to get back around.
Yes,
Instead he has to wait for the entire field to come back. I'm happy that he waited. Patience there. He probably could have tried to tuck in, but that could have been disastrous. But indeed, the 16 finally back and underway.
A blind entry into turn number 1. And of course, we can see what's going on because we're 2 stories up here in the Kart Chaser booth. But again, if you're sat in the kart, the driver's coming out of turn number 1 in the correct direction. They can't see you and you can't see them. So he had to sit there facing the wrong way, hoping that everyone would come around. There's the number 63 kart. Now that is Harry Williams from the UK as well. Mike, you were going to say, you're going to add to my waffle.
Well, just the fact that you were talking about a blind corner, and it gets worse when you're that short. It's even worse when you're a cadet.
Indeed. So there's a good shot right there before we cap things up. Aaron Likens, the flagman once again, his 15th year as the flagman of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. If you get a flag, a checkered flag from Aaron Likens, it is it's not just the SuperNationals. This is the guy that flags the Indianapolis 500 as well. One of the true stars of SuperKarts USA. Don't go anywhere. Aaron Likens and all of us here in the booth will be back. More to come. Qualifying up next here in Las Vegas.
Ryan Norberg winning SuperNational 24.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, SuperNats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedShops.com for more.
Welcome back to Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Live coverage of the SuperCarts USA SuperNationals, the 26th running of this event here on Kart Chase. My name is Rob Howden from BeKartingNews.com. Henry Beaudet with us here as well. He'll bring you that British flavor. And then, of course, the old school Pacific Northwest, now living in Southern California, Mike Smith joining us as well as our driver analyst. So great to have all these guys with us up here. Honored to have both of them alongside me here as we get set to go. And again, now it's time. Now it's real, right? We've been playing around for the last day and a half, essentially. Track now in its final position. You guys talked about the fact that it did get changed yesterday afternoon. These drivers in the morning session getting 2 practice sessions on the new layout through turn number 1, but it's time to get things underway. Excited to get things rolling. Again, you guys mentioned earlier kind of dual coverage. You know, we at eKart News have such a great relationship with Xander and everybody at Kart Chaser. So, you know, that's the live coverage here. David Cole, Nate Dean, working their tail off as well, doing everything we do on social media, all the coverage, the race reports that we do. Just such a symbiotic relationship with the guys at Kart Chaser. And again, that's what's all about this. Those of you who are here, good call. You're here in Vegas. But if you can't be here to have the coverage on Kart Chaser, I think just a game changer for so many.
Yes, indeed. You mentioned the eKarting News crew. I mean, you mentioned Nate doing hard work. I'm not sure David doing.
Nobody knows what David does.
David doesn't know what he's doing all the time.
Hey, listen, my British friend, I want to bring this out here right now because we talked about this off air, and I know that maybe it's not poignant to what's getting ready to roll out here, but you had your first in-and-out experience last night. How did it go?
Oh, I am no longer an in-and-out virgin. It was a delight, but I have to say, you know, the fries, in-and-out. You're on notice. I expect better.
The fries are trash. Everybody knows that.
The fries are trash. The burgers are good. And yes, I come to Vegas weighing 200 pounds. I need weighing.
Well, you had it triple. You had a 3x, didn't you?
Well, you've got to, you know,
3x3 and a double-double.
What goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas.
That's it. Going straight in.
Along with my diet, that went there. But hey, you know, this is a great experience. And again, I mean, from my point of view, we've got lots of British drivers over here sampling it, and some of them for the first time. And they were just saying, you know what, the circuit isn't what we're used to. It's a very different event, you know. But you know, you're in Vegas. We're going to soak up the atmosphere.
That's it. Yep.
We're gonna say that we race in Vegas, and I've got to say that you know, there's another race in Vegas going. We got 540, but they moved us off the strip for 20 drivers. I don't buy into that whatsoever.
Well, the funny thing about that, if you look at the Formula One race next weekend.
Oh, that's what it's called.
Exactly. I believe it's that.
Right.
Yeah, Formula One. Formula Un. The interesting thing is that you look at that grid, and a number of the drivers on that grid have had success at this event here as well. David Cole coming in, 3 former winners, and 1 driver was a pole sitter, if I'm not mistaken. So the former winners include Lance Stroll, George Russell, and Logan Sargent.
Yep.
And this kid named Max Verstappen came in a KZ and put it on pole position as well in a CRG. So, yeah, they've been here. Charles Leclerc ran here as well. A number of drivers have run at this event. But, again, 3 former winners of the SuperNationals running next weekend in the Las Vegas Grand Prix.
And I got to say, I think Las Vegas has really sort of embraced Formula One. Everywhere you go, you see the pictures of the drivers, the faces, the drivers, the merchandise is everywhere. You know, and we can see now there one of our race directors giving the drivers a bit of a briefing before they go out. You can see there's Eli from Nash Motorsports. This is some of the team owners and mechanics there getting a briefing, a last check briefing. Now, qualifying, I think that's going to be 12 minutes in a 15-minute block, I believe, 10 or 12 minutes. We haven't got the information on the.
I believe we're splitting those groups up. That's the one thing. So there is. I think we're only doing probably four or 5 laps. I believe. I don't know that. I think we did 4 laps last year. Is all we were able to get in.
Oh, so Q2. So the 2 groups are being split into more groups. Is this? I'm not sure. We'll bring you up to speed with what is going on there. But the first group we're going to have is going to be Group 2 for KA Junior. And David Cole's ears must be burning. I would say he works incredibly hard. He is the man with all the facts, the figures, and the stats behind it. So, Rob, what are we going to be watching?
So essentially, each qualifying group will be split in half. So there's a certain amount of time. So the second group will split in half. So essentially 5 minutes on the racetrack. So again, we're expecting potentially 4 laps. I know that's what we got in last year. I like that, Mike, and I think you and I talked about it last year as well. I like the fact that you have to go out and get the job done. You got to be able to put those laps in. You got to be able to get the heat into the tires for the first couple laps and then lay it down on lap 3 and ultimately lap 4. That's when the tires are going to be at their optimum temperature. That's when you have to make it handle.
No, exactly, and it's about making sure that you are on the right spot, right scenario where you can actually make that happen, get the timing right.
So the reason why we're on a bit of a delay right now, I think there's been maybe a potential error, some miscommunication in the race groups that are on the track, on the grid right now. So they're going to take some time to make sure we get those groups where they need to be. So a number of the guys kind of complaining, I think, that they weren't in the right group. So SuperKarts USA able to go to work to make sure everybody is in the right groups, and that is key, man. Like we talked about this, you want to be in the right group because you want to be around the fastest people possible. And again, we'll see how it plays out with group number 2 and group number 1. The faster drivers, of course, in the second group, and we will roll our way through qualifying here momentarily. Again, the classes we'll have here this morning, if you're just joining us here on Kart Chaser, KA100 Junior, Senior, and Master, and Micro Swift in this morning session as well. Again, Rob Howden, Henry Beaudet, and Mike Smith up here in the open booth. Second floor up here in the tower overlooking turn number 1. Temperature starting to come up a little bit. Still, I don't know that my watch isn't saying that we're even into 60 degrees yet. It is blue skies. But, guys, this wind is making things very interesting. Frankie Mossman gave us some insight on that tailwind. It's going to be, Mike, weird in qualifying as well because unless you're with somebody, there's a potential for that tailwind to really help.
Yeah, and he was talking, he was saying something like 20 mile an hour, but I'll just kind of looking around and I'll do the old lick the finger test. Yeah, it's definitely still there. But I will say the gusts don't seem to be as severe. It just looks like it might be going the other way. So here's a question. You're thinking about this is the way it was during practice. Qualifying now happens in an hour or so. Does that wind change? Did you go the right direction? Did you go too far with some of those things when you're trying to eke out that last little bit when we're separated by thousands?
Yeah, that's it. So I just got a message from actual race control. 4 minutes, I think, is what they're getting on the racetrack. So that's exactly what I expected. Very likely 4 laps, maybe even 3 laps, because you have to do that warm-up lap as well. And again, the start-finish line, the actual timing stripe down at the start of the long straightaway. So by the time they get around that first lap, they'll trip that timing stripe and get things underway. Qualifying so crucial. Really, your SuperNational starts right now. And in fact, to be honest, it probably started in that last practice session to really set the grids here for qualifying. But indeed, this is so crucial right now, Mike, getting a good qualifying session to give yourself a good spot in the heat race.
Well, we were talking about, like earlier, the storylines and stuff like that. And one of the things I want to point out is that, okay, we've got so many people in all these classes. Everyone has their own story. Everyone already has their own day and a half that they've put in. Some people are going to go for pole. Other people are just trying to make sure they get in the front group. And some are here for the very first time, and they're just soaking it all up, and so it's an experience. Sure, they want to do well, but everyone's got a different agenda when they get ready to sit down for qualifying.
And yet you're looking down at the grid now. This is the time where, you know, the drivers, every driver has a different process they go through. Some drivers, they like to have their mechanic chatting to them. Other drivers, they want to be left alone. Now, we've got an international audience here. Mike, Rob, so KA100. You can see the engine there on the left-hand side. What is KA100 in terms of engine and two-stroke, things like that? Tell the international audience what we can expect. This is a class that you don't see outside of the USA.
Yeah, the easy thing to check out here is on the left-hand side, it is you see the fins on there. It's all air-cooled. Right-hand side, in lieu of a big box there, it will look like a radiator. That's just a GoPro. A lot of drivers are running the video. But this is a clutch-driven deal, single speed, no gears, but it's all air-cooled. And actually, what I heard, they don't have the rev limiter. These guys are actually going faster than the X30 counterparts, the 125 counterpart.
And that's something that you don't see there, the starter motor. That's something that sort of like went out of karting a little bit a while ago. In the UK, we've got a class called TKM, direct drive, which was clutchless, and you'd have to start the engine. Of course, you lock up the wheels, the engine dies, things like that.
Well, and right there, you can see it on screen. He's getting ready to push that button. That is going to get it fired up, touch and go. It's electric start. Now that outboard, just in case things
Okay.
don't work, or we can't get this thing to start the right way, so we're going to do it that way instead.
It is electric start, touch and go, as Mike did say. KA100 really has become one of the most popular classes here in the U.S. Huge fields everywhere we go. In both the junior and senior, of course, this weekend here, KA100 Master with a fantastic field, just as we had last year in its debut at the SuperNationals. Here we go, folks. First drivers rolling out onto the racetrack. They'll all bolt on sticker Vinkos. New tires for qualifying, and we are ready to go for the first time. Again, the first group here getting set to go, and again, we'll split these into each qualifying group. We'll split into 2 groups to be able to get onto the racetrack. So we're going to cycle through here. There's one driver already having some trouble. Like we talked about this, it is so tough here right now. It's not even 60 degrees trackside. The asphalt is not warm at all. These tires are brand new. They are cold. These drivers need to figure out how to get some heat in these tires on this opening lap.
Well, and this is the Q2 group, right? Drivers who have had a little bit of a harder time so far in the opening practice sessions. That might not be the worst thing on the planet. Sometimes it can be a gift where you're like, oh, I'm going to be with everybody else, and then actually something like that happens. Now you just go do your own job, and sometimes that's a little bit better for you, because we have one driver coming out a little bit late, and we'll try to rejoin as all the drivers sliding around through turn number 1. You can see almost all of them at the front part there missing the apex because the heat's not in the tires yet, and with all the traffic, it's real hard to get the heat in the tires.
That's it, 100%. So, but drivers just getting things underway. So we are finally into the first official session of the 26th running of the SuperNationals. Qualifying for the drivers here in KA100 Junior. We'll have 4 different groups roll out of the racetrack for short runs, essentially 4 minutes, very likely 4 laps around this racetrack to see who is going to have the best time, who will start on the front row of the first heat race. Of course, heat racing will start tomorrow. We'll have a morning warm-up, but then again, opening round of heat starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Today, just the final 2 practices and qualifying for all the categories on the day. And again, the afternoon, we'll see the drivers come out here in Mini, X30 Junior, Master Shifter, X30 Senior, and Pro Shifter as well. Time's just starting to roll out here. We're getting things underway.
And what you were looking at there, that's not what you want to be doing in qualifying. They were briefly 4 wide coming out of turn number 1. Now, early days in qualifying, so you can sort of get away with that. Now, as you said, you talked about the drive of the spun. That was number 817 of Alexander Vonchev. You said it could be a good thing because it gets you out of that hustle. It gives you some clean air. Early days, but Vonchev, the Zanella Racing driver, just popped to the top of the scoring pile on a 51.899 second lap. I'm not quite sure how long he's going to be there for. The 809 in trouble. Cash Felber for the Ruthless karting team, and he's one of our Jamaican. No, he's white. I thought he was the Jamaican flag on him. We've got the Jamaican sensation. There's Mr. Gonzalez. He was the driver that was late out of the pit lane area, so maybe there were some issues trying to get that go-kart started in pit lane, and he's done a lap and a half and has pulled off the side. Not sure if it was a mechanical issue or a barrier-related issue.
Going back to Vonchev, 817. Had that spin early, got going, now is trailing the lead group, which is in front of him by a good 15-20 kart lengths. The timing could work out where the time of this session ends right when he gets that draft.
Yeah, he's going to get that draft for sure from the guys in front. Holbrook runs in second, Sabarin in third spot, and then again, here comes Renzo Barbai now to the top of the charts. A lot of drivers going up top as we're going to move things around here. Time starting to come in, and this is exactly what we expected. That's lap number 3. Everybody green on lap number 3. Who's going to have it here? I expect one more lap potentially to go to cap things off.
So it's Vonchev, Lesmes, Holbrook, Baboy, Gasparovich, Dushins, then Johnson, Pedersen, Saborin, and in rounding out the top 10 in kart number 8 is Jack Bodish. Times 50.144. Vonchev getting quicker and quicker and quicker. However, his gap to Lucas Lemez is down to just 0.2 of a second, just over a quarter of a second, with Zochan Holberg in third. And we've got yellow flags waving. Checkered flag is out, Rob Howden.
Yeah, so the yellow flag will be the driver who is the flag, rather sending them into pit lane. So Aaron Lyken's given the checker, then of course sending those drivers into pit lane. Indeed, 4 laps. Jack Bowdish at the very end, lay him one down at 50.021. He goes a tenth quicker than Alexander Vanchez. Holbrook, Sabourin, and Lesmes going to round out the fast 5, but that just get things underway. Let's not jump too much on that time. Long way to go.
And the flip side of making that mistake early, Vanchev, one less lap than the other drivers.
Indeed, there you go. Some drivers having some. No, he got his fourth.
No, he got a 4. Just the fast lap was the third one. So maybe he got balked. Maybe he actually caught that group at the wrong time.
Potentially, yeah. So there we're at. We're underway. Our first group is rolling. We've got the engines fired on pit lane right now to bring the second group of Q2, the second group of qualifying, the slower group of qualifying. We split each group into 2. They're getting ready to roll back out right now. Jack Bowdish on top, though, 50.021. Currently the provisional pole time.
But no sooner as Group 1 or Group 2 go in, Group 1 go out. And that's, so we saw the flag man there. The minute that the checker flag came out, and 3 drivers getting all stacked up going into turn number 3 there. And they all managed to extricate themselves from issues. I think 823 was one of them, but so at the end of when the checker flag comes out, the flagman gets them into pit lane very, very quickly. There's no slowdown lap, and the next session goes out very quickly. It minimizes the chance of track conditions changing, so one group isn't favored over the other in terms of track conditions.
So this is my experience last year. I had an issue in the final practice session, so I had to start at the very tail. So I waited and waited. I wanted an open racetrack. Well, on my first lap around, there was 6 karts that had trouble on the cold tires. They were in the barriers. I got through that. Okay, I'm going to be all right. Next lap around, there's 5 guys that had wrecked each other and were just pull away from the wreck. I was in the middle of those guys. I ended up getting caught up. They're all driving on top of each other. It was tough for me. As the driver has spun coming down here into turn number 1 as well.
Mason Walters, that's the second time we've seen that number 823 Lando Norris chassis sort of driver sort of in trouble on the outlap. Now, the marshalling team here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway are working their little cotton socks off, as we say. Already Mason Walters, the Brandon Gerard's-Crack and Mike Doty Racing sort of driver, not featuring at the moment. So, on the scoring ticker on the left-hand side of your screen, you've still got a combined order. So, Jack Bowdish with a 50.021 is still fastest overall. But as the time warms up, and let's have a little look back. You can see, we'll have a little look back on the action replay here of just how tricky this track is on cold tires. Mike, what are we looking at? This is going into turn number 3.
Yeah, so this is that stack up where they just kind of stop. And one of the things that can happen really, really fast on the cold tires, you don't have the heat in it yet. The guy in front of you stops before you thought you were going to. You try to use a little bit more left foot than it'll allow. Around you go. Yeah. That's exactly what I think we just saw.
So easy to have that happen, right? No doubt about that. So, indeed, we're getting things underway for the second group. 4 in total will roll out here for the drivers in KA100. Junior Jack Bowdish, his last lap still the best so far at 50.021. Mason Walters now trying to lay some laps down. He's worked his way now up into 3rd. Diego Guillat up into the 4th spot as well. Those are the only 2 drivers into the top 10 in this group here now. But again, that's only on lap number 2. Lots to come here. 2 more laps to lay down. We expect most drivers to lay that fast lap down on lap number 4.
And the fast lap actually in the final practice session was hanging out there at lap 7 or so. We're not going to get that far. It was Garzon with a 49.1. We're not going to have that much kind of time. So what were they hitting early, and can they get it going on here? Look at this train going on right now.
And we saw great work from initially from Mason Walters, who had 2 spins and then still went to the top of the charts. But now, and there's the 889 kart. That was Canada's Nathan Dupuis getting it all crossed up going into turn number 1. But new names at the one. Walters back. Walters and Gio, who were 2 of the drivers that you just commented on, Mike, having that spin on the opening lap. They're now running 1-2. Number 872, Ian Kim is third. Ty Fisher is 4th. And then Asen Gramliev rounding out the top 5. Levi Sanguera, Nathan Dupuis, the top 7. The top 7 times already from this group. This is what we expected to see, Rob.
Indeed. Yeah, every group's going to be a bit faster based on the pace that we saw them in practice. So checker flag being thrown to end things off again. Once again, actually these drivers right now just getting 3 laps. Everybody coming back through. 1 more lap. I think we're going to see 4 laps out of everybody here right now. Mason Walters has not put his fourth in yet. 49.348 now, the new provisional pole. He does not go any quicker on lap number 4, so a 43.348. He did a 3.53, so very consistent. 49 threes for Mason Walters, the driver currently on the provisional pole time. Still 2 more groups to come, folks. Lots to come. Let's head back down to pit lane, one of our reporters with another interview.
Hey, do you like Kart Chaser? Buy some of our merch. Come down to the Pride tent. We're just across from the AIM truck here in the vendor village. We got hats. We got Kart Chaser jackets. We got Ryan Norberg hats. You want to join Ryan Norberg Nation? Right there. Hey, who doesn't love Kart Moms? I know I certainly do. You can buy a shirt or a hoodie with the Kart Moms on it. You got gloves. You got Kart Chaser hoodies. I mean, you want to talk about a hard image? That goes hard. You want that in your collection. And guess what? We don't stop there. We got even more merch. We got shirts with Pride on it. We got kids shirts with Kart Chaser on it. We got adult shirts with Kart Chaser on it. Hey, that guy kind of looks like me. You want a David Land shirt? David Land Kart Chaser shirt? There it is. We got a censored shirt. We got more Kart Chaser. So much Kart Chaser you can't even shake a stick at it. More Kart Moms. This is a fantastic selection here. Again, across from the AIM truck here in the vendor village. And Henry, I've got a bone to pick with you. You didn't like your animal fries at In-N-Out last night. I was very disappointed.
Sorry, David, but also by the end of the weekend, we'll also be able to buy David Land mustaches from the Kart Chaser, the Pride thing. Yeah, no, Mr. Land, I was not impressed with the In-N-Out.
If he thinks
fries.
In-N-Out fries, that is a character flaw for David Land. Let's be real. As much as we all love In-N-Out, the fries just are not there.
And I'm adjusting my entire. I mean, David Land and I have been talking. You know, we're kindred spirits in terms of anoraks of racing, but I'm adjusting my opinion of David already. Thank you very much, David. But yeah, this is the merchandise here, the Kart Chaser merchandise with in association with Pride here. There's also food vendors here. You know, the Vegas Motor Speedway this evening. The Christmas lights come on outside the speedway as we are looking at the next group of drivers. So this would be the first half. Oh, okay, so let's get this right. This would be the first half of the second qualifying group. So the third of 4 quarters of our drivers. Can, Walters, Gio, Walter Jenkins the fourth, Ian Kim and Ty Fisher hang on. At the moment, they're your top 5. Asa Dramliev is 6th. Alexander Jacobi is 7th. Levi Sanguera is 8th. Nathan Dupuis is 9th. And Federico Diaz is your top 10. Outside there, Jack Bodish, who was the leader of the first qualifying group, or the first quarter of our qualifying drivers. He is now 11th, with Victor de Alensar in 12th. Alexander Vonshev 13th. And Remy Andriatos in 14th place, with rounding out your top 15 at the moment. That would be Mr. Kerr.
And leading the entire field onto the track, the number 801, but you saw the number 1 on the nose panel, Stephen Miller.
Yeah.
Miller, 21st quick in the final practice group, and that sees him at the sharp end here in the, quote, third group, if you will.
Listen, Stephen Miller's really been the outright top driver in KA100 Junior throughout the entire season. Battling, of course, with Ernesto Rivero, who's moved up to the senior class. Stephen Miller, definitely a guy that could potentially go for the race win here now. Miller, John Antonino, Oliver Weldon, Alexander Gonzalez in this one here as well. A number of top drivers, Landon Skinner as well in this group. So they'll get things underway. You see them really working it hard here right now, trying to warm things up for sure. So indeed, they'll just start working themselves to get those heat into the tires. You're going to see them get into those corners, going to stand on that wheel to try to get the tires to the front tires to find some grip. They'll dial things in here right now, and again, we'll see what happens as they work their way back around. So again, they're going to get a couple of laps to get things warmed up. Let's go back down to pit lane. We're going to be one of our pit reporters standing by with Vinny Muskelis.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, Vinny, it's not quite been the weekend that you're hoping for so far. I was struggling a little bit for pace, but how do you feel about what your prospects are heading into qualifying?
Yeah, we didn't start the weekend off on the best foot. Yesterday took a little bit longer than I wanted to really understand the track, what we needed in the chassis. But today we started off a lot better. Just missed the draft and happy hour. That's why we're back here in Q1 Group 2. But yeah, we made some adjustments in the chassis. Today is a lot better, and we're gonna keep on fighting to get back to the front.
Yeah, let's talk about the track real quick. I mean, it's a little bit unusual for the KAs to be going faster than the X30s, but you guys have shown a lot of pace just down the straightaway, but you also have the tight section. So as a driver and understanding kind of how that works in the KA, what are you sort of looking for from a raceability standpoint as we get further into the weekend in terms of how it's going to race and also how you like it as a driver?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting in the race because there's a lot of guys that have different gearing. Some guys are gearing for the infield, some guys are gearing for the straightaway, so that's going to make the racing definitely very exciting. I don't think anyone is going to necessarily be able to pull away, so I think we'll definitely see a lot of 10-cart trains fighting for the lead and stuff in the midfield as well.
All right, Vinny Muskelis has been really fast all year long. A little bit of a struggle so far this weekend. We'll see if we can pick it up in qualifying. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery. And, you know, Mike, you said it before. Everybody here in this paddock has a different story, right? Their story plays out throughout the weekend. Some struggle, some get into a barrier and bend a chassis, whatever it may be. Vinny Muskelis, like every driver, has got a little different story. And again, it's a long week. That's the one thing. You may have had a struggle on Wednesday. Thursday, Friday, things can come alive for you. Saturday, you're in the hunt. You find yourself running for a race win on Super Sunday. That's what it's all about, understanding you're not done. It's a journey. You keep pushing all the way through to your main event on Sunday.
And staying focused on the job at hand.
Yes.
And one of the things I saw right as the drivers are coming out, I said Stephen Miller led everybody on, and then there's a lot of jockeying for position, trying to find someone to work with. Well, he's found somebody to work with right now, and it's Nash, 1-2 on track, linked up as they roll down the straightaway. And into turn number 1, Miller's going to try to say, my turn to lead here, bud.
Yeah, right behind him is the 814.
That's Alexander Gonzalez.
Yeah. Chase Bisaglia with the second quickest time right now. Stephen Miller on top with a 49.661. Bisaglia running there in that second spot. Truly Adams, a Pro Tour winner this year in third. Jackson Gibson, winner last year. Big jump for Jackson Gibson. Won last year in Micro Swift. Jumping all the way up now into the KA100 junior class. He's currently P4. Patricio Gonzalez rounding out the top 5. Peyton Westcott, Christopher Wakefield, Antoine Lemieux, Indy Anderson, and Jace Gassioli rounding out the top 10.
And that'll do it for the session right there. Yeah, I was just going to say that I was talking about Miller getting the timing right, had a bit of a draft the previous lap. You only get 4. So with the pass down here, still goes quicker, and it's going to be Stephen Miller right now. Looks like quickest for the session.
Yep, Miller, Bisaglia, Truly Adams. Well, he's going to be happy with that. The number 848 Kart, the factory kart driver, spoke to Truly yesterday. He's got a lot of these drivers doing 2 classes, the factory kart entry in this one, but no sooner as that group comes in, here we go. Now, what we saw, I think that because we had the first 2 groups where we had people, you know, running wide and spinning on the opening lap, in that last group we just saw, and I think we're going to see a little bit more of it in this group as well. The more experienced drivers, the faster drivers, they've taken note of that, and they think, okay, I back myself to put in a banker lap that will get me to the front of the grid. I'll sacrifice the first minute. We're going to take that first lap extra slow to try and build some heat into the tires and avoid the incidents that we saw in those first 2 sessions, Mike.
But if you spend too much time or you don't get in the right spot, you might not get everything that you wanted. I don't think Miller and Co. did. They went all faster at the end, but his 49.4 actually only 3rd quick right now, not as fast as the previous group. So still something on the table here, and here's the drivers that could get it done.
Yeah, we got things dialing in here for the final group in the KA100 junior category. Again, say hello to those of you who are watching here around the country and around the world. My name is Rob Howard alongside Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith, our broadcast team for this year's Supernationals. We'll be going back and forth. We'll kind of sub each other in. We're all excited. We're all in right now for this qualifying run to get things underway. But all of us are going to take some time, step it out to make sure we take care of our voices for this year's Super Sunday. Stephen Miller with the best lap in the 3rd group, but as Mike said, it was only 3rd overall based on the drivers who went quicker in group number 2. So a 49.437, Stephen Miller, Chase Bisaglia, Truly Adams, Alexander Gonzalez, and Christopher Wakefield were top 5 in that first run of the 2nd group. So again, 2 groups split. Each of those groups split as well. We'll see what happens as the drivers start rolling things out here again.
Provisional pole we're trying to beat right now, 49.348, Mason Walters.
Wow, big one for Mason Walters. Will that hold? So 40, would you say 49.3?
49.348.
49.3, yeah.
4.8. All right, so somebody's going to have to get down to a low 3 or 49.2 if they want to take the pole for Mason Walker. Still a long way to go right now. Drivers just getting set, as we know. 4 laps is what you're getting here in qualifying. 2 laps to warm the tires up. Lap 3 is the banker lap, as Henry had mentioned. Lap 4, you go for broke, roll it all out.
And yeah, a couple of people on the live chat asking, especially from Australia, saying if I want to come over and you know, race in this event, are there teams here that can do a full arrive and race package? Yes, there are. This paddock is chock full of awnings and teams. The very best of the best in North American racing are here, and we've got drivers from Australia. I mean, James Golding, a V8 supercar driver, has done just that with the Gary Carlton.
Well, I was going to say last year as well, I was in the Roll-Up Performance Group, and the guy right beside me was from Australia, Oscar Priest, was my essentially stablemate alongside his whole family, made the trek over. They spent a couple of weeks in the West Coast as well. A lot of people do that, guys. You know, then they'll use this as a trip. They come over for the event and spend some time on the West Coast. Still watching these lap times. Who's moving his way up? Isaac Malkit, little sizzle, goes up top. But here comes Dardiles, here comes Garzon, here comes Vidmontien. Everybody going quicker. And right now, this will be the pole lap. Someone's going to go to pole here because Diego Ardiles for Rollison Performance Group already to a 49.150. Sebastian Garzon, Enzo Vidmontien, Isaac Malkit, and turnaround, current top 5. The fast 5 is there, but one more lap coming.
And one of those Australians, Brody Yendall, up into the top 7. So we talked about the wild cards, you know. This again, just going to get the Las Vegas you know, double entendres in there. But I mean, yeah, you've got to roll the dice and, you know, the roulette wheel. There's a lot of numbers out there. And every once in a while, your number comes up, trumps Brody Yendall. That is going to be a good result for him if he could stay there.
So the rookie Vegas announcer's got to use every Vegas.
You know I'm going to.
Everyone.
Of course.
Oh,
hey,
this is going to get tiring. Oh, my.
If it's a cheap gag, it's got my name written all over it.
We'll call it you pull a Henry. That's going to be a new thing we're going to use on the broadcast.
I'll tell you what's not a cheap gag. Vidmontien P1 here in qualifying.
But by a ton. He was a half a second faster than everybody else. Enzo Vidmontien goes 48.881, just a half a tenth quicker than Isaac Malkit. But Enzo Vidmontien, fastest driver in the KA100 junior category. Malkit in second, Ardiles third, Oliver Weldon fourth, and Alex Mercado. In fact, I want to say I think almost the top 9 drivers all going quicker. So the top 9 from that session, the top 9 overall. We got things underway. The first pole sitter of the weekend will be Enzo Vidmontien. Lots more to come, folks, here before we head into the lunch break. We got qualifying still to come for KA100 Senior, KA100 Master, and Micro Swift. Don't go anywhere, folks. We are underway here at this year's SuperNationals.
If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedShops.com for more.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. with 8 national championships, SuperNats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
Welcome back, folks, to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Qualifying is underway for the 26th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Full day on the racetrack yesterday for practice. Everybody getting in 4 sessions. As we talked about earlier, a change to the layout of the corner at the end of the long straightaway here took place yesterday afternoon. The drivers here in the morning sessions only got a chance to first sample that this morning, and of course a 7-minute session this morning, a 12-minute extended session, and then now rolling out here for qualifying. So indeed, these drivers getting a chance to get a feel for this, but we are underway. Again, Rob Howden, Henry Beaudet, and Mike Smith. Again, I said before, we'll be kind of swapping in and out to make sure we take care of our voices throughout the entire weekend. One of the things about this event, not only is it a long race, obviously we're on the broadcast for 4 days, Thursday through Super Sunday, but it's always in this outdoor open air booth. And we try to keep our headsets cranked up a little bit because we don't want to be yelling. We've got to take care of that voice. And one thing to add as well, we're in Las Vegas. Unbelievably dry. We'll be sucking back on lozenge. You got some Ricola here already. You got to take care of the throats throughout the entire time. One driver having a spin already, and indeed getting things underway. The first of 4 groups in KA100 Senior.
That was the number 959 Kart there. Again, having a bit of a problem. That was Rahim Alibi. So, we saw this in the first couple of groups of KA Junior with the lesser experienced drivers, the drivers that maybe aren't quite up to race-winning speed. They're just getting a little bit enthusiastic on those cold tires, Mike.
Yeah, or you could have a scenario where you have that accordion deal. Remember, we issues around the course where people are braking in front of you, not getting there, and then other people who are going to have issues is I think we're going to have a replay of an incident already here on the opening lap. As soon as we can take a look at it here. It's going in,
There is a bump there, isn't there, Mike? Just on braking, coming into turn on the last corner, there's a real, I don't know what, if there's a pipe underneath or something underneath the groundworks here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. There is a bump, and it looked like he just sort of got the car unsettled over that bump, and the combination unsettled, cold tires, and
looked very, very wide on the entry too, where there could be a little bit of dust or marbles hanging out there and being super slick. There's another driver there.
That was number 961. That was Adam McGill, the HRT Drive Development driver.
And speaking of going a little bit wide, I'm watching the entry of this turn number 1, and during that final practice, as the tires started to come up to temp on the longer run, I saw a lot of them starting to get further and further over to the right and try to get more and more out of this corner. I'll be curious to see how that develops. I don't know that they're going to see a lot of that in qualifying here, but maybe in the race you start trying to widen this thing out.
Again, first of 4 groups that we'll see each of the groups, Group 1 and Group 2, split into 2 groups as well. 4 minutes on the racetrack. We saw 4 laps. I think that's what we're going to see for all of the categories here. 4-lap qualifying, very similar to what we had last year. Again, 2 laps to get as much heat as you can built into these Avinco tires. 3rd lap, maybe a banker lap. 4th lap, laying it all down to get things underway. So again, just getting rolling with our first couple of categories here.
And I've got to say, it seems, and this has been a bit of a theme, if you go out and you spin on the first lap, your next lap appears to be the quickest, because Rahim Alibi in that number 959 Kart, we saw it with Vonchev, we saw it with Walters, we've now seen it with Rahim Alibi. Whether he stays there or not, who knows, but a 50.034, you have to think, Mike, that looking at the junior times there with the 49s, that isn't going to stand there, but there's a great slipstreaming going down there, but it's been an action-packed session so far. Let's have a look back at a little bit of the action, a replay of one of the earlier incidents.
See here,
exit
just
stays
off.
right.
Yeah, and yeah, you're going to have a scenario where, so you have an issue, etc., where you end up going all the way back. Being in slipstream is fine and dandy to get that draft, but being in traffic and holding you up isn't. So that's why some of those drivers you have to spin, they end up coming back up. One driver that I was thinking about was TJ Coyne, who had that problem into the wall, right? Qualifying can also be this. Make sure the cart's straight.
Yeah, very true.
What did you just have to fix in that last practice? So it might not, we talk about different stories. Some drivers are trying to make sure they got a straight piece.
That driver who went off was Bryson Grover, who went off track there. Checker flag now coming in here to end this first session. Alibi P1, Luke French goes up into second, Valen Venkatesh goes to P3, Pablo Benitez into fourth spot, and Anthony Rivera rounding out the top 5. Again, just getting things going here for KA100, the KA100 senior category. A lot of drivers still to come. One of them we're going to see standing by right now with David Land. That's Harley Keeble.
Oh, hey Harley. Sorry, we were just talking about the wind. You do have a tailwind. That's going to be some extreme speed. And I also got to kind of roast you a little bit about the livery. I love seeing the stars and stripes on a British guy's go-kart.
We're in America, so, got to run it, got to, so the USA, we've got to represent the team, and I represent myself as well with a national banner, and the namesake has got the British flag, so we're representing both at the same time, so it's good.
So qualifying, with so many karts here, I mean, crucially important, I would assume, especially at a track you just mentioned with the long straightaway and right now a tailwind. It's going to be a draft fest for the most part. How important is that qualifying lap going to be for you?
Obviously important, because if I'm starting at the back for all the heats, and it's going to make my job really hard for the final. So, I mean, just get a good lap, be inside the top 5, and I'm happy, because then we can push away in the heats, and then for the final just start at the front and hopefully do what we can do.
Rocking the stars and stripes this weekend for Sodi Kart USA. That's Harley Keeble. Back to you guys in the booth. I'll tell you what, these things are screaming like USF cars, Rob.
Indeed. Up on the pipe coming down into turn number 1, and a great sound, great smell of that two-stroke. Let's talk a little bit of Harley Keeble a little bit, guys. Sodi Kart USA, has been really one, I think, the big positive in 2023. Sodi Kart, of course, one of the world leaders in karting, whether it be competition karts, rental karts. To have them come back over and set up a shop here to bring that brand back. The brand's had a lot of success here before. Anthony Abbas, a former winner in the pro category, the KZ category. But to have that Sodi Kart crew here, Harley Keeble coming to run all year long, he really has been one of the drivers to watch all season.
Yeah, and you're going to hear us talk about a lot of different chassis names. And, of course, you've got your OTK brands, which is, Tony Kart, Cosmic, Lando Norris, Red Speed, etc. Sodi Kart as well. You've got CRG, you've got Birrell ART and their subdivisions. You've got Paralins, the Villeneuve track, the TB Kart. I got to say, when you're looking at, that's the beauty of karting. Again, different chassis brands. Okay, some of them are the same kart, but rated differently. But again, you've got lots of different unique chassis here, and the fact that you've got so many of them competing at such a high level and so close as well, as we're watching on that screen there, that's a good sign for karting, that you don't have to be on a certain brand to be quick.
Mike, what do you think about this going on here?
Well, I was looking at how argy-bargy it was and everybody trying to shuffle position. The driver I was watching was Blake Nash, and he was leading the group, kept looking behind him. I'm like, I don't think he wants to lead everybody. I'm trying to see how he comes through here. Did he drop to the back, or does he have an issue? He dropped to the back. Blake Nash is like, I'm not going to be the leader here, guys. I want it cleaner. He's still looking behind me, still trying to find something. So being out front, you're just going to give somebody else the love, but if you don't push too hard, you don't get the temp in the tires, it's a gamble.
Matthew Pinto jumping up into the 3rd spot. He is the leader of this group right now. Austin Olds up into the 4th spot, and Seamus McHenry into the top 5. 2 laps down for this group.
And just behind the number 94 car, so Nash is one driver. The other driver that I think we're going to have to look out for is number 947, Diego Polanco, one of the Sodi Kart US drivers. He's a further 20 kart lengths behind Nash, all on his own. Now, he may get one fewer lap in than others because he's at the back, but he's getting a greater, there he is. So there's Nash, and there is Polanco, head down, getting that slipstream. Does that translate into a fast lap? It's still the number 939 kart of Kieran Rogers leading the way. Then it's the number 929 Austin Olds. So Polanco and Nash. Now Polanco is going to be the problem because he is right with Nash, and he may end up getting slowed down.
And part of that is because it looked like Nash actually overshot turn number 1, and so you try to get that clean air, but then you end up going too deep. There's the mistake, and best laid plans. Let's see what happens here as they cross the line. End of the session.
Yeah, final lap there. Checkered flag flying. Who goes to the top of the box? Right now it's Donovan Bonilla, the RPG driver out of Mexico, goes P1. Josh Campbell up into second. Brett Rivetta into third. Ivana Richards, the young Mexican, into the 4th spot. And Finnegan Bailiff rounding out your top 5. We talked to Vinny Muskelos earlier. Emery Lightis had a chance to chat with him, and McKellis currently in that 6th spot. So there's 3 groups down. Donovan Bonilla up top, 48.535, your current provisional pole time. We're still rolling here with the drivers here in KA100 Senior. That's just the second group of Group 2. Still 2 more to come. Let's go back down to pit lane.
Thank you, Rob. Enzo Vidmontien, you rocketed to the top of the timesheets there in KA100 Junior. First and foremost, just describe to me that qualifying session for you.
It was hard. I had a really good draft on the straight. I actually messed up the last turn before that, and the draft helped a lot on that. And yeah.
Yeah, let's switch gears now to tomorrow, right? Best seat in the house for the heat races. Where's your head at?
My head is to probably win every single heat, maybe. Try. And have a good start. Yeah.
There you go. It's a great strategy for the guy who's going to start on pole for tomorrow in KA100 Junior. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alexander. And essentially, hey, that's the first check mark. Pole, check. Now you got, like I said, got to win a bunch of heat races. But hey, listen, when you start from P1, made things a bit easier for yourself.
And you start from P1 in every heat.
In every heat. That's exactly right. So going to give him an opportunity to potentially do what he needs to do to be up front. Some big drivers still to come, and we have not seen yet. Aiden Levy, SuperKarts USA Pro Tour champion in this KA100 category. Colin Lloyd was a front runner all year as well. Henry Wheeler still to come. John Burke, Alex Stanfield, Reyes Liberante, Connor Ferris. Any one of these guys can win this race for sure.
And 2 guys I want to keep an eye on. You were talking about all the gamesmanship and stuff like that we expected to see, and we did see here at the fastest group of the juniors. I believe we'll see here the fastest group from the seniors. 2 drivers that have been able to link up quite a bit. Teammates, Reyes Liberante and Chase Jones, and they've been quick, especially 2 drivers that have put a ton of time in nose to tail.
Yeah, and listen, they've done well on the TEP circuit. They got a chance to go to Rock Island and win a bunch of rocks there as well on that street circuit. So the MPG Motorsports guys. The cool thing right now is they were at the other event in Las Vegas here earlier, and they were taking care of their customers. This is their race. They've got some sponsors that have helped them come here. So Austin Olds, Reyes Liberante, and Chase Jones all get an opportunity to get in the car. They're getting a chance to run here at the SuperNats. Let's head back down to pit lane. Dalton Haynes standing by with one of our pit reporters.
All right, we're down here with Dalton Haynes, and Dalton running this Factory Kart Republic, a great opportunity for you, and with such a tight field. Talk about this qualifying session and how important it is to put together the best lap you possibly can.
Yeah, so for happy hour we are P9, so it's very important that we just keep our momentum moving forward and we go ahead and just get a good draft really in KA. X30 it doesn't matter as much, but in KA we really need a good draft, and yeah, that's all there is to it. If you get a good draft, you'll be top 5.
Yeah, we were just talking with Harley about the tailwind. How is that going to affect this qualifying session, especially with the draft being so crucial?
It will affect it slightly, but I mean, like you said, it's a tailwind, so the wind's going that way. So it shouldn't affect us too much coming down the back straightaway, but going down out of the final chicane, it should be quite interesting, hitting a kind of like a brick wall of air. But as long as you got someone behind you, well, you'll be all right, and we're starting P9, so it should be all right. And like you said, we're on the Factory KR, so they've given a lot for me. Pride Apparel's given a lot for me, so going to see what I can do for them.
Dalton Haynes, we love Pride Apparel. We just were doing a great segment for them. So, yeah, we appreciate that shout-out, Dalton.
All right, we'll roll them down here into turn number 1. You see drivers 3 wide coming out of that corner. Everybody trying to kind of jostle themselves around. Positioning, Mike, is key. We talked about that, right? You kind of know the drivers who are around you. You know who's been quick. And this could be a guy I need to be with. Oh, I was faster than this guy earlier. I don't want to get stuck behind him. These first couple of laps, when you may risk a little bit to get with a driver in front of you, you may lay back. We saw a couple of drivers lay back. Other drivers may want to dive forward. Hey, I got to get by this guy because I know that guy up 1 or 2 spots is going to be super quick.
Yeah, and I think if anybody's watching, I don't want to harp on it, but a little bit of maybe a word of caution. And we saw Blake Nash really try to make sure he put a point on clean air, and I just don't think he had heat in the tires to really take advantage of it. So if you try to do too much of laying back, and you do have the clean air, but you don't have the heat, it's not going to do you any good. So, and we got a big issue here in the first corner.
My words.
Two drivers into, I think Hodgson is one of those. I'm not sure the other.
It's a comp kart chassis. The number 988 there in the foreground of your picture. That would be Nicholas Terlecki, and the number 965. It is Hodgson.
Wow.
And just before that incident, you saw Hodgson. Hodgson looked like he was about to make a move going into that thing. Now, the most important thing to say is that both drivers are up and out of their karts. Heavy left front damage on the number 988 kart, and Hodgson's rear axle is not as it left the manufacturer's building, let's just say that.
How big is that for a shot in the head for the chances here of Oliver Hodgson? For us in the booth, we got something to talk about when we go heat racing. One of the best drivers, one of the guys that potentially, I picked him to win the race. And so, there's an opportunity. He's got work to do. We do have a replay, folks. Have a look at this. Hopefully we can see it a couple of times. But let's have a look what happens. They come down the front straight. Remember this. We're just going to get the end of that one. So they essentially got together, both drivers kind of side by side coming through the kink into turn number 1. But contact together, and they both went hard off through the barriers. Pretty hard impact there.
I saw just the starting edge here above the monitor, and it looked like it might have been Terlecki having an issue and Hodgson getting caught up in it on the outside. So it might have just been, like you had mentioned in your qualifying last year, where you get caught up. Wasn't your fault. Wrong place, wrong time.
That's it. So we'll watch the drivers laying some laps down. Ethan Lampy has gone P1, 48.509. Tyler McIntyre, Chase Hand, Kane Martin, Aiden Levy, the current top 5.
Gotta say, great work again by the track crew. However, the yellow flags were out there at the incident. Time is of the essence. Every driver there would have lost at least one lap there because of that yellow flag situation, having to slow down. The track crew here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So checkered flag comes out, and it is Ethan Lampy who leads at the moment at 48.509. The rest of the field go across the line, and somebody on the live chat made a very good point there about Polanco in the previous session. We got this far, and we haven't mentioned the F word. Front fairings. The drop-down nose cone penalties here, where it is, everything happens in a hurry, that's going to be an issue as well, because again, you can have somebody spin in front of you. On this temporary circuit layout, you've got less room to you can't just sort of bail onto the grass to avoid contact. You have got, nothing to do. There's a couple of our pit reporters. There's Emery Lyder and Alex Searle there in the foreground on camera there. They'll be there again. They're so grateful. There's actually looking at now. They're with the two drivers. They're with Terlecki and Hodgson. You can see on the screens there. Now I said, most importantly, the drivers you can see are absolutely A-OK, and they're not out again.
Indeed.
They're not out again today, so the teams have got all day to fix the karts before they have their heat race tomorrow. This afternoon, we have a whole bunch of other classes.
So Ethan Lampy, as we had said, P1 there. Kane Martin was second. Henry Wheeler third. Chase Hand fourth. Zach Meyer rounding out the Fast Five. Let's head down to pit lane. Alexander Searle standing by with Nicholas Terlecki.
Thank you, Rob. Nick, bit of an unusual incident there in qualifying. Just walk me through what happened.
Yeah, I didn't even really know what happened. I was making a pass, and then next thing I know, I just got turned. But after talking to Ollie over here, I guess he was passing me as well, which I didn't even see him. So I guess I just turned into him, and he went in the wall, clipped me, and that's it. So really unfortunate considering, I walked up to race double duty this weekend, and now I'm in the wall in qualifying.
All right, well, thank you, Nick. Oliver.
You can see Alexander trying to see if he can run down Oliver Hodgson there as well. Listen, that's it, right? You're coming through that corner, such a fast corner. You're focused on what you're doing. You try to see what people are doing around you. Some contact happens. Now Alexander Searle's finally got Oliver Hodgson.
Thank you, Rob. Ollie, same question I asked Nick. A bit unusual there. Just what happened?
Yeah, I was going for a move, and I think that was in plain sight where I was, and ended up getting pinched into the barriers. We'll look back on the video, because good thing about these events, they're obviously pretty easy to see what happened, so I'll reserve any yeah, further things. I think everything's on video, so it'll be very obvious who's at fault with them.
All right, well, thank you, Oliver.
Yep.
Mike?
The one thing about that is that you might be able to see who's at fault or what happened, but that does not improve your position after qualifying. So the downside is there may be like, hey, I didn't make a mistake for Oliver Hodgson perhaps, but on the flip side, he's still going to have to come from the back.
Yeah, let's go back to what we talked about earlier, right? That's the story. Everybody's got a different story, and if Oliver Hodgson can somehow find his way onto the podium or to a race win on Super Sunday, what a run it will have been to see him work his way forward.
And you can look at that. Of the 21 drivers in this category that have qualified so far, Hodgson 20th fastest, Taluki 21st.
Well, that's the worst part of it. It happened at the very start of the session. They don't even have one good flying lap in.
Now we're talking about LCQ. If they can't get enough work done, now I imagine both those drivers very, very good.
They're going to be coming through, yeah.
But you are starting in the back of about being near 40 drivers, which means do you get caught up in more crap that happens?
Well, one thing to say too, Henry, you brought up the pushback bumper in that front bearing. We did get a call from David Cole, came up and kind of updated us a little bit. A lot of pushback bumper penalties are already coming. So what you're seeing in terms of qualifying, we got to wait for all those penalties to come in. Whether it's a full bumper or just a half bumper here. But again, we're going to see some adjustments in terms of qualifying with that pushback bumper.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that could be the provisional in the provisional poll right there. You got to make it through scales, you got to make it through penalties, and then at the very end, see who's not just the fastest, but all intact at the end of these sessions.
And tech, post-race tech. You know, the SKUSA team have got their team of scrutineers and tech commissioners over there that can tear down any part of the go-kart that they choose. So, again, to remind you, what we're looking at on screen is provisional. What myself, what Mike, what Xander, and what Rob will talk about is all provisional, subject to post-race penalties, post-race tech. Scrutineering, as we call it in Europe, but tech, it's far easier to spell anyway in there. Now, again, looking at the live chat, as we let these drivers sort of bring their karts up to speed, a big thank you to everyone on the live chat. Brandon Naga will ask, is Kart Mechanic Bingo making an appearance? Oh, it's Vegas, of course, Kart Mechanic Bingo. And I have to say that I was advising Rob Howden to the rules and regulations of Kart Mechanic Bingo, and with the Kart Chaser cameras that we've got down on the grid, we will be able to see the kart mechanics in all their glory, as it were, to play Kart Mechanic Bingo. And I mean, the cheap pop, the Vegas cheap pop I had there, but I've got to say, I mean, I really like this. If the cheap pops work pretty well, I may even consider taking it to residency.
That might be the next thing behind you here as a resident. There we go. There you go. All right. Ethan Lampe was quickest, as we know, folks, a 48.509. His third lap actually was his best. He did not go quicker on lap number 4. We'll see as the drivers start rolling in. Brandon Lemke will go P1 on lap 2. Chase Jones right there as well. So very quickly, Lampe's time going down. Brandon Lemke goes to a 48.442. Rather, it's Race Liberante on top of the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. He goes P1, 48.442 for Liberante, 48.481 for Brandon Lemke. Chase Jones up there as well. Brandon Carr, Frankie Mossman, Ernesto Rivera. Here come the heavy hitters.
Hey, I was talking about how Liberante and Chase Jones really good about linking up. They're not even close to each other on track. They're just not able to get there. Liberante's actually in a mess right now. Chase is towards the sharp end of the group. Now it's going to be about clicking off the fast laps. 2 to go, about 1 to go here as they come to the stripe.
So indeed, just getting things dialed in. There's Race Liberante right there, looking for a bit of help with the driver behind him. They're going to see if they can't get what they need in terms of that extra push to try to reel up with the guy behind. A big tailwind pushing them down the straightaway, but trying to leverage that draft out front. A couple of drivers diving inside each other, coming down into turn number 1. Rivera getting moved to the outside. There's that fast one. There's Rivera right in there. That scrap for seeing. Chase Jones has gotten to P1, 48.144. Chase Jones now provisional pole.
Jesus Vasquez Jr. second, only 1600ths of a second slower than Chase Jones, who is in a wad of cards. Number 937, there he is, the red and white MPG Motorsports, that My Parents' Garage Motorsports. And again, this is not where Chase wants to be. He's stuck in traffic just when the tires are up to their optimum operating temperature.
I think he was behind Mossman, though. That's actually not a bad guy to be behind, because Mossman's pretty quick as well.
But it's who Mossman is behind. That's the problem. The checkered flag comes out. New name.
Yeah, Aiden Rudolph on top right now in the Burrell Art. Rudolph goes P1 of 48.109. A IKF Grand National Duffy winner this year as well at Speed Sports Racing Park. He goes P1. 48.109 for Aiden Rudolph. Fernando Luque second, Chase Jones third, Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Harley Keeble rounding out the top 5.
Harley Keeble just in front of his fellow Englishman Brandon Carr, and they were having a good laugh and a joke in the driver interviews last night, I have to say. So there we go. The track falls silent. We're not going to. Well, we're going to also fall silent, but welcome to people that aren't. Yes, Rob, you're going to say.
I just want to wrap up one more time before we go to cap things off in qualifying. Mike, let's talk a little bit quickly before we go to commercial. Aiden Rudolph, that is impressive.
Yeah, and it's not a name that we've said immediately, right? It's been in some of these other games. We just said Jones and Rail. Well, here comes Rudolph and sets the tone early. Now he's up front. Can he stay there, and can he set the tone through the heat races?
An incredible run for Aiden Rudolph. Fernando Luque ends up in second. Chase Jones in third. Jesus Vasquez Jr. fourth. Keeble rounds out the top 5. Brandon Carr was 6th. Alex Stanfield 7th. Ernesto Rivera down in 8th. Dalton Haynes 9th. Race Liberanti in 10th. Big hitters as we expect up top. Oliver Hodgson's the driver we're going to be watching in those heat races. He and Nicholas Terlecki coming from the tail of the field. Lots more to come, folks. We have 2 more groups still to qualify before we head into the lunch break and cap off our morning sessions. KA100 Master up next. Don't go anywhere. More to come here on Kart Chaser. Welcome back to live coverage of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 26 here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. My name is Rob Howden, joined by Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith throughout the broadcast here. Again, just getting things underway for a Thursday here, or rather, Thursday here trackside. Yes. You know, it's just getting underway. Friday, Saturday, Sunday still to come. This qualifying day today, that's what we've got going today. We'll set the grids for the heat races tomorrow. 2 rounds of heat races on Friday. 1 round of heats in the LCQ's last chance qualifiers on Saturday. And of course, Super Sunday, nothing but main event. 2 more categories still to come. KA100 Master on the grid, getting ready to roll off. You see them there. They're ready to head out on track to see who's going to qualify on pole. We'll wrap it all up for the morning session with Micro.
Yes, indeed. Now go all in. I think just one group. So all the drivers in this class out on track together. That's actually going to be a busier circuit than we've had in some of the bigger entry classes, because the bigger entries.
I think we may split. We're going to split this in half. Yeah.
Are we going to
we'll
split it?
it?
Okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm looking at the timetable. Yeah, on the timetable it was split in half, but yeah, as I can see, there's one group of drivers going out Micro Swifter, the next class, but I'm looking at the drivers coming up onto the grid now. They are not Micro Swift drivers or cars.
Indeed, yeah. So we do have the two groups.
Okay.
It'll be the same with Micro as well. We'll have the first group and the second group out for the Micro category. Same when we had the split groups, we still split the groups of the split groups. So there was 4 groups in those double split classes.
Yeah, we're talking about in the final practice session. Hey, this is going to set the group that you're in. Well, it also sets where you roll off. Like all the drivers are just went. This is the second half of that final practice. I look on the grid right now, and I saw Ben Cooper. We talked about Casey Cook having a good run. They're going to be at the sharp end of the next group that goes out. But right now, the bottom half of the Masters drivers on track right now. Put some heat in those tires.
Indeed, just getting things underway. As we had said, 4 laps is essentially what these drivers are getting with the minimal time limit. One driver losing it here, coming down into turn number 1. Hard contact for the number 426. The 426 goes up. Diego Martinez off. Just lost the corner on cold tires coming through turn number 1, the kink that leads into the opening corner complex. And he just got wide, got into the barriers, and that will end his session. Another driver having some trouble getting going further back, but that was a hard one there for Martinez.
Yeah, and it looked like the GP car, the Factory Fury GP car, almost like he hung a throttle. The way that, when the NASA panel was ripped off, it looked like it might have caught the driver's foot there because he went off and then carried on going. You know, he was obviously trying to brake, and unbelievably, the one good thing about these barriers, these removable barriers, is that he gets the car going again. It is, and that has got a, Donkey Kong wants his breakfast back because that axle looks like a banana. And we look there, so, that's a problem. But of course, yellow flags waving, time ticking. Now these drivers, they're already the drivers that are up against it because of their, the slower times in practice. I think the other driver that we saw going up, Rob, there was the number 469 of John Stanescu, the all-white liveried graphics kit. So not an ideal situation for these drivers. They're already behind the 8 ball. That's another Las Vegas reference. And sorry, here all week.
We're going to start a tally.
And now the yellow flags are in. Again, great work from the track crew. Can't speak highly enough.
So the first driver, commentator is going to take a break. Will be Henry. Another driver's gone off in turn number 1 as well. Driver struggling coming through that turn 1 corner. Went off. That was the 488.
Yeah, the
488's gone off there.
That is Luis Cordero, one of the Sony Kart USA drivers.
That was a very interesting one because he was kind of all by himself, and into the middle, it just locked and went. That was a very interesting spin right there.
Indeed. So we've had some issues in turn number 1 here. Let's have a look at the time right now. Mingnan Zhu up top as your quick driver here with a 50.508. Luis Cordero, who just had the incident, was P2. Kyle Yachinsky currently 3rd. Luis Quiones in 4th, and Gary Hall rounding out your early Fast 5.
Hey, the silver lining to anybody having issues right here is that this is a single group that doesn't have to worry about an LCQ or anything like that. So if you can, repair your stuff, get rolling, if you have a little bit of speed, I mean, he was able to go P2 provisional. That's going to put him in the 20s. You can still come back from that, and you have the heat races to do it.
Still a couple of laps to come. We know lap 3 and 4 are going to be better. Zhu still up on top. Randy Russell's now gone to 2nd. Quinones, Kogan Wright, and Gary Hall now into the top 5.
One of the things that the drivers talked about yesterday is that because the nature of the circuit, offline, it is so dusty. And you're getting, turn number 1, it's a prime overtaking place. But if you're not hugging the inside run as the checkered flag comes out, you're just a passenger. And, you're just a passenger into those outside barriers. Checkered flag goes out, though. And who's top of the pops?
Yeah, Mingnan Zhu does go P1, but only 3 laps. Those drivers here in the Masters category in this first group not pushing as hard on the opening circuit to be able to get those laps that they probably just came up on the time. So they only got 3 laps, and that's going to be interesting. I would expect to see the drivers in the quicker group push a bit harder, Mike, I think, on the cold tires than maybe these guys in the second group because they were only able to get 3. That could give everybody in the second group 1 extra circuit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a huge point you just made. I mean, this group right here is definitely going to be the pole setters, the ones that are going to be going for the top spot. But as you just said, only getting the 3 runs, there's definitely something left on the table from the first group that went out. Now moving on to these guys, we saw a lot of movers and shakers. We talked about Casey Cook earlier. He was hanging out about 10th the whole time and was able to leapfrog up there to the front. Now, can you link up with these other drivers for a top time?
Now, we've got a different time on the screen than what I see down here, so they may have got that fourth lap, and let's try to update this. So we have on our timing screen here, we did not have that yet. They've only got 3 here, but it looks like Kyle Yachinski potentially up into the second spot. He was, where was he coming? He was 8th, but based on what we're seeing on the screen, he's up into second. So I'm feeling we may have just not got an update on our live timing. But again, the next full group still to come. Track workers doing a good job getting this turn 1 barrier back into position where it was, because again, a couple of different incidents down here, Henry, into turn number 1.
I say we don't know if Mingyang Zhu will stay there, but let's give a shout out to AEM Karting, the group behind Zhu that have just placed him on provisional top spot at the moment. Now, what we haven't seen is a delay between the 2 sessions. Now, I mean, the temperature hasn't changed the last 2 minutes. The wind really hasn't changed. However, the track is being corrected before this next group, or the faster group, goes out. If the wind does change, then that could have a slight effect. You never know. Now the track is clear, and now the second group. So this is where we should see the pole position time come from.
Indeed, the fast drivers will be rolling out here. There's some big dogs here. Again, guys that we've seen who have won. So Ben Cooper is a former SuperNats winner in the X30 senior class. He's running in Masters here right now. Renato Jader David has won top-level races in Masters around the world. You got guys like Lauren Tumardin. Kip Foster's a 4-time winner here at the SuperNationals. He's in this category as well. This is stacked with the best Masters drivers in the world.
You mentioned Nicky Coelho as well, another driver in this class. Looking down again, drivers from France. Hugo Sens from Burgundy, wine country. That's my favourite part of France, apart from Le Mans, obviously. But Mike, what are you noticing as this more experienced group of drivers take it a little bit more tentatively as they go out?
I'm seeing a lot of warming of the tires. How about Kip Foster in the bright orange 420? He was out there swinging back and forth. Case Cook doing the same thing. Is the 438 stationary going into turn number 1 might be done.
That's Scott Kopp. Something happened to Kopp's Franklin Motorsports machine. They're actually pulling him over top and putting him in. Something happened. He got it down and slowed it up, coming down to turn number 1. That's huge for Scott Kopp, a driver we expected to battle inside the top 10, maybe even for a race win. Having a look at the left side of that cart. Kopp going to be at the very tail of the field for all 3 heat races.
Quite smart actually from Kopp to pull to the inside of the circuit. You know, it's a self-cleaning racetrack there. He pulls to the inside, but one driver we've seen just a moment ago, Chase Jones, is talking to Alex Searle.
Thank you, Henry. Chase, I'd say it's a pretty solid start to the weekend, P3 in qualifying, but overall all week so far you've been very fast. Just describe it to me.
Yeah, I mean, the track is, what I'd like to call hustle city. I mean, you just got to drive crap out of it into the corner, get the thing to rotate, try to get on power as soon as possible. I was a little skeptical going into qualifying just because I knew there was going to be a lot of games played, but, with the 4-lap deal there, it worked out in my favor. Really happy with the MPG Motorsports machine, BS Power, everything's a good package right now. Thank to all my guys, back in the tent and home. Braden's been helping us out with data, helping fine-tune my craft, and my mechanic Matt, Billy, Applegate Seedhouse, and Corey Simpson. If it wasn't for those guys, I wouldn't be here, and I'm looking forward to a good rest of the weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Heading into the rest of the weekend, right? Heat races and feature races coming up. With how tight the field is and how important the draft is, how do you expect races to kind of play out?
It's kind of hard to tell right now. I think if you've got 3 or 4 smart people that can get somewhat of a gap from the rest of the field and work together, I think we can kind of get away. I do think it's going to be a big draft for game to play. We'll see. I don't know. We're going to shake it out tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Chase. Good job.
All right, thank you, guys.
That's definitely going to be the unknown. We roll into the heat races tomorrow, how it all plays out with this long racetrack. But as we're rolling here right now, we're putting our 3rd lap in the books. Drivers coming across start finish. Ben Cooper has gone to P1 with a 49.167. Lauren Tumardin up into 2nd. Kip Foster 3rd. Franco Crivelli now into the 4th spot. He gets moved by Renato Jader David. Crivelli now to the top 5.
And you saw him go down the front straightaway. Meatball flag in the air. Kip Foster just got that meatball flag. I don't know. That was his rear bumper hanging. So I'm not sure what that's going to do to his qualifying time.
Well, I mean, he'll have to come into the pits, Whether that time that he has put down stands or not remains to be seen.
He comes to the pits, but when he does that, he'll have finished the 4th lap. So again, he's not going to. He'll make weight. Is he going to get DQ'd or is he lose a lap? We'll see. Nonetheless, Foster currently in the 3rd spot. Checkered flag flying this time by. We'll cap off the session. They'll come across start-finish, and it's Ben Cooper on top. No, Lauren Mardan goes to P1. The Romanian out of Illinois on the Technokart USA machine goes to P1. Mardan, 49.4104. What a qualifying run there for Mardan. Ben Cooper into the 2nd spot. Kip Foster with that bumper issue in 3rd. Casey Cook up into the 4th spot. Matthew Waters in 5th. Renato Jader-David 6th. Franco Crivelli, Jesse Gwynn, Bobby Kelly, and Dennis Holler round out the top 10. What a final lap for Mardan, and how about 0.02 of a second? Mardan over Ben Cooper. That'll be your front row provisionally for the heat races on Friday and Saturday. Back down to pit lane, Fernando Luque. Time for an interview with him.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Here with Fernando. Fernando, it was a good session for you, kind of starting from the middle part of that pack. You were able to find yourself with a good draft, ended up P2. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 laps I was struggling, people were passing me, and then I sort of got a sort of good track position, and I had to make a pass, and I think that cost us pole, but good start to the weekend.
Yeah, so outside of one bout in Orlando, it's your 2nd ever senior start here in the U.S. I mean, you've shown a lot of pace in the junior ranks, but what does it mean to put yourself on the front row in the biggest North American karting race of the year and basically your senior debut?
I mean, it's good. It's just the start of the weekend. It doesn't mean anything, but it's a good message that we're fast.
Well, they don't hand out trophies here on Thursday, but it's a great start to the weekend and a strong message for Fernando Luque. He'll start in the outside front row here in KA Senior. Back to you guys.
It's at 1 o'clock and then final practice as well.
Dialing things in. And Emery with a great interview there with Fernando Luque, who's got some pretty good speed. Laurent Mardan can't say much more about that as he was able to go P1, just nipping Ben Cooper for the pole position, the Technokart USA driver, 0.02 of a second faster than Ben Cooper. 2 more qualifying groups still to come. Micro Swift to wrap things up here right now. This is going to be a barn burner of an event throughout the entire week and into, of course, Super Sunday. Some big dogs in this one here. Drivers we've seen run nationally all year long, but this is the big one here at the SuperNationals. 1 more to go, guys. A couple of groups for qualifying. Micro Swift up next.
Yeah, and Micro Swift, again, the drivers want to. I mean, but I think the driver that's travelled the furthest for this event in this class is New Zealand's Ivor Spence on the Paralin kart for Paralin USA from Christchurch, New Zealand in kart number 19. He's got Matthew Hamilton and helping him out mechanically, Tiffany Chittenden, doing some driver coaching for him. So again, coming from far and wide, and again, he's a driver that just turns up, race suit and helmet in hand, sign themselves over to a team, they bring all the kit.
Well, Matthew Hamilton's been here many times. Tiffany Chittenden's run here as well, but Matthew's had some really good success. He's won here before. Back in the day, we used to have an event called the Streets of Lancaster Grand Prix, which was a very tight street race, but a lot of drivers would run that race first to kind of set up to come and run the SuperNationals. It was a 1,000-foot straightaway and 20 feet wide, I think.
Good.
It was unbelievably narrow. Shifters up to pretty much 90 mile an hour at the end of the straightaway. We packed that place. But yeah, Matt Hamilton, we've had him here many times from New Zealand to come over and be part of the action, and good to see him and Tiffany in the paddock as well. Again, these drivers just getting set to go right now, Henry. This is part of the mental game.
Yeah, indeed. And we'll go back to the live chat and first of all say a big hello to Tiffany Chad, Mike Chittenden back home in the UK. Now, again, there have been people that we're very grateful that Rob and I have been doing this for a long time, and we're getting a lot of love and support on the live chat. But I've got to say that Bernie giving a big shout out to Mike Smith on the commentary as well, saying so making sure they don't feel left out, Mike. You may not have the 26 years of experience that Rob has at this event. You may not have the really bad Las Vegas-based puns that I've got, but again, you're a fixture here in Vegas, and of course, the first driver to ever actually turn a lap at this particular circuit.
And actually, the first person to drive the old circuit that we had.
That's it. Tuesday circuit, which is slightly different from Wednesday circuit.
And I'll tell you what, it's a really cool deal that the SKUSA let me to do. And then I actually have to thank Nash Motorsports, Seth Nash, for putting things together for me in the last second. And obviously Kart Chaser, go ahead and record the thing. Getting a chance to go out there and drive the thing, have that in your head, and then go a chance and use that on the next day instead of just going, oh, it looks like this. So it's pretty good.
Indeed. So again, waiting for the drivers here in the Micro Ship category to head out. Let's talk now to the driver who put the impression down in KA100. Senior Aiden Rudolph stands by with David Lamb.
All right, we're down here with the pole sitter in KA100 Senior, Aiden Rudolph. And Aiden, just first of all, in a class this big, how gratifying is it to take the pole position here at SuperNats?
No, it feels really good. Out of how many drivers, almost 90 there is in this class, to be pole is amazing. I can't really describe the feeling right now. My lap was amazing. Draft is so crucial on this long straightaway track, and started off the lap with draft and then passed, and the rest of the lap I kind of just cruised to the finish and hopping on the straight, hoping, and I saw my engine build on the sideline. He was cheering me on, and I was like, thank God, dude. The feeling's just indescribable. So I'm really looking forward to the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. The rest of the weekend is a long weekend. I mean, this is just the first of many victories that you could possibly take. And you mentioned the draft. It's going to be a wild race, especially in KA. What are your expectations for how this race is going to play out? And who are some of the drivers that you're will be kind of looking behind you, hoping they're not passing you too quick?
Everyone's so close in time, so everyone in the top 10 will be there. Specific drivers. I kind of know how some of these drivers race, so hopefully they're not around me. But, looking forward to it. The speed's there, so, just stay out front and hope for the best.
All right, fellas, Rudolph will lead him to the green, coming to the heats.
Wow, that's a last name that is very storied in SuperKarts USA action. Of course, Aiden's father, Alan Rudolph, a champion in so many of the series around the country. A storied career, of course, SuperKarts USA Hall of Famer, just a true ambassador to the sport. They, of course, own Speed Sports Racing Park down in New Caney, Texas, outside of Houston. But the Rudolph name, of course, has been synonymous with winning races, whether it's the Rock Island Grand Prix. You name it, Rudolph won a ton of races. This is one of the ones he did not win, was the SuperNationals. We may see a Rudolph get that SuperNationals victory on Super Sunday.
You live a little vicariously through the kid there,
That's
right?
That's it, exactly that. He's on the wrenches. Alan helping out on the wrenches this weekend for Aiden. Of course, he just won an IKF Duffy as well. The IKF Sprint Grand Nationals happening down at Speed Sports in October, so already has that Duffy on the shelf. Would love to put a SuperNationals trophy there as well, as would the other 90 drivers, as he had mentioned, in KA100 Senior. Finally getting these drivers out onto the racetrack. I just want to let people know, obviously we're capping things off with a couple of groups here with Micro to cap things up. But expect us to very likely come back on the broadcast at around 2:10 this afternoon Pacific time. We'll likely come back with final practice for the afternoon sessions, of course, ahead of qualifying.
Yeah, so many classes here compete in SuperNationals. What the organisers, what SKUSA have done is that we're not going to see the classes that you've seen this morning. They're done for the day. So, some of the drivers are doing double duty, but rather than have drivers waiting around and having like 2 sessions or 3 sessions in the space of 10 hours, they'll get one group. So we've had, this will be the 3rd time we've seen these drivers on track. And then this afternoon, we have got Mini Swift, X30 Junior, Master Shifter, X30 Senior, and Pro Shifter. So another 5 separate classes this afternoon. Already you can see a few people getting into trouble out on the circuit. A lot of drivers from a lot of people from the UK tuning into this one because you've got 2 British drivers out there, Alfie Davidson and Harry Williams, who will be tuning in from PF International, the Paul Fletch International Circuit, which will be the host of the 2024 CIK FIA World Karting Championships again.
Iconic venue for sure.
Iconic venue. We had it last back in 2017. 2 British winners, Dexter Patterson and Danny Curl. Danny Curl, that event springboarded him, and he then came out and raced in Vegas, so a driver that you know quite well there, Rob.
Yeah, almost scored a victory here a couple of years ago in that X30 Senior category, battling it out with then Jack Crawford. Zachary Clayman DeMello ended up coming for the win after last lap contact. But again, drivers laying things out here as they work their way through for qualifying for the Micro Swift category. Our first group onto the racetrack right now. Mateus Prejot on top, P1. Ivor Spence in second. Vicente da Silva in third. Grayson Francisco rounding out the early fast five. They've got just one lap in, likely getting 3, maybe 4 laps for these drivers.
Now, a couple of weeks ago when the US Grand Prix was in Austin, Texas, they had some grid kids, they had some drivers doing some interviews as Formula One drivers, and Grayson Walcott was one of those drivers I think I saw on the Formula One grid. I could be mistaken, but the
Very
name,
nice.
I remember the name Grayson Walcott. So, yeah. What app is the timing on, says Cam Robertson Racing. It is on
The SKUSA app, if you've got that, but also Race Hero, you can find it as well.
There it is. So download the SuperKarts USA app if you have not done so already, or the Race Hero app. That's where you'll be able to find all of the live timing here for this year's SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Again, our first of 2 groups here in this Micro Swift category, and then we'll cap things off for the morning session back at around 2:10 this afternoon Pacific time for final practice of the afternoon session. As Henry had mentioned, that will be the Mini Swift, X30 Junior, Master Shifter, X30 Senior, and Pro Shifter. Those are the 5 categories that we'll have out on the racetrack here this afternoon. Beautiful day, blue skies here in Las Vegas, out at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Rob Howard alongside Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith, our driver analyst. Qualifying wrapping up here once again. Right now it is Wynn Gottschalk up top into 31. He just turned a 54.368. Bergeau still in second. De Silva, Spence, and Perriman rounding out the top 5.
Vian Bindi in car number 96. The GFC, the Gary Carlton driver out of Seattle in the northwest of the USA, moves into P2. Bragio, Francisco De Silva, Spence, Connor Lipka. Connor Lipka, the comp car team that Connor drives for the track in Sam Fugit, the UK, to look after Connor this weekend, and he's up in the top 10. Lawrence Perriman, and then the number 99 kart of Bernardo Gubert from Santa Andrina in Brazil is your top 10 as the checkered flag comes out.
So we'll finish off this session here, the 4th lap in. So all the drivers getting 4 laps. So all the categories getting those 4 in, which is great to see them able to get that in. Wynn Gottschalk still the top driver here with a 54.368. He did not go quicker on lap number 4. Vian Bindi, as Henry had mentioned, still P2, closes it up a little bit. He went quicker, 54.506 on lap 4, within a 1/10.5 of Gottschalk. And then Brajot ends up in 3rd, Francisco in 4th, and Goubert rounding out the top 5. Still one more group to come, guys. We'll cap off these morning sessions. Again, as I said, it is official. We are at it right now. Those practices are just getting things dialed in. This is when it counts. You've got to get the job done in qualifying. And again, the storylines, we've got some drivers who were very impressive. Aiden Rudolph, P1 in that huge grid. But then you got on the other end of the spectrum, you've got Oliver Hodgson at the very back for all 3 of his heat races.
And you hear how happy Aiden was to get that. Boy, he's like, it's so amazing. I feel so great about it. And then he follows it up with a little bit of cautious optimism.
Yes.
He's like, we'll see how the racing goes. You start out up front, that's fantastic. But it all comes down to the heats to set the grid for Sunday.
4 more laps to cap off our morning broadcast here on Kart Chaser. The drivers of Micro Swift, the quicker group, now rolling out on the track. These are the drivers that we have seen throughout the year who have been running up front. Parker Hives, Maxwell Machas, these drivers who have been in the fight in national level events all year long. And we'll see which one of those drivers comes to the forefront here for qualifying. Who will occupy the front row for their 2 heat races on Friday, the final heat race on Saturday, and of course the main event on Super Sunday. Karting's Christmas here in the USA. The biggest event of the year in the US, maybe the biggest event in the world in terms of location and drivers that we have here. It's been such a huge event. We've had so many great drivers. We talked about the fact that 3 former winners are going to be racing in the Formula One event next weekend. George Russell, a former winner here, as was Logan Sargent and Lance Stroll, all scoring victories. They have a SuperNationals trophy in their case back home. We'll see which drivers can potentially do it this year and find themselves maybe in Formula One in 5, 6, 7 years time.
Exactly, and I think when you get this afternoon, and I think people have said about they're surprised with the level of people tuning in. We've got nearly record-breaking numbers on Kart Chaser for a Thursday tuning in as well. Well, this afternoon, talk about one of the biggest events in world karting. We've got current world champions. We have got former world champions, Matthias Bagato, Paolo Ippolito. Then we've got some of the most celebrated names. Davide Fore is racing, Albanese, Kramers, you name them, they are here, and it would not surprise me one little bit if, you know, when we come back here in 5 years, 5, 6, maybe 10 years time, depending on who it is, and you're saying, well, there's 7 drivers in the Las Vegas Formula One race who are former SuperNats champions. And one thing I just very quickly want to pick up on, because I know we're getting close, is that say about Aiden Rudolph being so happy about being on pole position. The drivers are not going to give away too much, but I think they realise this track will race well, but pole position even more critical with the lack of grip, the lack of space. Pole position even more critical than it would be usually.
Yeah, lots of work to be done, as we know, in the heat races. And just to add to the Formula One, not only Formula One winners, we've got several drivers who have won here who are in IndyCar as well, whether it's a Kyle Kirkwood or a Patricio Award. A number of drivers have won here at the SuperNats as well, and have gone on back in the days of the Graham Rahals, the James Hinchcliffes, all running at this event as well. Robbie Wickens was a racer here as well that did so well at the SuperNats. Laps starting to come in here right now. Pasha Ali has gone to P1. 54.008 for Pasha Ali. Parker Ives up to second. Josh Bergman in third. Wynn Gottschalk still holding on to fourth. But here come the drivers we've seen look so good through these practice sessions. Isaac Payne up there into the top 10 as well. Ryder Gorman up there as well. And Pasha Ali right now P1 54.008. 2 more laps to go to wrap up qualifying for Micro Swift.
Starting to look at some of these sticker kits. If you're watching at home, you start looking at these. Look like very, very similar carts. Well, it's because it's a lot of times the same manufacturer or the same team. And if you see them on track together, as you see right here, these are the Sodi rides going into the first corner at the end of the straightaway. If they can link up, you're going to see this, I believe, in the races where patience and linking up with people that A, you're either teamed up with, or B, you know really well. The 42 and the 3 Sodi rides trying to make things happen right now. The first and second person on the time charts.
Yeah, Pasha Ali and Josh Bergman working together on the racetrack. Bergman right behind Pasha Ali. Ali still on top. 53.247 for Pasha. One more lap to come. Henry will wrap things up.
Yeah, and of course the slipstream effect, which is so important here. The smaller the engine, the smaller the kart, the greater the slipstream effect. These are the youngest drivers and the least powerful engines. So of course, in this class, teammate and teammate working together is imperative. Ali, Bergman, Ives, checkered flag comes out. Can anybody beat a 53.215 of Pasha Ali? We're going to find out very shortly. Keep an eye on that ticker.
Final drivers coming across the line. Pasha Ali is still on top, just waiting for the final drivers to get across the timing stripe to see who's going to come away with it. It just may be Pasha Ali, and indeed it looks like he has done it. 53.215. Pasha Ali, and by a lot, over 0.3 of a second quicker than Parker Ives. Ali P1, Parker Ives in second, Josh Bergman third, Juan Diego Garcia Arce in fourth, and Cade Casper rounding out the top 5.
And I think it was actually Ives leading that group, and I think that's what happened, because it was Bergeron actually fell back away from the top 2, and that's where it was actually Ives punching the hole for Ali. Ali going purple final lap, Ives going quick as well. Unfortunately, Bergman had to settle for that third spot, but still in a good place for the start.
Well, that wraps things up for qualifying for the morning groups. Guys, final thoughts before we head into the lunch break. Henry?
Well, I mean, very impressed what we've seen this morning. Obviously, the track very, very tricky. It is not a track that that will sort of look lightly on any mistakes. You've got to be very, very controlled. But this afternoon, again, you can't win SuperNationals today, but you can lose them.
You can make it tough. What do you think, Mike?
I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the afternoon sessions. For anybody watching at home, just kind of getting into this, there's a bit of a difference in the groups. This morning we've had the younger, the slower version of the cadets, the micros. We'll have the minis in the afternoon, a little bit quicker, still a cadet ride. And then the 100 cc's we talked about, the KAs, etc. here this morning. In the afternoon, 125s, softer rubber, and rev limiters. We talked about these guys being a little bit quicker, but those things having that little bit extra bottom, a little bit of a different story in how the two groups are going to work.
We saw a lot of things come out here early on, again, as the crew starts working its way back in for the lunch break. Again, some drivers up top very happy, Aiden Rudolph being one of them. Of course, Pasha Ali as well here on the pole in the micro categories. Other drivers like an Oliver Hodgson and others are going to be starting deeper in the field in their heat races. They're going to be back at it. Many of them doing double duty will be back here in the afternoon, as will everybody here from Kart Chaser. We're still set to will very likely start about 2:10 here this afternoon Pacific time. We'll come back and give you a full rundown of the final extended 12-minute practice session ahead of qualifying, which is scheduled to go at 3:55 this afternoon here in Las Vegas. Everybody, of course, from Kart Chaser taking a bit of a break as well. We thank you for tuning into the coverage here today and throughout the remainder of the weekend. The 26th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, the Run to Super Sunday, has started. Qualifying for the first 4 categories is done. We'll be back this afternoon with 5 classes to cap things off for what has been and will be an exciting Thursday. Thank you so much for tuning in, folks. On behalf of everybody from Kart Chaser and my fellow broadcast team here, Mike Smith and Henry Beaudet, my name's Rob Howden. Bye for now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to live coverage of the SuperKart USA SuperNationals 26 here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway here on Kart Chaser. My name is Rob Howden, joined in the booth throughout the weekend by Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith, our driver analyst. And again, we had the camera running there for you as the fifth round of practice, the extended 12-minute sessions wait into the books. Getting set to go for what is essentially happy hour practice, the final practice. Actually, this will be the 12-minute session. Those were the 7-minute sessions, so we'll be rolling in once again for an extended 12-minute session. Of course, all this leading into qualifying, set to go at 3:55 local time this afternoon. The final 5 categories will hit to the racetrack as we launch things off this morning with 4 categories laying down qualifying, setting the grids for the heat races. KA categories dominating the morning with junior, senior, and master. We threw the Micro Swift drivers in there for good measure. Their cadet counterparts, Mini Swift, are part of the afternoon session, as will be our X30 juniors, X30 seniors, Master Shifter, and Pro Shifter. And we'll bring the boys in here right now. We've had a chance to have some lunch, get ourselves fed for the afternoon. Let's start with you, Henry. Good morning, I think. A lot of storylines rolling out. Some guys had good sessions. We know some guys did not. That's going to make things exciting for the heat races. But all told, a pretty good morning.
Indeed it was, Rob. Thank you very much. And yes, for those who are on the live chat, this is your resident taffy commentator. Thank you, Johnny. What we learned this morning is that what you see on the screens isn't necessarily the final classification. A lot of penalties. We saw drivers on cold tyres and a very slick surface at the start of time qualifying, going out, getting into the barriers, just like we've seen there with the number 1, 2, 1 kart. So this is the Mini Swift
I think
class.
that's Jackson Porter.
I think you're right, Jackson Porter, indeed.
And of course, that's going to knock a front fairing in, and that's going to become a penalty. We saw drivers, I think there was one driver that we thought, I'm trying to think of the name of the driver.
Kip Foster.
Kip Foster, that was the one, who qualified so well, but then had a rear bumper come up. We got a couple of karts sideways in front of us. Thank you for everyone for joining us this morning. Record-breaking numbers on the Kart Chaser live stream for Thursday morning at SuperNationals as we're looking at the drivers. So this session now, this is final practice. We're going to see qualifying this afternoon. And a couple of people saying, what was the point of the countdown to green? Well, Louis Johnson Cool, I do know what your pseudonym is. It's just to get you warmed up, to get you in on the action, to get you a feel for this circuit. It's a unique track just outside Las Vegas Motor Speedway. The wind is blowing. We're the commentary booth here, the Kart Chaser commentary booth is on the second story, just outside turn 1. We're at Al Fresco. Is at the time, it is, I think, the correct terminology, but a really exciting morning, lots of drama, and we're going to have a lot more drama this afternoon as the remaining classes, including Senior X30, Junior X30, and the Shifter classes, go out and show what they are made of.
So, Mike, let's bring you in this one. Mike Smith again, driver that has raced, of course, throughout the USA, winning championships, winning races, and has been here as a driver in the SuperNationals as well. What was your takeaway from this morning, and maybe what we are going to see in qualifying for the pro categories here this afternoon?
Well, speaking specifically to qualifying, there was a lot of talk, especially at the high end of the juniors and the seniors there, about gamesmanship and putting yourself in the right position and how you're going to be able to do that. We just talked about the tires and how important it is to warm the tires. Only 4 laps in qualifying. I mean, we've got the longest session everybody's been able to do here in the 12-minute session. We saw it was 14 laps for the KA drivers earlier, but that's a stark difference from 4 laps in qualifying. So being able to see what the different thought processes are, trying to get long run times, short run times, and then and when we talk about qualifying specifically, making sure you get the most out of every lap, and the draft was probably the #1 thing people were talking about.
Yeah, the draft, and the one additional thing, it kind of plays to the draft a little bit, the amount of wind we have. We have a significant wind here at the racetrack. I feel like it may be a little lower round than was earlier today, but very similar. The drivers, a lot of them, Henry, were talking about getting that push from behind, right? The wind behind them was kind of pushing them down the straightaway. The draft really wasn't playing as maybe a bigger role as it will when the wind does eventually die down.
Other thing we saw is that obviously time qualifying. It's Thursday. We've got 2 full days of heat races before we get to Super Sunday. But can't win SuperNationals today. There is that's a spin. That's the #151. That's Edward Kennedy broadside on the start, finish straight, hand in the air, waving, and again, the yellow flag is waving, and he's now looking to the marshal, the track worker, for assistance, and smart job there for Edward Kennedy. Now that, to me, says a seizure, a chain off, the kart's not running, Mike.
Yeah, exactly, and it was actually another what we saw from TJ Koyen. He was on the inside, got squeezed into the wall. I don't think the other drivers knew he was there, or maybe the second one in line, but that thing's probably seized up with that accident.
Yeah, and of course, we say that we can't win SuperNationals, and you can go some way to losing it. You're going to see some of the top names obviously doing well, as they're expected to, but there's going to be others that are going to be really, really stuck behind the 8 ball. Oliver Hodgson being one of them, involved in an incident in his qualifying session. He's going to, you said earlier, Rob, you know, I think Hodgson's going to put on a show for us, because he's going to be coming from the back of a very, very big grid of karts in every one of his heat races.
As they run on track right now, Royce Vega leading the way, Ashton Woon in the second spot, Troy Ferguson in third, Alessandro Truchot fourth, and it'll be the number 127, I believe it's still Christia there, as they say on the timing here. It's Carroll in the 127. So we had that incident with Edward Kennedy. Let's have a look at that again. I think we have a shot of it. They'll work the web. You can just see,
Oh, it wasn't a seize. It was getting pinched.
Yeah, you can see the axle. The left rear axle is bent pretty significantly. So he hit something coming through there, and that shot that cart up in the air. So, yeah, there you go. That is significant for sure.
I believe they call it not stock.
Yeah, that'll be an axle change for you there, gentlemen, in the energy machine. So I'm sure we'll see Edward get back out on the racetrack here for qualifying. And for those of you tuning in, let's give you an update on qualifying as well. As they run on the practice here, all the drivers essentially on the track for this Mini Swift group. When we do go qualifying, we will split this group into two. In the categories where we have already split into Q1 and Q2, those groups will split as well. So essentially, a quarter of the field in those double groups will be on track at once. So it's not like we're going to have the entire group there. We'll split it in half. With the amount of time we have, about 4 minutes, they're going to get 4 laps in. So qualifying is going to be interesting. We have to go through all this final practice session first. But qualifying, we saw these drivers go out, warm the tires up a little bit for laps 1 and 2, try to get a banker lap in, lap 3, and then lay it all down, Mike, for lap 4.
And maybe one of the biggest things that I could be talking point here is that it's sun right now. We don't qualify until almost 4 o'clock, which is about the time that sun starts to go down. So all this final practice is going to happen in the sun. It'll be, white visors, etc. They're clear visors for these drivers as they start thinking about qualifying.
That's really interesting to say that, because indeed, obviously the same thing with yesterday. They were on the racetrack for the majority of their practice sessions, of course in the sunlight. But once that light went down, we actually had made the change to the racetrack too. That's one thing we didn't bring up. We did this morning. Was that the SKUSA did change the racetrack, the final kind of the shape of the final first couple of corners coming into where we are here on the outside of turn. Essentially, it would be turn number 1. So they made some changes there. So yeah, they're going to be in the dark. It's going to be much different. So it's not like you're learning a ton, because temperature-wise, right now, trackside, we're looking 67 degrees, 68 degrees. It's going to fall quite a bit. In Las Vegas, when the sun goes down, so does the temperature.
I'm a SuperNationals rookie.
That's it.
And I have learned this very quickly, that it's hot in the sun, even with the wind, but when the sun goes down, it gets cold in a hurry. But like myself, there are lots of drivers here that are sampling the SuperNationals for the first time. And you get an idea of just how special this event is. Now, on track at the moment, we've got one driver making his SuperNationals debut. He's from the UK, number 115, Noah Bagman. Now, he shares a birthday with the late great Ayrton Senna. And I'm trying to find him on the circuit now, and our kart chaser camera crew will be able to pick him up. We'll have a look as they come across the start-finish line. He has done one of the nicest karts I've ever looked. So he shares a birthday with Ayrton Senna. Senna is his hero. So for this event, for SuperNationals, he has got a special one-off Ayrton Senna tribute graphics kit, race suit, race boot, and helmet. It's the style of the old JPS Lotus, the black and gold of Ayrton Senna. Now, at the moment, I did see that he's not in the top 10, and I'm going to see coming into turn number 1 if we can catch up with Noah Bagman on the cameras, because it just gives you an idea of, the teams, the drivers, they put in so much effort for this event. There's plenty of drivers with like special crash helmets for this event. But I've seen Baglin out on circuit, and I should catch him at the moment. Yeah, he's at the black and gold number 115 car. He's only 34th fastest at the moment, and I think we've got all karts. Yeah, we've got the whole class on circuit. So why Baglin maybe as he come into the pits, I'm not sure. I haven't seen him come around the turn 1 area, but I mean maybe when we get to qualifying, I know that's a bit of that's a short, sharp session. So I thought while we're doing practice to try and get some eyes on that, because it really is. It's in all my years of doing this job, Rob and Mike, it's one of the nicest, most special liveries I've seen. I think actually Baglin has come into the pit, so I missed my call, but we'll catch up. And viewers back home, watch out for that. That car. I mean, I know there's lots of pictures going around on the internet, but yeah, keep an eye out for that when qualifying gets underway. He's one of a number of drivers with special crash helmets, but he's gone the whole hog in a real Ayrton Senna tribute livery.
Bennick drivers Royce Vega and Troy Ferguson up top right now, P1 and P2. Fionn Shi sits there in third. Last year's winner, Michael McGoy, now fourth spot. Alessandro Truchot up into fifth. Ashton Woon sixth. Antonio Pizzogna-Nito in seventh. Cameron Marcia eighth. It'll be Tristan Murphy in ninth spot, and in the 10th position, William Kim, but he just jumped up to P8, so Kim just went up a spot. McLaren Carroll up into ninth, and Cameron Marcia now down into 10th. Minute and a half remaining in our first happy hour practice. This is the final extended session, 12 minutes for all the categories. Mini drivers out there right now. X30 Junior waiting in the wings, getting ready for their last shot here on the racetrack. Mike, let's talk about, while we jump in here, what are the drivers doing here in a 12-minute session? All the other practice sessions they've had have been 7 minutes. What's your take on how they'll utilize and optimize these 12 minutes?
Well, you're going to do one or two different things depending on where you're at. Firstly, you probably have good rubber on there because you want to find out what the heck's going to happen in qualifying. So, but if you're probably going to set your pressures to where you think qualifying is going to be. Again, these guys are going to be doing it dang near in the dark. I mean, they'll be right on the edge this particular class. But then you're going to have 6 to 8 more laps after that. This is your first shot to see how we are on the long run. Yeah. Did we get enough grip into the thing? Do we take some out? Like, what's the balance? How easy is this thing to drive, especially for the munchkins out here rolling? What I'm seeing too is a lot of accordion going down to the braking zone.
Seeing the same thing, yeah.
These cadet drivers right here, a lot more than the micros. Maybe that comes down to a little bit more experience, etc. I think that they are planted on the bumper all the way down, and there's a difference of opinion on where we should be slowing down. And I think that could be havoc for whether it be a bumper program or entrance in the corner. You see these drivers taking a much wider exit out of turn number 1, primarily, I think, just for carrying a lot more speed.
Yeah, I was seeing the same thing coming in. Some of the drivers, obviously, maybe on the brakes a little bit earlier. You see some guys getting in there, and that could set up for some pushback bumpers, and that's one of the things that we did see in qualifying. Everything that we're going to give you here when we eventually get to qualifying, and we're giving you provisional top 10s, could change. There was a number of pushback bumper penalties laid out throughout qualifying, so a number of drivers getting those penalties to knock them back further. So again, nothing that we'll give you here at the end of each session will be something that will be official. It'll all, of course, be provisional. Troy Ferguson up top, Royce Vega in second. Some guys making moves. Tristan Murphy now up to third. Checkered flag fly. Max Cristia goes to fifth spot. Tristan Curzan into fifth. Travis Pettit sixth. Fionn Shi seventh. William Kim, Alessandro Truchot, and Michael McGoy rounding out the top 10. We've got some interviews we did, guys, throughout the evening and throughout this past couple of days. This is a temporary circuit. It is a challenging one for sure, and it's new. The drivers have never had anything like this at the SuperNationals. We had a chance to chat with Giorgio Carrera and get his thoughts on temporary circuits.
Changed a lot, I have to say. I mean, I am not really used to drive in parking lot. I mean, I've done it not so many times in my life, but actually it changed a lot. Also, the grip you have in a parking lot is totally different. Also, you need to be really careful. You need to be in the limit, but also really careful to not touch the wall. So it is quite a thing. I have to say it's more difficult, and it's also, difficult to find the limit. That's the word. It's really difficult to find the limit.
I think driving.
Number of interviews that we have in the can that we'll bring you throughout the day, talking to a lot of the drivers here about the ins and outs of this weekend, what it takes to win, what it means to win, the whole concept of being part of the SuperCards USA SuperNationals. One group down, and again, the chance to do heat race simulations here. You know, Mike, we talked about that. You know, your first 4 laps, you're thinking, okay, try to see if you can put a qualifying sim in, but then we're going to run the longer distance as well. The first time for them actually to go more than 7 minutes to get some significant laps in. They did 12 laps there for the drivers in the Mini Swift category, so a really good opportunity to see how that car's going to be in the longer run.
Yeah, not only the chassis and how things are set up there, but also in the engine. You know, maybe you're trying something else. Like, okay, this is where we're at with temps and with the data when it comes in off the track, and then when you get to the end of these longer sessions, you go, well, actually, maybe we need to ridgen this guy up a little bit, or lean this thing up a little bit, especially at different points of that run.
So again, we're going to roll into X30 Junior up next. We'll have Master Shifter to follow. Then we'll go a couple of groups for X30 Senior, and then we'll wrap everything up with a couple of groups for Pro Shifter. Huge groups for both Senior and Pro Shifter. Looking forward to those guys to cap off Super Sunday, as well with 2 amazing races when we get set to go wheel-to-wheel racing. But again, X30 Junior drivers getting up. They'll be the ones that roll out next to knock out their 12-minute session.
Yeah, and again, please, we appreciate on the live chat on the Kart Chaser YouTube channel. Please keep your comments coming in. We really do appreciate them. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for. We always ask you to please keep your comments nice and respectful. There are 530 drivers out here. They're all trying their level best to succeed. I'm going to see there. So we've got, who's asking? Final practice for qualifying. And so half the classes ran this morning. They're done for the day. Half the classes are going to run this afternoon. And that's, I think, is a smart move for the organisers with so many drivers. Instead of having everybody turn up at the circuit at 7 a.m. and then, drivers going out at, say, 10 a.m. and then, 2 o'clock and then 6 o'clock at night.
Yeah, it's cutting the gaps.
Yeah, cutting the gaps. Well, we've got the youngsters, the micro drivers this morning. It's not really fair to keep them hanging around 5 hours between a session, for example, especially when there's all sorts of stuff to get up to here in Las Vegas. You will have seen overhead, so we are just outside the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the northeast corner, just northeast of the famous Las Vegas Strip, next to the NASCAR track and right next to the Nellis Air Force Base, which is why you see some of the kind of the US Navy fighters, Top Gun. Now, I mean, here in the commentary box, I know that Rob Howden, who's been a part of this event for all 26 years of its running. Now, he'd be Maverick. The only thing I'm worried about, Mike, is which of us is Goose.
It's definitely not me. I'll be in the...
that means I'm Goose. We all know what happens to Goose in Top Gun.
That's true.
You're reading between the lines, sir.
Engines fired on pit lane right now. We'll have the drivers here in the X30 Junior category come out for their extended 12-minute happy hour run. Again, gorgeous day here in Las Vegas. The wind has been a concern. It has been throughout the entire week so far. Crossing our fingers that the wind is going to continue to kind of fade away throughout the week, so we can have a nice, more relaxed weekend. It's not only are you getting the sun, you're getting the wind burn as well.
Oh yes.
So we're all a little bit red-faced for sure here, but again, if that wind dies down a little bit, temperatures are still looking pretty good, I think, for the weekend. Nothing too cold, nothing too hot right now. We expect blue skies all the way through, high 60s, potentially low 70s on Sunday. So exactly what we're hoping for in terms of Super Sunday. Again, this event, of course, caps off the 2023 season for SuperCards USA. From here, they'll look forward to the opening rounds of the SKUSA Winter Series in Florida, both, of course, in January and February, then the start of the 3-round Pro Tour, and then again waiting for obviously details for the date potentially for next year's SuperNationals. We are told obviously a 3-year deal here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, a different layout, a different, really the only opportunity for the property to use here was where we are here this weekend. We're going to move next year back to where we were in 2021, a much larger area in which to lay out a racetrack. So the track will obviously have a lot more opportunity. This one here in a kind of elongated, triangular kind of piece of property here at the track. And like as I said, Ryan Norberg told me, Mike, in all the Super Nazis run, this one's different. This is not like one of the cookie cutter kind of basic layouts that we've had for the Super Nats. This is something totally different for everybody.
It different, unique, something out there, if you will. It's not something you're going to see in the future because you don't have this kind of footprint. You know, the track is dictated by the piece of asphalt you're given, and what we have right here is 9 different turns, a long straightaway, and a pretty good mixture of high and low speed. And one of those things I want to put a point on too, I think it was David Cole mentioned yesterday that at 25 miles an hour on the low at the time, with 25 to 75, 50-mile-an-hour difference between low speed and high speed, making it a big challenge for everybody involved.
And the shifter car drivers, not only they're topping out at 95, 98 miles an hour, they're also down into first gear 5 different times on this racetrack. So that's one of the key components. Such a wild challenge for the drivers and shifter. One driver already having an issue, Diego Guillot, in the number 748's got into the barriers. A number of drivers have done that. They've come out here, as you said. A lot of drivers have put fresh rubber on right now as well. Number one, not only do they want to get a feel for the fresh rubber, but you also want to be in the right group as well, as a number of drivers who sat on pit lane coming right out to tie in with the drivers already at speed. I'm sure the race control will not at all be pleased with that they came in and say blended into the drivers who have already got a lap. One driver spinning right in the middle of the track, coming out of turn number 2 over to turn number 3 as well.
I've never seen that before. They missed the group coming out the pits, mistimed that by, that was incredible.
A full lap.
Yeah, well, they mistimed it by a good half a lap because they wanted to come out. Oh, what's somebody going in very, very deep there. The number 745 of Truly Adams. He went into that corner truly, madly, deeply, but is okay.
So again, just to talk about the fresh tires as well, Mike, one of the key things here is that depending on the group as well, the further are you up forward, the faster you are, it's going to be indicative of where you're going to roll off from the grid as well. So you want to make sure you have a good lap. You don't want to have trouble to find yourself at the tail of the field, as another driver has had some trouble here. The number 788 getting into the barriers. That is Levi Sangera.
Yeah, Levi Sangera, now based in the UK. But yeah, let's have a little look back at that that sort of release from the pits. There was the first lap. This is, that's a big moment, Mike.
Yeah, out there pretty far to the right was Gil. Now, I don't know what's going on with some of the drivers that are setting up, if they're like trying to let other drivers by, maybe losing the gauge of where they are on the circuit, but it looked like he just realized I'm way too far out here carrying too much and too much left foot.
Drivers getting a feel for what it's like to come down into this turn 1 corner here at speed. Rolling it in here. You see a number of drivers because they're really getting on the brakes, and the cars start to rotate as they get themselves down and point into the apex of turn number 1. One of the things, Mike, we're seeing a lot of drivers kind of hit that maybe an earlier apex coming through turn number 1 and really try to keep the speed up. They're going all the way to the right side of the track coming out of turn 1 over to 2.
And very quickly, just a big thank you to LB Love to Race for the donation on the live chat. I say for Rob and Henry. Rob and I are just part of two parts of a very small, a very large crew here. Mike Smith, and we've got our pit reporters down as well. But thank you, we do very much appreciate your support.
That's awesome.
Now we'll have a look back at that release from turn number 1 and try and see what went wrong here.
Yeah, here you have all the guys coming around here, Mike, that had already done a full lap in. We all know that drivers like to sit on pit lane. They like to wait and wait and wait. But they literally came out right in front of everybody who was already on the opening flyer. Had that been qualifying, that could have been really bad in terms of race control. And we did see one driver go around as part of that.
Yeah, and what's interesting, too, is a lot of times you're going to be sitting there with your tuner or you have an idea of what was going on before, right? So it's like, I want to wait. And then everybody else is like, if you're further back, there was a huge group of drivers that came out, not just that small group which we've seen before.
Yeah.
But they're waiting, and if you're like the 50, I've done that same thing. I'm going to wait, and then, wow, we're still not going yet? All right, forget it. I'm going to go. And that just didn't happen here, and to have the entire field kind of all mold together, they did a pretty good job with only the one spin, but that could have been a lot worse. Going back to the point you were talking about the apex here in turn number 1, if we can get a chance to look in turn number 1 and kind of bring her out a little bit, you can really see it with the shifters when they go through there. But they're starting to see a little bit of black on the ground, a little bit of rubber starting to get down, as one driver has an issue in turn number 1 as well. But that apex is actually the very, very beginning of the first curve, right? That leading edge. And even though the curve kind of arcs in, the line itself is further out there. So the curve kind of deceiving as far as how that corner.
Yeah, we're seeing drivers take it a little bit differently as they work their way through that corner. But again, the rescue as a corner worker, getting that barrier put back together, the contact that happened up there in the entry to turn number 1. Number of drivers taking a little bit of a wider berth into that corner. We've seen some contact over in that barrier section throughout the early part of the day as well. I expect we'll see more of that as the drivers test the outside limits of the racetrack. Right now, up front, we've got Brody Yendel in the number 792. Diego Ardiles sits in second. Sasha Van Padbash is in the third spot. Chase Gassioli in fourth, and Enzo Vidmontien, who we saw already as a pole sitter in the KA100 Junior in the top 5 here as well.
Yeah, a lot of quite a few drivers doing double duty. Brody Yendel from the Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia. So not a driver that a lot of these fellow Junior X30 drive pilots will be used to racing. So he's just gone in there. Obviously, I mean, they race the V8 supercars at Surfers Paradise. We do have a V8 supercar driver here, James Golding, with us racing this weekend. But Brody Yendel, who's now dropped back to second overall behind 703 Jackson Walney. Just goes to show, a lot of these drivers, they're racing against each other in North America all year round, but yet suddenly here at the front there, we just mentioned Sasha von Pambosch, the driver from Amersfoort in the Netherlands. Again, another driver won't be used to racing alongside many of these contenders, but can go out there and get the job done. It shows the level of talent that we do have here at SuperNationals 26, Rob.
So again, past the halfway point of this 12-minute session, 5.5 minutes remaining to see a number of drivers from Speed Concepts Racing running together. Here's the big run down the straightaway. Number of drivers trying to find that draft. And Mike, that's something these drivers are going to have to use this session to get a feel for. They're really, I think, getting at it a little more. Everybody's more comfortable. Where's the draft? Where do I need to be? How do I position myself to leverage that draft coming down the straightaway?
Well, and in these X30 machines too, you have the rev limiter that comes into play. Once you rev it out, it just sits there. So when we talk about the draft, we talk about the gearing, etc., you are trying to make it to where it gets where you want to be at the right time. Otherwise, you could be sitting duck and people can go around you. I don't imagine anyone's that far off of the gearing game at this point, but that draft, at least the tailwind right now, could get you to the limiter early.
Turner Brown's gone to the top right now with a 47.433. Diego Ardiles, Jackson only 1-2-3. Truly Adams, who had a spin early on, back up into P4 right now. Sasha Van Padbash in the 5th spot still. Was down to 8th, but got back up to P5. Brody Yendel, who's P1 at one point, now down into 6th. Enzo Vidmontien 7th. Amador Martinez in 8th. Augustus Toniolo 9th. And Archer Ebersman rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, It Be Wild, Turner Brown. Checo is his other nickname, but It Be Wild, there he is, the number 736. Diego Ardiles, the driver based out of Doral in Florida, originally from Costa Rica. He drives for the Rollison Performance Group. Jackson Walney, the number 741, Truly Adams. So after that excursion earlier on, Truly Adams up in the top 5, ahead of the Netherlands, Sasha Van Pambosch, and you're looking now that there's the 2 teammates. And Rob,
second and third on the board right now.
Working with a teammate in these sessions, guys, that's going to be key now, because if you're drawing the same qualifying group where you've got less time, you need to run with someone you trust.
That's what it's about, Mike, and for these guys to get out here right now and kind of work on each other. Turner Brown up front, Jackson Wolney sitting there behind him. They're currently second and third as Diego Ardiles has gone P1, but both these drivers less than 0.08 of a second back in terms of outright pace. So they're lining up pretty good. This time Wolney will go by to give Turner Brown a chance to run second there. Just a good feel for what it's like in the draft, making the moves, and even the just overall visual of it.
But now we've got several world champions racing here with us this weekend. The current KZ world champion, Paolo Ippolito, is here. But last year's CIK world karting champion, Mateus Morgato, is also racing. We're going to see him very shortly. And he's down in pit lane with Alex Searle.
Thank you, Henry and Mateus. I mean, I'd say it's been a struggle for you guys throughout the week so far. 25th there in morning warm-up, heading into happy hour. Where's your head at?
Well, yesterday being a good day, to be honest. We were both quick, so we really positive. Today in the morning we made some changes, we tried some stuff. It was not really what we were expecting, so we go back now. We know we have the speeds, happy hour. At the end, it's just one more practice, so it doesn't really mean a lot to me. But I'm ready to do a good job on quali.
Yeah, weather's a little bit different today. Yesterday, colder, windy. Today, the wind has slowed down, right? The temperature has risen a little bit into the 60s now. So, do you think that'll play any factor into how the track's gonna, pan out?
The guys behind the camera are making me laugh. Yeah, for sure, the wind changes a lot, and I think changes the question, like if you have to go in the draft, if you don't have. Because if it doesn't have too much wind, I don't think the draft is really worth it. But once you have the winds coming from the front, it's really hard, and you need to have someone in front of you. So you need to pay attention to this.
And you mentioned the draft, right? I mean, if it's not as much of a factor, I mean, how important is it going to be to position yourself properly for this upcoming practice session?
It'll be really important. I think you need a driver that you can see the reference, like, and at least see the driver braking in front of you, so it's always good to have a reference, especially in long tracks like this. So yeah, try to get the best position you can on track.
All right, thank you, Mateus.
Thank you.
While we were talking to Mateus Morgado there, Turner Brown, driver, currently sits in third off the racetrack. An issue for Turner Brown, so he is done for this session. There's a couple of minutes remaining in it. Ardila still on top. Augustus Toniolo jumping up into second. Turner Brown in third, Jackson Wolney fourth, and Enzo Vidmontien rounding out the top five. He's got good pace, having been on pole for KA100 Jr. So, indeed, an interesting session. An issue there for Brown, but these drivers really going at each other here. You can see as they work their way out of the opening couple of corners. 2 wide, 3 wide in some areas. Not just practice. These guys are working, Mike, on doing some wheel-to-wheel action, right? Some back and forth, side by side.
Yeah, I mean, this deep in the session, this is going to be about racing right here. You should have learned all the things that you need to about qualifying. You have the data for it. Now, you should have a pretty good idea what you're going to have during the next day. The question is, can you go racing with that? You might be fast enough, but can you make passes? You've been trying to get faster and faster and faster. This is the session where you have your first opportunity to try to go a wheel to wheel.
Exactly that, and they're going to have to do that tomorrow. And we have 2 rounds of heat races, 1 round of heats on Saturday and the last chance qualifier. And then, of course, nothing but main events on Super Sunday. Drivers here in this X30 Junior category wrapping things up. Ardilas the fastest driver, but by only 37 thousandths of a second over Augustus Toniolo. RPG drivers 1, 2, 1 and 2, and then it's Turner Brown and Jackson Wolney there for Speed Concepts Racing in third and fourth. Enzo Vidmontien for Motaz Sport rounding up the top 5. Then it's Sasha Van Patbosch in 6th, Truly Adams in 7th, Brody Yendel 8th, Alex Mercado 9th, and Alexander Gonzalez rounding out your top 10. Next up on the order here, we'll have the drivers and Master Shifter get out to bang some gears. Folks, don't go anywhere. More to come as we work our way through happy hour here on Kart Chaser.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to live coverage SuperNationals 26, Thursday action. Morning and afternoon sessions beginning with a couple of practice sessions, a 7-minute, then of course the extended 12-minute session for the 6th session on the week for the drivers here. Then we'll of course go into qualifying, 4-lap qualifying to set the grid for all 3 heat races. Drivers now getting ready to roll out here momentarily in the Master Shifter class. Master Shifter setting up to roll out for their long 12-minute run. Here they go, rolling out here to get things rolling. We got some big dogs, of course, here in Shifter Racing. We got world champions. We've got multi-time American champs like Jordan Musser, who has won almost everything except for the Supernats. He wants to win this SuperNationals very badly, and he is, of course, very quick in the PSL karting Burrell Art Machine. This guy, as you know, anytime he rolls out, Mike, for a Shifter race, he's a threat to win.
Hey, remember how close, how good he was last year, and then it was an issue in qualifying, I believe, that ended up having him start from the back. We talk about Hodgson going to give us a show. Last year it was Musser coming from the back every time, and still had a solid, almost podium run there in the final. So it's never over until it's over, but Musser would like to start a heck of a lot closer to the front.
Yeah, some of the guys to watch for, of course, we talked a little bit already about former world champion Davide Fore. He's going to be a driver, no doubt about it, who will be running for a race win here. A number of drivers who have been super quick. We expect to be right up front. John Crow, always very fast. Scott Sketchy Barnes. The new driver on the scene, though, and again, this is one of the things, it's interesting, right? Every year we see brand new micro drivers, right? They're 7, 8, or 9. In the Masters world, once the guys turn 30, especially the guys that were top pros, I think they're often hesitant to jump to Masters, right? It's like okay, I'll do it. Robert Pedozzo is the driver, I think, this year who's decided to make his debut in the Supernats here in the Master Shifter class. He can be a driver to watch because Pedozzo's always been very quick.
I think it's going to be a lot of scenarios where you didn't have that guy in the conversation before, comes onto the scene, strong year, and then surprise, here I am.
Yeah. I think so. He'll be a guy to watch for sure. Another driver's been very, very good here on the Maranello has been Joe Rook. He has been good through all the practice sessions. That is the driver up to number 652. An issue there. Pushing back.
Yeah, that's the Randy Nelson in the PSL karting, the driver out of Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay.
I just talk about some of the names. I mean, I just run you down in this class alone. Names that will stay: Skitchy Barnes, Antoine Iligo, Brad Danoff, Ken Schilling, a veteran of the Lancaster Grand Prix. And as the week goes on, Rob, I'm sure you can explain to viewers the history of the Lancaster Grand Prix. But other names: Jonathan Vitolo, the son of former IndyCar driver Dennis Vitolo. Here's an interesting story. Look out for driver number 643, Ruben Milan. So Ruben Milan was a professional soccer player. He played in La Liga, the Premier Division in Spain. He played for Malaga, Granada, up until the early 2000s. He actually shared a pitch with the likes of Luis Figo, Zinedine Zidane.
Wow.
Now he's here racing shifter karts. We've got Larry Pegram, a former ASA Superbike racer. We've got none other than Antonio Pizzonia, a 20-time Formula One Grand Prix starter. We've got Davide Fore, Brescia's finest, a legend in the world of gearbox karting. Tiffany Kelly, Derek Wang, who has represented the United States in international competition, I think in 11, 12 separate seasons. They call him Captain America.
And listen, you bring up as well Tiffany Kelly. They're a tandem. That's a husband and wife team. Justin Kelly and Tiffany Kelly. They just got into shifter kart racing a couple of years ago. Travel all over the place, and they are very, very quick. Justin's actually a SuperKarts USA Pro Tour race winner. So look for Justin to potentially be a top 10 runner here for sure. Tiffany continues to put the hammer down as well. They're both on Maranellos with the Vermont Kart Company crew, so watch for them to be up front there. At least, I think, potential top 10 for Justin Kelly for sure.
But again, you know, the last thing, what a way to up your game is have your wife racing you. The last thing you want to do is have the trouble and strife beating you on the track as well. But again, showing that karting, it's a family sport. There's fathers and sons racing, there's brothers and sisters racing, and husbands and wives racing as well. Leo Kirstjens is racing. He's in the company of a 696 kart. His son, Wout Kirstens, is also racing here this weekend as well.
So Antonio Pizzonia Jr. up top, we mentioned him already. The Crow Show, John Crow on the American-made factory kart, running there in the second spot. 37 thousandths back. Jonathan Vitolo up into third. Scott Presti fourth, and Joe Rook now fifth. And one crucial thing to bring up in this particular category, while our Pro Shifter class, guys, is all pure KZ power plants, this class here, you can run the KZ or the IAME 175 SS, the 175cc power plant that SKUSA had put together as the formula to lead their shifter kart program forward. It did not get the support and mass acceptance as obviously they would have wished. So they opened up to KZ. But for the Masters drivers, still an opportunity to run that 175 IAME.
Yeah, indeed. But variety. You're looking at the amount of teams, the amount of chassis. I know in the live chat there's going on about the fact that there's the OTK product is not as prominent and prevalent. Well, they are out there. We've got the factory kart, the TV kart, the Maranello, the Ital kart, the GP kart. Yes, we've got Tony Kart's got the Lando Norris, but there's Sony's, CRG, Illuminos. I've got to say, the GFC, the Gary Carlton chart, there's a Croc out there, a Magic kart. There are a couple of karts that that aren't really known outside of North America. A huge amount of variety in this time.
Well, you mentioned the Magic kart. It's got a chance to put two drivers on the podium with Robert Bedozo and Scott Barnes as well. So two very potent drivers on the Magic kart program here. But again, the Maranellos we know are going to be quick. Joe Rook, Davide Fori is going to be quick. Vincent Cassard now up into second. Watching some drivers move their way up here as well. Larry Pegram now up into the 9th spot. Jordan Musser, we know Jordan Musser is going to be quick there in the number 10. Halfway point of this session, folks. We've already got 6 minutes down, about 5.5 minutes still remaining here in this happy hour practice for drivers in Master Shifter. Let's head back down to pit lane where David Land standing by with Chase Hand.
All right, we're down here with Chase Hand, and we got, it looks awful exciting out there right now. You ready to get out here and get this thing qualified?
Yeah, I'm ready. We've been a little off the pace this weekend, to be honest. Not as fast as we like to be, but I mean, we're chipping away at it, and I think we're getting faster every session.
Yeah, so what's the deficiency right now? Where are you lacking, and where do you think you can make up that ground?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell for us right now since I'm the lone GFC in both KA and X30, so I'm just trying to judge off other people, but I don't know. I feel like I'm not driving perfect, but it's just kind of confusing to me because we're like 6/10 off in this and 5/10 off in K, which isn't very normal for us, so we're still trying to figure that one out.
When you're lone wolfing it in a class that's this competitive and frankly as packed up as it is, how difficult is that, and how do you find a drafting partner in all this mess?
Yeah, I mean, it's super hard in KA. Like, I did not get a good draft. Well, first of all, I was in the slow group, so then I didn't get a good draft, and you just got to try and find someone to work with, but yeah, when you don't have a teammate, it's pretty hard.
The lone wolf, Chase Hand, looking to qualify. We'll head it back up to the booth.
I don't think you can really speak enough about that. If you're a lone guy here by yourself right now, you said they feel like they're a bit lost, half a second off. You need another driver. You need somebody else to go this way in the setup. You go that way. You need to, you can double the action of if you have anybody to work with.
I think that's even more important right there, because it's not just the scenario of, where do you find the drafting partner? You can make friends on the grid for a drafting partner or whatever. You can't trade data with them.
Yeah.
You can't try, hey, I'll try this gear, you try that gear, I'll do this setup change, you do that. It's just you. And unless things are going the right way or you take a big swing to figure it out, sometimes you can kind of get stuck.
Yeah, exactly that. Let's go back down to pit lane. We've got another interview with the driver getting ready to strap in here. I believe Embry Lida standing by with Justin Adakonis.
Yeah, Rob, thanks. Here with Justin. Justin, has not been the weekend you wanted on a new kart, new team and everything. Just tell me about what some of the struggles have been.
Yeah, I mean, we're just kind of trying to piece everything together. We've been struggling a little bit for kind of everything, really. Just driver, every motor, car, everything. We've just been kind of learning as we go. And I think we got something that we may be able to fight with. It's just going to take a lot of work through these heat races and qualifying and everything. But we're going to need a lot of luck. But I think we're kind of finding something.
Yeah, and so you flew in here on Tuesday. I mean, it was a bit of a late decision to run this race in the first place. And integrating into a new team, just talk to me about some of the difficulties that come with kind of new voices for the biggest race of the year. I mean, this is a huge field, stacked field, new machinery. Just tell me through some of the issues.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of learning people and just learning new car, obviously new brakes, everything's new to me. So we're just kind of learning as we go, and it's getting better every time. So that's a plus.
All right, Justin Adaconis looking for a lot better today as he heads into his final practice session here for Pro X30. Back to you guys.
So a little insight there. He's on the best cart with the guys from AMV Components. They wanted to bring a couple of drivers. TJ Coyen's driving in the KA100 senior class, Justin in the X30 senior category. They're under the tent for Leading Edge Motorsports, a tent program, so they've got that program base with Greg Bell as well. So for Justin and TJ, exactly that. A brand new cart. You come out here and try to run it on this particular circuit where it'd be nice, I think, probably to have that known quantity, which is that chassis. You know how the chassis handles, you know what to do. These guys literally starting from a clean sheet of paper on what to do with the cart, how to make it fast. They're probably going to be the best they're going to be come Super Sunday.
It's about chemistry, isn't it? I mean, at the end of the day, the driver can do what he can do. The mechanics can do what they do. You got the piece, you got the material. But putting all that stuff together and have that mix, have that recipe be the right one, and the chemistry of working with the same person all year long, trying things out, to come here in a fresh piece, a fresh group, and still be rolling along pretty good is something, but that chemistry can really mean a lot.
Let's have a look at this front-running group here. Yeah, he's the former world champion. Davide Fore just keeps on going like the Energizer Bunny. Great to see him back here. He's running Pro Shifter too, which I think is awesome, right? Running both categories. So Davide Fore P1, Jordan Musser right up there in second. Brian Keck will be a driver to watch in third. Joe Rook in fourth. Scott Skitchy Barnes in fifth. I'll bring this up about Barnes, which I find very interesting. Scott's, of course, from Bermuda. Does a lot of street racing like the Rock Island Grand Prix. I had a chance to go over with the Bermuda Kart Club. We ran a street race there in Bermuda back in April. Had such a great time at that event. It was so much fun. But Scotty also does a lot of road racing. He'll do Daytona. We're talking about a 90-something, 95, 98 mile an hour back straightaway. That's nothing for him because he's ready. He's used to going 115 in his stock moto or his shifter at Daytona. So this kind of plays into the role of Scott Barnes. He loves the street circuits, loves the temp tracks, but he loves road racing as well. He's P5 right now. That top speed, ripping on the end, ain't gonna bother Scott Barnes.
And you're looking at on the screen now. You're looking at the run into turn number 9. Now there's that dark line going across there. Now that must be like some wiring or some piping going into turn number 9. Now that is a huge bump. It's noticeable in every class. In the gearbox classes, when the kart's getting even more unsettled, it's just when, Mike, the drivers are trying to get themselves down to the gears, maybe at the first or second gear coming out of turn number 9, and there's another bump there as you fly over it. It reminds you of the old Champ Car track in Baltimore, where or San Jose, where they ran over the tram lines, and you can see that we've got some replays, but you're going to see drivers get all 4 wheels off the ground as they try to get it slowed down.
If you actually Google Sebastian Bourdais and the Las Vegas IndyCar race, there's a shot of him 4 wheels off the ground there as well. Very similar.
In a McDonald's-sponsored Newman Haas
that.
Lola.
There you go. We got it. A couple of drivers coming in to bang out some practice starts here, not surprisingly. Jordan Musser right there as well. Davide Fore ends up P1. Jordan Musser in second. Brian Keck third. Joe Rook and Scott Barnes round out the Fast 5 in the happy hour 12-minute session. Vincent Cassard ends up in 6th. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. in 7th. Scott Presti, Robert Bedozzo, and the Crow Show, John Crow, rounding out the top 10. All those drivers we expect to be in the fight. These are the guys getting ready to roll out here right now as well. The first of 2 groups for X30 Senior. About set to hit the track for their longer run. Guys, this is going to be interesting. This is the last time. And,
ready.
Mike, you've talked about it. This is key. A lot of these guys are going to have fresh rubber on. Let's do a qualifying sim. Let's do a long lap, a heat race simulation, if you will. And then, again, let's see what we can do in terms of putting yourself in the right spot, pace-wise, overall pace-wise, so you have a good position in qualifying.
And there's another little blue ribbon up for grabs, and that is getting into the fast group for qualifying.
Indeed.
So if you aren't quite there, you're on the verge or whatever, now's the time to try to throw something at it. Everyone's got new skin, so you can't bolt speed to it here. You're going to have to try to find something, and this is your last chance to do it.
So, again, looking at how we'll cap things off for happy hour here, a couple of sessions for X30 Senior, and then, of course, we'll have our pro shifters out here as well. So 4 more sessions still to come before we go into qualifying for the drivers here in the afternoon sessions. We've got another interview down on pit lane as one of our pit reporters is standing by with Donovan Bonilla.
Thanks, Rob. Here with Donovan Bonilla. Donovan, You know, start of the weekend didn't go so good in either KA or X30, but you found some pace. Talk me through it.
Yeah, yesterday was a tough day. Didn't have pace in pretty much neither X30 or KA, but today good pace in KA, and it's looking good in X30 too.
Yeah, and I mean, your teammates have been up front all weekend. In the final practice yesterday and into today, it looked like you found that pace. And as someone that's kind of been in and out of the U.S. racing this year, what are some of the challenges you found in terms of just finding that pace back the last couple of events?
Well, yeah, it's just a bit came back in North Carolina. It was a bit rusty, but now it's coming back again, the pace.
All right, a rare double-duty action for Donovan Bonilla, but he's found some pace lately, and we'll see what he can do here as we get into the serious stuff this weekend. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. And indeed, if you're going to run at this level, you've got to be racing. That's one of the key components there. If you're on the shelf or doing something a little different or not running against these drivers, it's often tough to get yourself back to it. And that's what kind of Donovan talked about it there. He really had to kind of get his head down to get back to work. And again, this is a long run here, the 12-minute run. The drivers getting set to go. A couple of groups here for drivers here in X30 Senior. Again, the last opportunity to see if you can dial a little bit in, Henry, before we go qualifying.
Yeah, I've got to say, this grid, I mean, Senior X30, talk about world-class entry. Yeah, not only the likes of Ryan Norberg, former world champion Mateus Morgato, Frankie Mossman, Jorge Ortiz. You've got Diego Ramos out there, Chase Hand. Last year's Senior X30 Masters champion, Tom Rice, has lost an awful lot of weight to get into this category because there's no X30 Masters. And I know that little Tommy, his son, is watching Daddy race for one of the very first times in his life back home in England, in the UK. Tom Price here, he's not in this session, but you've got the current European and Miami World Finals champion, Eli Atkins, out there. And he's actually in the slower group, the Croc Promotions driver. The level of competition here is so up. I think the Croc Promotion team, they worked on a couple of things. Oh, and there's a couple of drivers there, the 336 and the 336 or the 338. The 309 is one of them. That's Christian Garduno, and I think the 336 was Caden Bell, sorry. But I mean, Timothy Pernod is in this field as well. World-class field. But Mike,
Indeed.
again, you just saw, that's the problem. First lap out, and of course they're trying to get into the main group of qualifying, and that's not the best way to get it started.
No, it's even worse if you bent something up. You know, at the end of the day, you're supposed to try to get a lot of data. This is your first time doing that kind of stuff. We've talked about it so many times. You have to make sure you get all of the data possible.
And that's what happened to me last year. We talked about that earlier, is the fact that in that 12-minute happy hour run, a guy spun right in front of me, and I had nowhere to go. 2 laps in, and I lost. Again, the 10 minutes you would have had, that long run, that extra one, and then, of course, it compounds itself. Like I said, if there is something bent, it compounds itself because you don't get a time for qualifying. So this is you got to get all 12 minutes in here. If you don't, you're leaving too much on the table.
One of the things I'm looking at, too, is the line changing in the first corner. If we get a chance, I'd like to take a kind of a look at that first corner as a broad outside look. I talked about earlier about the difference in the apex, but actually I think as these drivers are getting more and more comfortable, the first corner hairpin really, the amount of speed they're able to carry in now is going higher and higher, and we're seeing them get wider and wider on the entry because now the apex speed's coming up. The kart's actually working in the center instead of it sliding across. If I can drive in harder, I need a wider entry to pull that off and get back to the throttle to drive off this thing. And we're seeing these drivers getting wider and wider, especially in the second half of the session.
Let's go back down to pit lane, another interview with David Land.
All right, down here on the grid with Hayden Jones in familiar colors after running for some other teams earlier this season. Back in the pink and purple, how's that feel?
It feels great. I mean, we were P6 last session. Ryan was P1, so we know we're strong. And, you know, going into these next few sessions and qualifying, I think we're going to be up there.
So obviously this track is so fast, and it looks like it's just going to be the biggest back race of all time. I mean, how do you manage that sort of a race?
It's just going to be like driving a KA, lots of blocking, I think. I mean, there's no other way to not get past.
You know, we were talking about that last night at the bullpen, the media bullpen. You know, how do you defend on a track like this? I mean, is it just going to be a whole bunch of dirty blocks, or can you defend cleanly at a track like this?
I mean, it's never going to be clean in this competitive of a field, so you have to be dirty when they drive you dirty.
That's the way to do it. An eye for an eye. Hayden Jones going to roll off for qualifying here.
Thank you. All right, thanks, guys. Here with Ryan Norberg. Ryan, I'd say the day couldn't have started much better for you. P1 this morning in the first practice. Where's your head at going to happy hour?
Yeah, I mean, we're just trying to keep the kart fast. I mean, you gotta, develop with the track right now. I mean, it's just constantly changing, and so, and I've raced this race long enough to know that being fast on Thursday, you don't get anything for being fast on Thursday. So, yeah, I mean, if we can just keep the kart fast and keep adapting, then we'll be in a good spot.
Yeah, pretty long practice sessions, 12 minutes to be exact. Qualifying be much shorter. How do you guys feel on the short run?
Take that off. We're all right. I mean, I think we're fast on the short stuff. We're fast overall. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's such a curveball because we're running these long sessions. It's going to come down to track position, though. I mean, you saw in KA, like Aiden Rudolph got pulled, but it was, he just had the best track position out there. He was in a good spot, and a lot of these other guys had mistakes in their last lap, and that cost them a lot of time. I mean, the last lap's going to be the fastest. So, yeah, I mean, as long as you can, be positioned right, you'll be fast.
Yeah, you mentioned track position, right? I mean, with the KAs and the lower horsepower classes, the draft is usually important. With the long straightaways, even though you guys are on the chip a lot, is draft still important for you guys?
It's important in the fact that, having the draft is always better than not having a draft. But it's not the same as it is in the Ks. I mean, for us, it could be a few tenths, 2, 3 tenths, but the Ks, it's like over half a second sometimes. So, I mean, really, it just stops somebody from checking out is all I think. I think it's not going to do so much. I mean, you need a draft to qualify well just because the times are so close, but I don't think it's going to do anything crazy. I don't think it's going to change it that much.
All right, thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, man.
There's Ryan Norberg, and again, was able to get that victory that he wanted here at the SuperNationals a couple of years ago. Put that's a checklist on the resume for Norberg from Wallace Performance Group. But what I kind of took away a little bit there was the fact that Ryan just realizes it's still about Super Sunday. You can talk about how crucial being on the pole is, how fast being on Thursday is. It doesn't matter, man. You still got to get through the heat races. You still have to have a good piece when it comes to the main event. And not only that, but he's got a good understanding of what goes on in qualifying. You mentioned it earlier today, Henry. You got to be good, but you want to be lucky. You have to be around the right people. You got to get the toe at the right time. And last but not least, lap 4. You got to get it done in the final circuit.
Exactly. And now one of the drivers to be expected to feature quite highly in this session was Paulie Massimino, but he's not in the top 10, and I think we're about to find out why.
So Massimino, watch for him here coming out of the corner. Little wide, got into the dirty stuff and tagged the wall. Very likely a Ben Axel there. Mike, what do you think on that one?
Yeah, he carried the extra speed, and I think he was hoping it was going to rotate the way he wanted to. Got to the center and was just about a half a lane wide. It actually reminds me of like Indy. If you're if you're an Indian, you get in the gray. They talk about at the Indianapolis 500, you get in the gray, and now you're kind of off.
It. Yeah.
It's kind of the same similar situation.
Yeah, we're talking about that. A lot of very, very dirty offline. You got to make sure you stay on the good stuff. Still 4 minutes to go here for the drivers here in the first group for X30 Senior. Let's head back down to pit lane to hear from Alessandro DiTullio.
All right, we're down here with Alessandro DiTullio, one of the hardest chargers, I would say, in the field. Going to be interesting in qualifying, certainly going to be hectic, as we've seen from all of the groups that have gone before you. How do you manage a qualifying session like this and get the right toe to get up on top?
Yeah, I think it's going to be, like you said, about the toe, about the draft. It's going to be, I'm going to have to play my cards right, find a good spot, not get held up, and hopefully have a good draft on this long straight to make it happen.
Looks like the track is starting to take some rubber. We weren't really expecting that. I mean, what do you think about the track conditions? Do you think they've changed all that much since practice began?
Yeah, it's getting a little bit faster. I don't think there's been any drastic changes, but it's definitely changing a little bit. So, yeah, we're going to keep that in mind for any setup changes.
All right, check it out, folks. Back to the booth.
All right, thanks, guys. Brad, you were decently quick yesterday. This morning, maybe went the wrong direction, so you guys kind of have an idea where you want to go. Kind of describe the progression of the week so far for you.
Yeah, I think we started out pretty quick, but gearing has been a challenge to figure out. I've never been at a track that we were on the rev limiter for this long, so it's kind of difficult to gauge unless you're around people, and I was kind of alone yesterday, so did some more running kind of in traffic and figured that out a bit better, and then I think think we solved some of our issues that were, I think, a little bit self-induced chassis-wise, but I'm driving better today than I was yesterday, and I think the chassis is going the right direction, so hopefully we can pull something together for a good qualifying.
And we've heard drivers mention the track is taking a bit of rubber, right? But obviously with the nature of the tires and just how the temporary circuits work out, it will never really grip up. I mean, what have you felt out there track evolution-wise compared to yesterday?
Yeah, well, the tires nowadays, they're not real rubber, so they don't really put anything down, and the track just never evolves. I mean, we're 2 days in, and the track, I mean, yeah, it's getting a little bit grippier, but I think more than anything, we're just cleaning off the dust. And now it's a clean surface, whereas yesterday it was dusty, but it's not really rubbered in at all. So, and I don't think it will the whole week. It's just kind of, definitely the chassis setup is a little bit more tricky to get right because of that. But overall, I mean, once you find a good window, I think it's just fine tuning from there.
All right, thank you, Braden.
Thank you.
Really good insight there from Braden Eves as well. We talked about the fact that rubber really just hasn't gone down the last number of years. These Avinco tires don't lay down that. They're not soft enough to lay down a bunch of rubber. But again, like you said, it puts so much pressure on you then to be able to get things dialed in with the chassis. And I'll say the MPG Motorsports guys said they've looked pretty good here today. He said they struggled a bit yesterday, Mike. But the bottom line is Chase Hand was fast. Race Literanti was fast. Gold had a pretty good run as well. So I would expect Braden's going to be pretty good if they're able to learn anything off of those guys.
It's a lot of knowledge under 110, right?
And remember, he's actually wrenching on Chase Jones's kart too. So that's interesting as well. As we have a little driver there, a little issue.
I think it was Cooper O'Clair.
Yeah. Now he's trying to get it. I initially thought that there was, no, it's a mechanical problem. There is Cooper out of the way. Ariel Elkin leading the way, Chase Hand, Joey Feiner, and the only Danish driver we've got here, Fredrik Lund in kart 3. Kalai Atkins up into 5th. Kalai's teammate, Lewis Bird, for the Crop Promos team, and he's out there at the moment. He's feeling better today. He was very unwell yesterday and wasn't able to keep anything sort of in. He was really struggling. Missed the practice session. Looked very, very off colour, but has battled back through it all. Gritted his teeth and has got out there as we look at Kalai Atkins, the Jamaican sensation. Foreground there, the Miami World Finals champion for 2023, just coming into the pits. He should be too disappointed with 7th in session.
Let's jump back a little bit there, Mike, and talk about the fact that Braden Eves, not only is he driving, but he's on the wrenches and helping out Chase Jones in the morning on the KA. That's got to be helpful for a driver to spend some time actually in the engineering side of it. Then everything he's learning while he's working with Chase, he's able to apply to his kart in the afternoon.
You know, one of the things that I think is very, very important when you're really doing these events on a regular basis that we talked about earlier, that doing it every once in a while versus being ingrained in them all the time, is you're engaged. You're thinking about it. You're working on it. Like, what about this? What about that? Braden's actually doing this stuff in one aspect in the morning, like you said, behind the wrenches, but he's engaged. He's bouncing ideas off Chase. Chase is going, here's my feedback as a driver, and going back and forth, and now he can apply that now with the helmet on.
So again, our next group of the X30 seniors set to roll out. That was the slower group from yesterday's sessions. We set the groups for today based on yesterday's speed. So again, they're going to do it again here when we go qualifying. We'll see where you are in terms of speed is where you're rolling off the grid. There's Ellie Goldstein right there, his TB kart crew getting ready to go. They're going to jump themselves in the karts here momentarily as that next group ready to roll up. The TB kart driver, the 356, has been very good throughout the practice sessions. But again, here's the extended one. We had these 7-minute sessions. Now what can you do with a heat race simulation and really start maybe going wheel to wheel a bit?
Ali Goldstein, the driver from Brussels, Belgium. His grandfather, Francois Goldstein, a 5-time world karting champion, and talk about pedigree in karting. Ellie's got a great career going himself, but he has always had that expert ear to lean on. I think it's safe to say. Has great colours on that TB kart, though. You certainly, from an announcer's point of view, guys, if there's a lot of karts on a circuit or if the cameras aren't that great, then you pick out the ones that you can see the best. And I have to say that the TB kart, the graphic designer on that, have done the best job of all.
Especially the fact that I don't say this, I'm a little bit color deficient. So I got some stuff that if the kart pops, it helps me out a lot. I'll tell you that.
I remember when I was racing a long time ago and I had a full chrome helmet, kind of like reflects and stuff like that. I'm like, do you think my helmet's cool? You're you're like, no, it's terrible. It's like the worst one. I can't find you anywhere.
Exactly that.
I'm like, oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
So,
Again, the drivers getting set to roll off here. This is going to be a pretty aggressive session. I think these drivers, first and foremost, again, Mike, another opportunity to roll out on fresh rubber. A lot of these guys are going to go on fresh rubber, I would believe, get a chance to get a feel for that. So, hey, we're going to do it again later on today on brand new rubber. Let's see what it feels like right now. How do I get the tires warmed up and immediately go to work?
And I'll tell you what, right now, guys, the wind seems like it's picking up a little bit, just like the last few minutes, right? Maybe the tail end of that session, or about halfway through that session, the wind has actually picked up. Again, kind of a tailwind, almost a crosswind on the main straightaway, coming right at your face if you're coming into the last section before the final corner. With that wind picking up, again, it's going to come into play with the gearing that these guys talked about. These guys are going to try to get the most of this Invicta Reds.
Let's throw some names out. We expect to be quick. Ryan Norberg, we know, was quicker earlier this morning in their 7-minute session. Of course, former world champion Matthias Morgado's been good. Frankie Mossman has shown some really strong speed. We haven't seen a lot out of Diego Ramos, but I expect him to be there. Ernesto Rivera, we know, is going to be quick. Austin Garrison will be fast as well. A number of drivers we expect to find themselves for. We mentioned Hayden Jones, who's been good since coming back to Rawlison Performance Group. Goldstein, DeTulio, Gaffera was fast. A lot of guys with speed.
Keeble, Carr, I say Grice again, our X30 Masters champion. He's made it into the top half. So again, Masters, so the over 30s, instead of going to KA100 Masters or partnership, he came into the main senior X30 class, lost a lot of weight to get there. Now he's a family man, so he knows that his very young son Tommy is watching. His dad Ricky is here as well. They got a huge amount of support back in the UK to see what Gricey can do. But again, you look at the names, and this is only half the field for qualifying, and it's a you put any domestic national championship in the world and you put this grid on there and you think that is a great grid.
Indeed.
And there's only half of them.
Yes,
you know?
exactly that.
It's absolutely superb. Morgato, we'll have a look there. Dalton Haynes, Brandon Carr, Tulicki. So our two number 388, Nicholas Tulicki, and number 359, Oliver Hodgson. When they were running in the KA senior class this morning, they had a territorial dispute over the same bit of real estate, shall we say. It has probably put the kibosh on their chances in the one class, and they find themselves in the same group now. But if you have a look, I think I think Mr. Tulicki is the next kart in line on our screens now, a long way apart from Mr. Hodgson.
You know what I think has been very good as well? I'm not saying I'm surprised, but I know he's been doing a lot of dirt late model racing. But that's Christian Miles. He has looked amazingly strong with the TV kart guys. He has been up front, top 5, I think, every session. Christian has been looking really good. I expect him to take a good run at it. Braden Eves throws it up the inside in turn number 1 and blows through the apex, trying to get by a couple of guys. That was strictly a move to get by some slower guys in front of him. He knows where he wants to be, does not want to get held up for the session.
You see all the guys right around him, though, too. You see something like that happens where everybody ends up going 3 wide or 4 wide at a time, and they start getting even more aggressive. Like, I don't want to be in this jump. I want to get past it, and we see even more aggressive stuff after that.
I have to say that I think Brandon Eves, after he said some rather sort of disparaging remarks about the tyres on the circuit, then he asked a little bit too much out of his rubber going into turn number 1 on that lap. But again, maybe just a novel way of getting out of traffic. And, we're not going to see this type of racing in qualifying, drivers, battling. This is their still trying to suss each other out in terms of who do I want to work with in qualifying. Now, leading the way, Alexander Kardashian. No, not that Kardashian. Alexander Kardashian leads the way in this session. Ernesto Rivera, Brandon Carr, Ryan Norberg, Oliver Hodgson, Hodgson and Tulicki. They're together it's only on the scoring chart, not on the track.
Alexander Kardashian's been good throughout the last couple of days as well. Of course, his dad, Chris Kardashian, runs the Route 66 Sprint Series as well, so no stranger to race promotion, the Kardashians, as they picked up that series this year. But Alexander's been really good. He was in the top 10 yesterday, top 5, showed great pace. Brandon Carr, we know, has got the pace to run up front. Rivera, of course, last year's winner in the X30 Junior category, was the dominant junior driver throughout the 2023 season, but moved up in some late season events into the senior category. He's definitely going to be a guy that could be going for a race win, but of course he's going to be surrounded by world champions, multi-time SKUSA champion, SuperNationals winner. A tall order for Ernesto Rivera to go back-to-back in junior and senior, but not out of the realm of possibility for the young Mexican. He could be there for sure.
We extolled the virtues of the advantages about having a very, very brightly coloured go-kart and race suit. That also works in the other sense of the word, because when your brightly coloured go-kart stops, you're easy to spot. And just coming past the start-finish line, I think that's one of the TB karts that has ground to a halt just on the inside of turn number 1. We've got a spinner at the apex of turn number 1. It's the number 312 kart of Oliver Calvo. Trying to see, you can see there on the top right-hand side of your screen there, I think that may be one of the TB kart drivers who has had an issue and has had to, less than halfway through. This is vital. What would you say, guys? So this is your race run. So this is your one sort of heat race simulation run, and you park the side of the circuit. It's Christian Miles, yeah. So I mean, that's not great, because what sort of setup do you lose by having not run this one qualifying simulation practice?
Yeah, I mean, after this point, this has been about as much laps as you've had, and now you just gave up everything you would have been able to learn on the back half. I mean, the reality is that if you're good already, if you feel pretty good, it's about making a small adjustment, seeing what the trend is in the setup. Are you trending towards being even better, or are we starting to go away? And it's really tough to find out unless you have more laps.
And again, like we said, this is that heat race simulation, right? What's it going to be like over a longer distance? That's one of the things, obviously, to worry about for sure. 5 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. Ernesto Rivera on top. Brandon Carr runs second. Ryan Norberg third. Austin Garrison in fourth. And Jorge Ortiz now up into the top 5. But let's go down to pit lane. David Land has caught up with a driver who could be going for a race win this weekend in Master Shifter.
Sport, Davide Foray. And Davide, tell me a little bit about your weekend up until this point. About to go out and do a little bit of practice.
No, I'm enjoying so much, so that is the point I'm here. So it's a great show like always, and it's a pleasure and fantastic to be here. So it's an amazing experience like always. So this makes me so fun. And that's a good point to be here, yes.
I got to ask a whole lot of drivers at the media bullpen yesterday what Vegas means to them, and I'm sure as a champion of this event, it means a whole lot to you. But just talk about the SuperNats here at Las Vegas and how important this event is to the sport of karting.
Well, for sure, the reason I want to be here because I believe this race is one of the greatest races of the season. It's the bigger race of the season if you look numbers. So that for me is very important. Also, we moved from Europe to another country. Like we know the United States is so important for the karting, for the motorsport, and so to represent also Italy. So the Italian drivers here is great. So I mean, I'm so happy, and I hope everybody can have the same fun like I have.
One last question. The circuit here is much different than what you guys are used to in Europe. A parking lot track isn't something that you guys typically are used to coming over here and racing. So what kind of a challenge does a parking lot present for a go-karter?
Yes, honestly, the track is very particular track because it's not the only track where I race with a very high speed, because also I raced in the past in the World Championship in Carol was I don't want to say more or less was the same long the straight, but it's very particular because considering the grip we have, it's not so simple to control the car when we arrive at the end of the straight, and to have the feeling, to have the braking like it must be normally. And that make for sure, if you want to use the words like very particular track, because the adrenaline is very high at that point. When we arrive at the end of the straight, you must be very very attention. What are you doing? And that is not so simple to handle, honestly. And sometimes I don't feel very safe. It's true, but that is what I feel, and I believe most of the all the driver I speak, we have more or less the same feeling. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. Will be for sure very interesting, but on the same way we must be very careful. I think also because the top speed is very high. So for sure we have a lot of fun, it's very interesting. But you know, also we need to go home. So, so this is what I think, honestly. So, anyway, it's great. It's great. It's great to drive. So it's only that point is very adrenalinic. So, yeah,
always great to hear from one of the great drivers in this field, Davide Fore.
Thank you, David. Obviously, some real talk there from Davide Fore. Need to take care of each other out there. Let's head back down to pit lane as Alexander Searles caught up with David Lewinsky.
Thanks, Rob. David, I'd say the pace seems to be there for you, right? The luck, not so much. Kind of just walk me through what happened this morning and how your week's gone.
Yeah, so yesterday we had a technical issue, and yeah, we are last now. But yeah, we started in a slow group. Honestly, for me, it doesn't really matter. It's they split up the groups well, so there should be enough space to make a decent lap. And yeah, the speed is definitely there. We just got to put the lap together, as the first corner braking zone is still really difficult. The corner is blind till almost the last moment. So yeah, it's going to be really important to put everything together.
Yeah, you mentioned the turn one braking, but I mean, not only turn one, right? Most of these corners, you guys are in first gear. I mean, how challenging is it to drive a shifter car around this place?
Yeah, it's a lot of shifting. You got to brake to the last moment, turn as quickly as possible, and yeah, get off as good as you can. And yeah, it's kind of tricky to go first gear into every corner, because it upsets the car sometimes when you don't do it in the right moment.
All right, well, thank you, David. Good luck and happy hour.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexander. And again, David Lewinsky has got the speed for sure. A number of drivers capping this one off early. About 20 seconds remaining in the final practice session here for the drivers in X30 Senior. Ernesto Rivera given notice that he wants to take a shot at the race win. He and Oliver Hodgson 1-2. Ryan Norberg in the third spot. Diego Ramos in four. There's Ramos right up there. I said he wasn't really in the discussion, but he is now. Diego Ramos has been very good on the overall season here for PSL Karting on the Varela. He's going to be in the fight. Ellie Goldstein, as we said, P5 right now. Hayden Jones, Mateus Morgado, 6th and 7th. Thomas Deveau back. Thomas, of course, a former winner here at the SuperNationals in the Mini Swift category a number of years ago. Rookie of the Year in the Pinty's NASCAR Canada Series. So Deveau, who did some racing in USF 2000 as well, is going stock car racing this past season. Noah Baker right there at the 9th spot, and Peyton Phillips rounding out the top 10. Tutulio just on the outside. How about Tom Grice in 12th, the Masters driver, P12?
You know, there's 540 drivers here. Yes, I'm from the UK. I mean, Tom's English and I'm Welsh, so it's not quite the same. But I've got to say, it's not the Tom Grice fan club, but that is impressive. To drop 30 pounds in weight, and then come back and race against guys, world champions, and guys that have got 10, 15 years younger than him, and to put it P12 in the last session, and Tom does not race full time. This is one race a year. Like we just saw Davide Fore, one of the greats in world karting over the last 30 years. To come back and when you don't race week in, week out, it does take a while, to knock the ring rust off, and it's a fact of life. To come out this level of competition and to be bang on the pace, all credit to both Fore and Grice. Incredible stuff.
So 2 more groups to come before we go qualifying. It'll be down to the drivers in the Pro Shifter category. But one of the things about this event here, as people know, Ryan Norberg, of course, was able to finally get that victory that he searched for so many years. The relief of getting to win, and I think for a number of drivers, being able to win this event has been huge. We had a chance to catch up with Pedro Hiltbrand and ask him as well what it meant for him to win back in 2022.
Well, I don't race a lot of times, but I think it was my first time. So every time you win for the first time, it's like glorious. I think it was a fantastic weekend with all the teams. So everything goes after that winning really, really well.
I think that.
So indeed, Hiltbrand was that big winner in 2022. And the interesting thing is, again, like I said, Norberg was there. He was a guy that was kind of fighting for the win, just could never get it done. There are guys out here who have won national championships, Pro Tour titles, you name it, but they haven't had a chance to put that SuperNationals trophy in the case. We also talked to Remo Rusiti. What would it be for Remo if he's able to get the win here this year?
Yeah, I mean, for me, for my team, it's just special. It's
one of the big races of the year, of the world. Everybody knows the SuperNationals. Everybody's watching it. So yeah, it'd be for sure my biggest karting win in my career. And yeah, just special for myself, my team, and all the hard work and development we do throughout the years.
That's the amazing thing for some of these drivers at the very pointy end of it. It's all about, man, I'd like to be able to see if I could get that race win. For me, last year, getting that one time to drive, for me, I just wanted to say, he was top 20. For me, he was top 20, right? What can I do? Every time you run in a Masters race, Mike, you're thinking about winning races, right? You had a chance to come here and do some racing. Again, for you, if you had a chance to get back here to win this thing, to be able to stand on top of the podium, just what does that do? How does it, does your hair stand up on it a little bit?
It's we talk about the story being different for everybody. Like you said, the experience. I'm going to go for the top 20. Typically, I've had the fortune of being able to be towards the sharp end for a lot of the races, and you don't. I mean, it's always out there. Like, what if? Could it be? But for someone like me who doesn't do it as much as some of these other, or as long, it's like, it'd be cool if. Some of these cats have been doing this, and it would be just crazy to be able to do it. But some of these guys have been doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
Like you talk about Norberg, right? It's like the Dale Earnhardt trying to win the Daytona 500. Like this thing being out there. I'm so close. Where you expect to be in the conversation every single year.
Yeah.
And for some weird reason, you don't get it. But then you finally do. Can't be a better feeling.
A guy like a Marian Kremers who's been second a couple of times, right? It's just just away from your grasp. You just can't get there, right?
Jordan
Musser, exactly that, man. Just almost there. I could taste it, could grab it, but just not quite enough. And every year you come back because you hope that year is going to be your year to potentially come away. Like they say about the Indianapolis 500, it picks its winners. The Speedway picks its winners. I think sometimes that happens for the Supernats as well. It will pick the winner in terms of who it's going to be. Now, when we did our Outlap podcast, our previews, and we talked about how many classes, there's never been a repeat winner. Like, it's just ridiculous that some of these categories, guys coming up through the ranks have never had a repeat winner because it's such a fickle mistress, this event, to try to get that win.
So many things have to go your way.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's it.
And a lot of it, sometimes it's not even your doing or your fault or what have you, but you do all your prep and all of your work, and you might be on point, your team might be on point, all that work all year round, and then it has to go your way on track.
That's exactly it. So drivers getting rolling here for the first of two groups in Pro Shifter. After these two groups, it's time to get real. Qualifying set to come, but let's head back down to pit lane. Emery Lyda has caught up with Ellie Goldstein.
Thanks, Rob. Ellie, it's been a good weekend. First time on the temporary track. You were P1 in final practice yesterday, P5 overall in this one. I mean, how are you feeling heading in qualifying?
Yeah, for the moment I feel great, and amazing experience for me to race here in Vegas. I'm really happy. I would like to thank Race Lab and TB Kart official for the good opportunities this year. So yeah, so far I'm really happy about my week, and we are showing great performance on track. So let's see how it will be for qualifying.
Yeah, and we're coming off of a 12-minute session there. Qualifying, probably only to get 4 or 5 laps. How does that change how you approach the session? I mean, knowing that you're on stickers for both sessions.
Yeah, for sure qualifying will be tough because it's only, like you said, 4 laps. We need to just adjust a bit the chassis and everything, and it will be fine.
All right, Ellie Goldstein looking really good so far. Finishes up 5th in final practice. Qualifying coming up next year as we send it back to Shifter and you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery. Indeed, our driver's on the track right now, coming up to not quite even to the halfway point yet, early in this 12-minute extended run happy hour session. Cooper Becklin up on the top of the charts right now. Right behind him is, I believe, Joe Lowney. Then we've got Justin White behind them as well. Charles Robin up in there, as well as, I believe, we've got Breedfeld is in there. Lewinsky's in there. We had a chance to chat with him. Michael Stevens coming up there as well. Number of drivers getting settled in here, but we will go back down to pit lane. David Land standing by with Hunter Pickett.
All right, we're down here with Hunter Pickett, and Hunter, you're kind of downplaying a little bit, but you seem to be quietly confident right now. Tell me why.
No, I wouldn't say I'm confident, but I'm confident in our equipment today. I think we've been like top 10.
Let's go back up to the booth. That's a big crash.
Thank you, guys, really quickly. Yeah, hard impact coming out through the opening corner there, essentially turn 1. Driver just completely missing the apex. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe a brake failure came straight off the racetrack. Looks like potentially the number 258 is Sebastian Kellogg. The contact coming here. He's already up and away from the cart and going to sit down here. But yeah, that was some pretty hard impact through the smaller barriers on the outside and into one of the jersey barriers as well. Hard contact coming through the corner there, and again able to walk away, which is fantastic because that was, as we said, a very, very hard contact coming through there. So indeed, that's one of the parts of this racetrack. We talked to them yesterday, Mike, coming through that particular part of the corner, coming into the sweeping end of the straightaway. We're not really even calling it a corner, coming down into turn number 1 as they come through there. The drivers are really already kind of on the brakes coming into the corner to whoa it up from wherever they are, 95, 98 miles an hour.
Yeah, it went from having the kink right there to having this fast, sweepy corner. But we see these drivers coming in here. They're carrying, as you say, almost triple digits as they go through there. And the amount of footwork that is going on through there. And when you touch the front, you touch the brakes, you're using the front. The front is changing how the car goes to the corner, and they're playing a lot of footwork right there.
That's it. The drivers having to kind of play with the balances coming in there. Yeah, more to come, folks, as we have these drivers still with 6 minutes to go. But back down to pit lane. We tried to get David Land, of course, chatting there, but we're going to stand by and jump in with Emery Lidas. He's talking to Canada's Josh Conker.
Thanks, Rob. Josh, long time no see, right? It's been a few months since we've spoken to you. What's it like to kind of take the rust off at the biggest race in the country?
It's not the easiest race, to shake the rust off all, but it's been a decent weekend so far. We started off pretty good yesterday, top 5 in session 2 or 3 it was yesterday. So just struggled a little bit this morning with myself, just a little off. So that's part of the shaking off the rust thing that you mentioned there, just kind of getting reacclimated with everything. But it's been a good weekend so far.
Yeah, what a track to do it, right? With a bit of a difference, right? First gear, a lot of times you're not used to that in most tracks that we go to, but you've notoriously been pretty quick at temporary circuits. Talk to me about the challenges that you faced with this track layout, though.
This track specifically, the big challenge has been turn 1, especially yesterday after they did the reconfiguration. I got pretty acclimated to it really well pretty quickly, so for that I had no issues with it. But since the change to turn 1, I feel like that's kind of been the biggest struggle. Minus the final corner, there's some pretty good bumps down the back there, but nothing we can't handle. I mean, we did drive at St. Pete in January, so it's not much worse than that.
Yeah, one more thing here. Looking for a little bit more pace. Where's your head at going into the happy hour here?
Just looking to get some good clean laps. I found it's been hard to get good solid clean laps this weekend, even though the groups are kind of split up. Sometimes you catch a group of people and they might not be on the same pace, or some guys want to have a little race in practice. So for me, I found it's been more difficult to put together a clean lap. So just that's kind of where I'm looking for this session.
All right, thank you, Josh. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great insight there from Josh Conker, again, one of the top shifter kart pilots coming out of Canada. Great to have him here with the Vermont Kart Company Maranello crew, and expect him to be a driver we'll talk about throughout Super Sunday as well. Cooper Becklin still on top over Joe Lowney and Davide Fore. Fore, of course, quickest in the Master Shifter category right up here in this first group here. 4 minutes remaining for the Q2 group of Pro Shifter. And guys, Henry, after this one here, one more group. The fast shifter guys are going to come out. We'll watch them rocket their way through the kink into turn number 1. From there, it gets official. We go qualifying.
Yep, that's when business picks up a little bit. And I know that there's been a number of incidents and accidents here. Of course, this circuit, temporary barriers, and they do move out of the way. You think, and people are thinking to themselves, well, if with all the crashes, isn't the profile of the circuit going to change? No. The track workers have got markings down on the tarmac itself of where all the barriers have to go. So there's going to be no advantage or disadvantage as the session goes. The track layout will remain the same. The barriers may move, they move back into exactly the same position. And David Land has got Billy Musgrave, one of the US's top drivers, down in the pit lane.
Yeah, we're down here with Billy Musgrave, who's fielding the only All-American effort in the Pro Shifter class. Billy, first of all, with the biggest race in America, I'm sure it's extremely gratifying to be a part of this program.
Yeah, absolutely, and to be a part of the largest shifter kart field in SuperNats history, or at least the largest KZ shifter kart field in SuperNats history. The most Europeans, I think, in attendance. A lot of world champions, a lot of talented, field stacked. So to be representing the good old US of A and our hard work back home, it means a lot.
You know, that's something we got to talk to A.J. Myers about, and he brought up a very good point that I'd like to hear your thoughts on. It seems like the Europeans don't have as much experience in the parking lot style racing. Is that an advantage that you guys who race here full time bring to this?
Yeah, for sure. And normally I would say on a typical SuperNat circuit, that would definitely play into our hand. I think with the nature of this track, the real high speed, hard braking zones, a lot of first gear corners for us. I think it's kind of playing back into the hands of the Europeans. You know, their motor knowledge with the tuning and the jetting. And then those guys are good on the brakes, and you know, they know what they're doing. So yeah, it's no easy task for us, but we're going to give it all.
Billy Musgrave flying the stars and stripes in Pro Shifter.
Now I know that Billy might be the only All-American driver in the Pro Shifter class, but Leo Sayer called and wants his haircut back. I have to say, but again, a great effort. Billy's in the top half of the field. You know, what he's giving away isn't necessarily sort of, you know, global recognition. Okay, he's a big name here in North America, but you know, out here, I think there's the number 2.9.
That's Cooper Beckman. That's P1.
So that is not the way. Just don't show how easy it is. I mean, Mike, you were looking out the window. You were looking out of the windowless veranda. Did you see what happened? Was it a mistake or was it a mechanical?
I didn't see what happened, but I'm thinking that little dark mark right before the is telltale. We actually were talking about how you can catch the curb ever so slightly on the left and spin the car around.
And I'm sorry, but just watching drivers, watching a driver, you know, sort of like trying to push start their carts with oncoming traffic after this year's World Championship, and the horrendous accident that we saw to Joe Turney in a very similar situation. And I hope that Joe is watching, and I hope Joe's watching back home in his recovery process. I know if he would be racing here, we all wish you the very, very best, Joe. But let's have a little action replay of what happened, Mike.
Here he is coming to the corner, the hard braking zone, rotation, there it is. Left front on the curb, and what that does is it cross weights it, jacks it across, and the thing just yanks the other way to kind of along for the ride.
Yeah, that's all he could do there, just trying to use as much as he could out of that corner. Back quickly to Billy Musgrave, and again, one of the things about Billy, we have to remember, this guy has had so much success at the SuperNationals. A 3-time race winner. I think he's a 4-time now.
I think it's 4.
I think he's a 4-time race winner, one of the small group of 4-time race winners, and it's just been a place, it's kind of been his playground over the years where he has just been so unbelievably good. So again, for Billy, one of the interesting things is, like he mentioned there briefly, about the fact of getting a feel for the knowledge of the engine. He ran, of course, stock moto for many, many years, then moved into the 175. He was that guy that stuck with the IME 175 when others didn't. He had a Pro Tour race win earlier this year at the Winter Nationals in Orlando on that 175. But once SKUSA went straight KZ, it's really been a learning curve season for Billy Musgrave to understand the engine, understand the tuning, the carburation, as he had said. So as he learns more and more on that, we're seeing him move forward to the front. And again, the cool factor is, again, these are his factory karts, his own brand, built in California, his design, all the R&D work that they've done to see wins that they've had this year. Not only did, of course, Billy did well, Luis Quinones won the Master Shifter Championship. Truly Adams was a race winner in Utah at the Spring Nationals. To see those chassis win on the national level, obviously massive for Billy. Be great to see him have a good run here to cap off the season.
Absolutely, and you talk about trying to figure out the tuning aspect of the engines. He's trying to learn those different aspects, etc. But at the same time, he has no data to back out. It's just him, right?
Yeah,
and he's trying to design or change the chassis. The buck stops with him. He's got no one else that he can go to. It's got to be his figured out.
That's incredible. And you know, you think back, the formative years of karting. Karting was filled up to through the 1950s, the late 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and into the early 1980s. It was filled with drivers that built and raced and developed their own chassis. Not so much anymore. You know, there's a multi-million, almost $1 billion industry globally is kart racing, and yet here we are, Billy Musgrave still holding up the fort and the last bastion of the real, true, independent owner, driver, constructor, engineer, and he's doing it and still succeeding at the highest level of karting. More power to him, and it gives hope that if you're a budding designer, you know, back in college or somewhere watching around the world, there is still room for that innovation, that sort of that passion to come out and compete and to design and create one of these things. You know, not everyone's going to be successful, but Billy is proving that it still can be done.
Yeah, in American karting, we don't see, of course, a lot of it here at the top level of two-cycle racing, whether it's shifter racing or the two-cycle stuff we have here with Supercars USA. But when you look at kind of the grassroots level, regional level of American karting and the Briggs 206, we see a number of different American manufacturers that have done a great job. Margay, of course, has been around for many, many years. Coyote Racing Chassis has won a ton of races this year. They built, of course, their karts out in New York. You've got MGM. And an owner, builder, another one we still have, Cole Nelson, of course, as well. His father, of course, the legendary Jeff Nelson Invader karts, but they're still building Invaders. Cole Nelson still builds, designs, and races those ones on a regular basis. So more, I think, in the four-cycle ranks where we have a lot of American domestic manufacturers. But at this level here, as you said, Factory Karts has been this kind of shining star for innovation and focus. I think the only chassis out there with a guarantee that's like a lifetime guarantee on the chassis itself, right?
Wow.
You don't get that from anybody else.
Certainly not some of the Europeans, where you only have to sniff a curb and they bend the front end. But we've got one current reigning CIK FIA World Champion here racing with us this weekend. We just saw him on the screen. Driver 209, Paolo Ippolito, the Italian driver from Siena in the Tuscany region of Italy. But I have to say that it is absolutely no guarantee that Ippolito is even going to sniff a podium here when you look at the absolute level of competition. Formal, Kremers, Trevilov, Vigano, Pickett, Kozak, Fries, and Kramer as well. Joe Charlton from the UK, V8 supercar driver Golding, but yeah, current and reigning world champion. This is a real task for Paolo Ippolito as we're watching him go through the turn 3-4 area down the little short chute there. There's that bump going into turn number 9. Looking at one of the Kart Republic karts, the number 264. That would be Gavin Bailiff. I think that was from Batavia in Ohio. Rob, I can't, this is just practice, and already I'm getting a little bit tetchy and excitable in the commentaries. I cannot wait to see the best of the best tackle this circuit, this tough, narrow, fast, sort of very unforgiving temporary circuit here in Las Vegas.
Well, you mentioned the Bailiffs too, Finnegan and Gavin Bailiff. Their family actually owns and operates the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It'll be a stop of the Supercars USA Pro Tour, and again, that's a second-generation family as well. Sean Bailiff and his wife, of course, Michelle, but Sean was a factory driver from Margay back in the day, did a bunch of racing, sprint cars, sports cars, Daytona prototype cars, ran a bunch of different race cars, but they are now fantastic team owners with Trinity Karting Group, and of course the track as well. Both the boys running up front and have really kind of stepped to the forefront, helping out with the actual team and track operation as well. There is a absolutely stacked deep field here, though, in Pro Shifter. So many drivers, I think, with the opportunity to step up on Super Sunday if they found just what they needed. Up front right now is Marcus Kajak. Giorgio Carrera's gone to P1 right now. Carrera to P1, Kajak into second. Danny Formel there in third spot. Rainbow Rossetti in fourth. Keon Tandon in the fifth position. Here comes AJ Myers up as well. Again, just 3 minutes into a 12-minute section. So drivers just kind of starting to dial things in here a little bit here. Marian Kremers now goes to the top of the charts. There's so many drivers within the top 10 with a chance at potentially winning here. And Mike, that's what we're going to be looking at throughout the weekend. There are just so many drivers. If they hit it right through the heat races into Super Sunday, so many drivers can win this thing.
Well, and right now, if we take a look at the overall charts in the next lap or so, it's going to give our first glimpse of who could have that first shot at pole, because we're working we just finished through, we're working the fourth lap. This will be that quality lap right here, and we're going to be able to see right now Formel, there's Myers to the top, and he's going to be still only on his third lap. So Myers has another one. Let's see how things roll here in the next less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, Ippolito currently P4 on that fourth lap.
Yeah, Ippolito.
So AJ Myers goes to the top here right now, 42.156. Danny Formel, lap 4, remember, is the one that Mike just said. That would be essentially the qualifying sim lap, lap 4. Myers looks like he's going to be good out of the gate right now, 42.156. Carrera goes into second, Formel third, Wick fourth, Vincenzo Saracino. That's your top 5. And that, again, there you go, Mike. That would be essentially your qualifying sim lap. AJ Myers, the fastest of the whole group right now.
Yeah, and Myers, Carrara. Now we're looking at Now you're looking at our camera crew. You'll start noticing that on some of the camera shots, especially coming into turn number 9, you can see the sun getting lower. The shadows are appearing. Now.
Oh, and big contact once again. We got a hard contact over in turn number 1, that end of the straightaway. Driver off hard into the barriers, and I believe this one. Yellow flag right now. I don't know whether or not
that is where the sun is sort of like getting low, and we're going to start seeing drivers driving into the setting sun.
I would expect we may go for a sunset break here pretty soon. With that sun starting to fall down, you're going to have these drivers saying that right now. You can see how long the shadows are getting. We look behind us here right now. That's right in their face. Full course yellow on the racetrack here right now as the car of Gil off track. Mario has worked his way over, sitting down there, was able to get there under his own power, which was good. He was very, very quick yesterday. Was a top 5 driver yesterday, but had some trouble here. And again, we still have half this session remaining, a little less than 6 minutes still to go. I would expect we'll go back to green. SKUSA crew going to try to get that barrier put back together. That's the key thing right now, is to get the barrier back where they need it here, as Gil went hard into that part of the racetrack here.
And I'm trying to, now that's a very early impact in the barrier. He's gone off before the apex so that's not a sort of missing the apex and then sort of running out of grip in the braking zone for turn number 1. That is before you get to the kink.
He hasn't even turned in at that point.
No, he hasn't turned in. There's been a failure because the kart is resting, and look at the water in the exit of pit lane on our screens. The big red barriers, the secondary barriers, they're the ones that have got water in the bottom of them to keep them in position. The kart has vaulted the barriers and hit those second red barriers, spread lots of water all over the pit lane there. You can see drivers on those, the mechanics trying to move the karts for the first qualifying session off the water, because of course drivers on those brand new slick tires for qualifying are going to be going out shortly.
Yeah, and that's key right now. Like you said, qualifying, getting ready to start here for these drivers. This is the final group on track right now. I believe we're still full course yellow. In fact, they may elect to shut this session down. They're doing the best they can to get the track back up. But again, these drivers are actually having the crews lifting the carts over top of that water right now that has come from one of the barriers that got hit hard there by Mario Gil. Again, they don't fill it totally up with water. You want a bit of movement, but there's enough water in the bottom to keep the wind really from blowing them around. That's something that they've dealt with over the years here, with the fact that there is just so much wind that we get at the SuperNats. It'll blow some of these barriers around if we don't have enough water. But there is the 296 of Mario Gil, and it doesn't, the contact.
No rear bumper.
No
rear bumper.
Yeah.
Which I saw bouncing down the circuit.
So that as well. You got to think that with no contact in the front, we didn't see it obviously happen, but he probably looped the thing around and backed it in to have that much impact, Mike.
We actually saw Billy Musgrave blow an engine at Vegas a couple years ago and immediately start doing 360. So you wonder if maybe it was a scenario there right at the end of the straightaway.
He could have stuck the power plant at the end of the straightaway. Considering the fact that how far they are ripping it down the top end of the gear at the end of the straightaway, that's a good possibility. That could have been an engine stick that sent him into the spin coming down into the opening corner of the racetrack.
I would say terminal velocity as well. That you're a passenger from there on in, and Mario Gil, he's with a member of the medical team, sat on the barriers, but I think he's gone in backwards through the barriers, and the kart has then bounced back out, minus its rear bumper. The full course yellow has come in. Full credit to the track staff here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Danny Formal, the Costa Rican driver in kart number 237, now based out of Florida for the Rollerson Performance Group, top of the charts, ahead of AJ Myers and Qualy.
Let me just tell you this right now. We obviously I didn't pick Formal into the top 5, and I know that David Cole picked Myers. Kulik, we didn't pick him in top 5. These guys are most definitely trying to make us look bad, and good on them. As Formal, Myers, and Jacob Kulik, 1, 2, 3. Ippolito behind them in the 4th spot. Giorgio Carrera in 5th. We do have confirmation on the engine failure, Mike, so indeed that's what it was. Good call there that he had that trouble coming down at the end of the straightaway.
A couple of points I want to make as we only about 2 minutes left here. This is really on the silver lining of the fact that our drivers seems to be under, again, own power, looking pretty good. For the drivers on track continuing, they circulated a good chunk of this thing at partial speed. Their data will be compromised as far as what they have going forward, right? So for our shifter drivers, they're going to try to figure out something now with the best they can. This happened right after that qualifying mark, if you will. Well, that fourth, fifth lap that happened, immediately I saw drivers start to back off. They were already starting to think, recoup, try something different. Now maybe they kind of go, forget it on the long run. I wasn't going to get a chance to try it, so they try another quali set. The other thing, if we end up breaking for that sunset deal, what does that do for our drivers who are on the grid right now that we're planning on having a daytime run? So there's a few different things that could come into play here in the next few minutes.
Tire pressures, right?
Exactly that.
Yeah, watch for them to potentially be on there changing tire pressure a little bit to try to get to bleed those tires down and get what they need to be. Actually, they needed to go up, not down.
And as fast as the sun goes down and as fast the temperature comes with it, carburation adjustments perhaps, there could be a few different things involved.
So right now with a minute to go, Formal, Myers, Pickett. Remember we talked to Hunter Pickett. He said he wasn't overly confident, but he was confident in the car they had given him. He's currently third. Jacob Gulick in fourth. Local drivers here from America, North America running 1, 2, 3, 4 right now. The drivers we normally see on the Pro Tour. Ippolito, your world champion, 5th. Kyle Wick runs 6th. Giorgio Carrera, 7th. Dylan Albanese in 8th spot. Carol Pasowitz in 9th. And Remo Ruscitti, the Canadian, rounding out the top 10 right now. Emilian Denner just on the outside looking in 11th position. 30 seconds remain here in this one here. And after this, it's all about qualifying.
Just looking, we're looking at a brief replay, no, or just a cutaway there. Here is an example of the setting sun, but this track does have floodlights. There are floodlights all around, so you know we race under the lights here in Vegas. Of course, what else would we do here in Vegas? It's where the night time is the right time.
Lights are already on here trackside, so once that sun does go down, the lights are ready to go. And then the first time we haven't had to actually bring lights in. The actual parking lot itself has its own lights, which have unbelievable power. It was totally lit up last night, so I'm sure we'll see some night racing before we're all said and done here. But the checker flag is coming out to end this session, and we'll find out whether or not SKUSA elects to go for a sunset break right now as the drivers are set to come out here in the Mini Swift category. We're essentially right on time. I believe 55 was a scheduled start time. It's 3:59 right now, so if they roll in a minute, that would be 5 minutes off, but we'll see exactly what they decide to do, try to get some input from the good folks from SuperKarts USA.
Drivers are in their karts, so I think we're going to be going, you know, I think what we'll do, the corner workers are just resetting the barriers at the moment, just to double check that everything is okay. But I believe that we will be going into qualifying mode very shortly. But before that, we are going to hear from some of our sponsors.
If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedShops.com for more.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, SuperNats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
So welcome back to live coverage here of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 26, the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Sun is working its way towards the horizon, and we have got ourselves to the point it's time to get real. Qualifying set to go for the afternoon categories. Here's your order. Mini Swift on the racetrack right now for their 4-lap run. X30 Junior will now work their way into the grid area. Follow them up with Master Shifter, X30 Senior, and Pro Shifter to cap off the day. The lights are already on here at the racetrack, qualifying underway. My name's Rob Howden, joined here throughout the weekend in the broadcast booth by Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith. Looking forward to bringing you all the action of the remaining days of this event. Only Thursday, so much work to be done before we get to Super Sunday. A couple of heat races tomorrow, final round of heat races and the last chance qualifiers on Saturday. That is Situation Saturday, and of course Super Sunday. We'll see what happens when the drivers line up for the all-important main events. Guys, time to get rolling here. We have another driver, one with an issue already. Drivers come off. Another one here spinning, coming down into turn number 1. Driver just a little too much speed coming through that corner, got a little wide, touched the right rear, and around he went.
Another one of those accordion scenarios.
Yeah.
Full tires, the guy in front of me is trying to slow down. I'm not ready. Lock it up and round you go.
I think it was number 1368 Krieft, the Dutch driver for the Fusion Motorsport Kart Republic team that spun into the barriers initially. Then the number 160 Branislav Rentka, the Slovakian driver, sort of went next. And then sort of like Olivier Chassis, the Canadian driver, was the third driver along, and sort of like, okay, I'm between a rock and a hard place. Barrier, kart stranded, I'm going to try and thread the needle, and he just about made it. But within a lap, track back to normal.
So again, we are just about into our second lap, or the first lap. They're just going to get ready for that first lap in. While we're waiting for these guys to pick up some speed, build some heat in these Avicco tires, let's go down to Emery Light as he stands by with AJ Myers.
Thanks, Rob. AJ, it's been a pretty good weekend. You've been consistently inside top 10. This time it's looked like you found a little bit more pace here in the final practice. P2 by just only a few hundredths. Where are you at heading into qualifying?
We're doing really good. Every session been quick. Now it just comes down to the one that counts. I mean, I know what I want to do to the kart, but I'm kind of scared to make a change after it's going pretty well. But yeah, it's going to be super close, and hopefully I'm not a couple hundredths behind this next one.
Yeah, and talking about that change, I mean, the sun's going to go down even more. Going to be night by the time you guys start to qualify. Is there anything that you guys saw yesterday in terms of setup changes, or was it pretty similar to what you were running in the day?
I don't think anyone here really has a clue.
Looks like we may have lost him there right now. We'll see whether or not we can get back to AJ Myers. But, man, he has been unbelievably impressive to keep moving forward in that Magic Kart machine. So, again, they're doing a great job here right now. We do have some laps finally in the books. Noah Baglin with the fastest lap so far. And, again, just getting underway for this qualifying session for the drivers here in this micro category, or rather mini category. Remember, this is, for us, Mike, the first of the two groups, right? So I'd said that X30 Junior was working their way up onto the grid, but not yet. We still have that second group of Mini Swift, the faster drivers in the Mini Swift class, still on the grid and set to go. This is that first group that's out there right now getting things rolling.
Yeah, there is on the screen there. We talked about it. I talked about it earlier. Noah Bagley in that Ayrton Senna tribute livery. Just coming into turn number 1 now. The black and gold, the epitomised Ayrton Senna, the legendary sort of enigmatic colour of, and he's dropped to 5th at the moment. Marco Romero is now fast as well.
3 laps in, and this is the money lap for these drivers right here. This is their one. This is going to be the best they can get right here. Again, the 4th lap being the fastest is what we've been seeing, and it's also their last. So let's see what we can get here. Romero right now leads in 92 thousandths for the final lap coming.
Indeed, drivers just starting to get these laps in. Again, the first couple of laps, Mike, I was going to come to you on that when we saw the drivers having issues here in turn 1. It's getting across these mini drivers that the way these sessions are 4 laps. First 2 laps, just take care of everything. Get the tires up to temperature. Lap 3, the banker lap, and of course lap 4, that crucial lap there. A number of drivers scooting through here. Aaron Lyken's giving him the checker for the remainder of them. Some of those drivers are coming down here to turn 1 one more time. The rest heading into pit lane. Baglin goes back up P1 with a 53.608. He's only 11,000 seconds quicker than Ruben Gutierrez. Martin Yaramilo up into the 3rd spot. Gabriel Balag in 4th. And Marco Romero currently rounding out the fast 5.
And Gutierrez, I'm pretty sure that I saw the 152 go by. He might have a 5th lap here, by the way, this live timing looks.
All right, we'll have a look. Drivers still on the racetrack right now, Henry.
Yeah, I think if you get out early, get your head down and just drive. And if you don't get slowed down by any of the yellow flags, and of course each class is slightly different pace. Oh, and then into the barriers there, just shaving the outside line. But no, I think everybody there, those last couple of drivers taking the checker flag. And you're right, Mike, because Marco Romero was one of those drivers that got out and just got a lap in.
The other guys actually didn't go quicker, Henry, on the lap 5. We had a bunch of drivers, 5 of them or 6 of them got the 5th lap. But it was Marco Romero, the last lap, was able to get the job done.
And a personal best out of, Romero and Romero getting the fastest. So 2 drivers final extra. The other 2, they're probably the ones collected in that last turn field.
Yeah, so coming out, they just squeezing it in. Now, on our screen, who is this?
Those are the 2 Bennett drivers. I think Troy Ferguson and Royce Vega trying to hold on to each other, hopefully not have people behind them.
And one thing I want to point out, how fast they sent them again. I know what's happening right now because I was out at this time and they're trying to beat that sunset. I think it's a smart move. Get the kids out there right here. Let's get it done and dusted, and then we can take a little bit of a break.
So indeed, everybody kind of setting up. They're having a little bit of argy-bargy here right now, trying to find open racetrack as they get these tires up to temperature. A couple drivers further wide. You can see they're going to go 3-4 wide up the straightaway. While we have some time, while these guys are messing around with getting these tires warmed up, let's go back down to pit lane right now with David Land.
All right, Mari Krimmers, we'll talk to you first since that clearly did not go the way you wanted it to go. Just walk me through it.
I'm not sure what happened. We made some changes and what's wrong? We made some changes and then I was just slow. I mean, track position was pretty bad. The full course yellow didn't help. I could have used those extra laps, I think. And then, just missing a bit of pace. I mean, we were fast all day yesterday, fast this morning, or the first session as well. And then it's a shame in happy hour it doesn't work out because now I think I'm in a slow group, so it's going to be a little bit harder for that.
Yep, and we're going to go ahead and let him get on and work on that cart. We got a second. We kind of got the tale of two practice sessions. It worked a little bit better for you than it did for Marin. Give me your evaluation of that practice session.
Nah, I think it was okay. Track position was pretty bad as well. I had some traffic and couldn't push for 5 laps because of the focus yellow. But yeah, the feeling with the car is pretty good, and now we just got to put it all together for the qualifying.
How difficult is that in a final practice session when you have to, get it up for qualifying and yet you have to run around at a slow pace? I mean, do you really have a feel of what this kart is going to do in qualifying?
Yeah, of course. We drive since yesterday, so it doesn't matter if one session is focus yellow or not. But yeah, we're used to that. The moment to push is in qualifying. The final practice doesn't mean anything, so we'll see in qualifying.
All right, we will see in qualifying. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Couple of different issues there, Mike, and you kind of brought that up. We didn't really talk about it when it happened, but when we had the issue there and half that session was quite a bit slower, those drivers weren't able to keep those tire temperatures up, so there could be some of the Pro Shifter guys that were in the fast group that aren't going to be there now because they weren't able to put down a fast lap.
Tale of multiple stories, right? We knew that some of the guys were going to be, but if you didn't put in that flyer early, if you went full commit on the long run, Marian's saying we really could have used that full session, and he spent most of it going slow. Do they get bit by this thing, and then now are they having to haul themselves out of the slow group? It's not the end of the world, though, being at a slow group.
But I've got to say, I think this group could also get bit, because at the start, we saw them all slowing down, trying to sort of get into track position. Now, what did we learn from session number 1? That the fastest lap was set on lap number 5. That was by Marco Romero, because he went out, held the leather, and just drove. Everybody this group has slowed down, so we're getting into the end of it now. No one's going to get that 5th lap.
That's exactly right.
And if you look at the ticker, who are still the top 3 drivers? Oh, now it changes finally, and Romero has dropped to 11th. So Tristan Christian, and there's Carroll, and number 195.
Ashton Woon.
Yeah,
Ashton Woon's gone on top. McLaren Carroll second. Tristan Crisan in the 3rd spot. Travis Pettit up to 4th. Last year's winner, Michael McGoy, now in the 5th spot. Here comes Royce Vega and Troy Ferguson. There's the 2 Bendix drivers. But indeed, these guys just significantly faster, I think, in the first group, even though they got that 5th lap.
Yeah, they don't need 5 laps.
No.
They're working you're looking at something there, Mike.
Yeah, exactly. And those 2 drivers linked up early. They had that little leak. You don't need the 5th lap, and they don't have traffic to worry about. It's just those 2 going. The one driver in the back part of the front group that I was looking at, though, was Fion Chi. 11th on the charts right now, but could be in the perfect spot for a big tow.
Indeed, it could be key as they ready to wrap things up. They're going to get their 4th lap in here as their qualifying time is winding down for the fast group here in this mini Swift category. There's the checkered flag coming across the line to see if anybody has anything for Royce Vega and Troy Ferguson. Alessandro Truchot up to 3rd. Fion Chi, Mike nailed it. Got the toe there. He works his way up into the top 5. Ashton Woon, though, taking it away from Royce Vega. There's still a number of drivers on the racetrack. We're not quite done yet. Ferguson goes back on top, as does Royce Vega. Put Woon down to 3rd. Still a handful of karts right here in this group coming down into that hairpin. Pardon me, they're first rolling their way now through turns number 5 and 6, getting through there. Back over to turn number 7, 8, 9. Let's see how it all plays out. Couple of drivers still with a shot potentially at stealing away the pole position. Provisional pole time 52.661 for Troy Ferguson. Here comes the group. Do they have any pace to work their way into the top 10? I don't believe they do. No changes whatsoever. That group further back outside the top 10. And how about Troy? Oh, no, we are a little bit late on the live timing. Max Christia moves his way up into the 3rd spot. Krazan goes to 4th. And Travis Pettit rounding out the top 5. Ferguson and Vega, Mike, great strategy coming out of the gate.
We talked about that earlier about finding a drafting partner, working with somebody. When you can do that with your teammate, all the better. And then finding that big toe, like I said, Fion Chi making it happen. That's exactly what strategy is all about.
Exactly that. It played out really well. Again, Troy Ferguson, Royce Vega, they'll be the front row for the heat races. Max Christia and Tristan Crisan on row number 2, and Travis Pettit and Ashton Woon row number 3. But again, provisionally, because we have seen a lot of pushback bumpers. We'll see if we get more of that. And that can happen here on a temporary circuit. People checking up here and there, especially down here into turn number 1. It is a tough place to race. Temporary circuits are interesting. Some people love them, some people don't. Let's hear from Alessandro DiTullio.
I think driving with tracks with barriers changes quite a bit from permanent tracks, because every lap the walls can move, the track can be different. The track also tends to improve a lot during the week since it's a parking lot. Picks up grip, so gets better and better. And yeah, I think it's hard to drive at the limit, but at the same time, when you drive at the limit, you find 1 or 2 tenths. So yeah, you need to drive at the limit and avoid the walls.
Drive at the limit and avoid the walls. That's sound advice for everybody, Mike.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. So it's really street racing or temporary circuit 101. A, don't hit anything. B, use as much space as you possibly can.
100%, right? Unbelievable. Again, Alessandro DiTullio could be a driver we see working his way up to the front of the order here when we go main event racing. Still qualifying, ready to roll on the grid right now. The drivers in X30 Junior. Again, it'll be 2 groups, so the slower group of X30 Junior getting ready to roll out. From there, we'll go into the quick group.
Just looking down at our first group of Junior X30, there in the foreground, arms folded, Todd Dupuis. Nathan Dupuy's dad. I have to say, Nathan, one of the nicest young men I've come across the paddock. Todd, overseeing things there, unfolding, just sort of scan the horizon to see what is about to unfold. And I've been they're moving some lighting around the track. But I've been fortunate enough, I've been coming back and forth to the US commentating now for a couple of years on various different events and championships. I've worked with you, Rob, and the Kart Chaser guys, and getting to know the paddock really well. And yeah, Todd Dupree is he's a real nice guy. He's a character though, and if looks could kill, sometimes he could kill you. But again, you start speaking to him, and he is a really, really nice guy. But arms folded, watching and waiting for the signal.
So indeed, this is the first of two groups getting ready to roll out here for X30 Junior. We'll take the opportunity to say hello to all of those of you tuned into the Kart Chaser broadcast around the country and of course around the world. So many different nations part of the festivities of this year's SuperNationals, the 26th running of this fantastic event. The first one happening out at Las Vegas Karting Center. I believe it might have been called Race Kart City at that point back in 1997. Of course, there from 1997 through to 2002. From there, coming into the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino for a couple of years. After that, moving out to Sam Boyd Stadium. At that point, the home of the UNLV Runnin' Rebels. From Sam Boyd Stadium, we went back to the Rio again for a couple of years. From there to the Las Vegas Convention Center, actually right on the Strip at one point, across the Westgate and the Circus. Back to the Rio, then again out to here to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway for a 2021 event. Back to the Rio. Back here to Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Lots to come.
I've got to say, Michael, when Mr. Howden writes the book, the definitive history of the Las Vegas SuperNationals, I hope that we just get a sidebar, a side note, because Rob, this event it's transcended. 26 years ago, as you watch a world-class field come out now for Junior X30. When this event started 26 years ago, and you took the boots for the first time, the development, a quarter of a century, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
Well, you think a couple of guys in those early years were running in the 80cc shifter category. Patrick Long, Scott Speed, AJ Allmendinger. I'll just throw a couple of names out there, guys that are running in the junior and senior 80cc junior categories. We've had so many fantastic drivers as part of this event, and yes, I've considered writing a book, and I may have to get that done one day. That's something would be fun. I
think May has to be there. That was we had a spin there. Felipe Benito, the driver based out of Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic, they had a spin, but now of course slightly different speed now. Obviously faster speed. I'd expect these guys maybe lap 5 is going to be the key. Could anybody squeeze a 6th lap in? I doubt it, but most drivers should get a 5th lap. Right?
Yeah, you made the good point with the guys that were kind of out there lollygagging around. They weren't able to get that 5th lap. If you get out there and really drop the hammer and get at it, there's an opportunity to get that 5th lap. It obviously paid off, Mike, for the drivers in that mini category to a certain extent. You got to get that extra lap. So many went personal best on lap number 5. But again, here, drivers just getting things going. 1 lap in the books right now. Arif KB up front, Alexander Jacoby second, Alan Padilla third, Peyton Westcott, Giovanni Santoro. That's an early fast 5. A long time to go here still as the drivers getting a feel. And here, Mike, the first time, shade starting to come over top of some of the parts of this racetrack. The limited heat that we're getting from the sun is now going away. This track's going to start to get a little more slippery.
Yeah, you're going to actually have to think back to last night when we were getting our last practice sessions in to get a little bit of a closer idea of what was going on, because these guys have been doing most of their testing in the sun. So it'll be very interesting to see what kind of adjustments everybody have done now with the corner change, obviously, and the time on the setup, making adjustments. It's going to go exponentially cooler here. But hey, that wind is almost gone, gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't thinking about it, but yeah, it's definitely not in our face.
Now they realize that, but I'm not certainly, my eyes aren't as dry as usual, but the temperature is now going to begin to drop. There's a driver there just getting pulled off to one side of the circuit. I couldn't quite catch the number on that driver, but a couple of people have noticed the bumps going into this corner here, the last corner. Every time we get a close-up of a car going over there, it reminds you I must call my chiropractor when I get back to Wales.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a couple of shots where we see the guys, the entire back of the cart's off the ground. That is a significant bump down there on the entry to turn.
Those first two are actually raised. We talked about it a couple of times. Those are raised areas where it's been patched versus the last one, which is arguably the one that guys are having the least amount of fun with. It's a divot, and that's actually right in the corner, and people are trying to find the best way through there. The interesting bit, particularly the fun with their night racing, when they bottom out on the other side of that, the first couple, we get 2 spots.
Here's Wade just went P1 ahead of Gianmatteo Rosso. Arif KB still third. Alexander Jacoby and Alan Bonilla rounding out the top 5. Peyton Westcott's in 6th. Giovanni Santora in the 7th spot. Levi Sahara in 8th. Christian Cameron 9th. And Jensen Burnett rounding out the top 10. Checkered flag already flying here. We gotta update our live timing. That's what we're doing here right now. We're gonna give a little live timing update as the checkered flag being flown here right now. We're seeing just a couple of laps in here. Again, 4 minutes is all they were gonna get coming out here. So interesting. It looks like a couple drivers only with 2 laps. I gotta think that's something wrong here. Yeah, we're not getting the live timing correct. We're gonna go up to the screen. So those of you watching your screen at home, Santora P1, Jacoby up into 2nd, Christian Cameron, who was I think down in 9th, jumps up into 3rd. Peyton Westcott in that 4th spot, and Pierce Wade rounding out the top 5.
I have to say that I can see Giovanni's mum and dad there, just down below us there. They were looking at live timing, which I think has crashed, and it wasn't until you just announced there, they realised, yes, Mr. and Mrs. Santora, P1 at the moment for Giovanni at the moment.
48.290, the provisional mark to beat right now.
Regardless if he's able to stay anywhere near the top, you beat all those drivers behind him right now. And in a class like this, anytime you can put people behind you, it's a decent run.
And he's got a brand new mechanic this weekend. He's got Sam Future from the UK mechanical board. We've never met Giovanni before 2 days ago, and so it's time to get that symbiotic relationship going between driver and mechanic. Like, you know this, because it's so important to trust the mechanic and the mechanic to trust the driver to give feedback, you know, and the mechanics of the UK, they don't say lollygagging. They tell a driver just as it is what they want to do, and if the driver has to do it, and if the mechanic isn't happy, the mechanic, he doesn't mind upsetting a driver by saying, right, you shall do this, you shall do that, etc., etc.
We talk about the chemistry with juniors. Sometimes you don't know how the kids are going to take it. You know, it's one thing if you're dealing with a master driver, go, hey man, suck it up. But with the juniors, the kids, maybe you got to handle them a little bit, you know, quote, kid gloves, if you will.
We don't do that in the UK. No.
But I'll say a lot of the drivers out here, I don't know that's really needed either.
I'll tell you, I didn't get that from Ben Cooper and Jace Denmark and Rawls Performance Group last year. I think a Masters driver. I think the line was, you really suck at warming up your tires. Like, you are horrible. I know. They were ruthless. Let's put it that way.
Not pulling 8 punches.
No, well, I deserved it. So there's nothing going to happen there at all. On the racetrack there, following now. The 797 of Diego Ardiles. He is back in 18th position right now. Watch for him to work his way up here. Trying to get the live timing refresher, having a little bit of internet issues with the actual live timing. Again, X30 Junior brought to you by Speed Lab Racing Engines. Santora, Jacoby, Cameron, Westcott, and Wade, the top 5. Wait for the next group to start rolling in here, getting the pace up here. Again, I talked about Ardiles being down in 18th. That's because he hasn't even put his second and third lap in. Once these guys start putting big laps in, we're going to see them jump their way to the top of the charts. We'll see which driver makes his first entrance into the top 10. Albania currently P10, about a half a second separating the top 10 from that first group. The faster group now out onto the racetrack. The only difference, the track now is going to be evolving through the remainder of these qualifying runs. The temperature goes down, the grip levels aren't going to be there. You mentioned it, Mike. Tire pressure is going to be key, and of course carburation as well.
Yeah, I mean, these are going to be the question mark kind of laps, right? Not a lot of people getting practice during this period of time, because this is the time we were actually making adjustments to the track yesterday. So this is kind of uncharted waters. You got a pretty good idea. It hasn't gone full yet, so you can probably use your baseline and make a small adjustment. One thing I'm looking at, still pretty well spread out. Remember, Norbert said draft isn't crazy important. Only 2-3 tenths, he said, but making sure you have clean air could be everything.
Brody Yendel, the first guy, Hendrick.
Yep, from Australia, Brody Yendel, the Gold Coast Brody Yendel, shining right here under the lights in Vegas. We're looking at the number 733 Kart on screen. That's Stephen Miller from St. Petersburg, Florida. And again, there's a great look at the over that bump coming into turn number 9. Drivers still jockeying for position, and the time is running out. 7:92. Brody Yendel from Diego Ardiles. Oh no, that's Mercado. Nix Eggleston is third. Vida Montien is fifth. Then Ardiles, Martinez, and Turner Brown.
This will be the final lap. Brody Yendel with the quickest lap so far. He went purple again, lap 2 and 3. 47.529. He's got 4 tenths, Mike, on Alex Mercado. Wow.
Now, did he somehow get the push and the toe and a little afterburn at the same time? What's going on there? Here it is, final chance, final time to the line. Let's see what these guys do.
Indeed, they're rolling out of the corner here right now. The Rawlson Performance Group driver, Brody Yendel, up top. Diego Ardiles goes second. So RPG 1, 2. Right now, 1, 2, and then a little back to Toniolo, who's fallen down the order. As Toniolo he's got his 4th lap in as well. Alex Mercado, though, able to grab it away for Speed Concepts Racing. Mercado by 34 thousandths of a second, a 47.495. Mercado on top of Yendel. Charlie Smith's last lap advances him up to P3. Stephen Miller in the 4th spot. So a couple of Nash drivers right now in 3rd and 4th. Ardiles up into the 5th position. Sasha Van Patbosch in the 6th spot. Enzo Vidmontien, Turner Brown, Augustus Toniolo, and a great run for Archer Eversman as well for Forward Direction Motorsports. We got ourselves a battle here. Top 10 looks super strong with drivers I think we expected to see for the most part up in that fight.
Yeah, and just a little bit of curiosity about how those laps get put together, right? In qualifying with, Norberg and these guys talking about track position and things being clear and things like that, you don't know exactly how the laps came about, but you know that you're at least in the conversation. Once we go racing, we'll really see what these guys have.
Yeah, exactly that. Because again, there's outright speed. Then you always ask a driver, what's your qualifying kart like? What's your race kart like, right? Because you can have a car, you can have that qualifying setup that it's going to peak hard at 4 laps, but that's not going to work really till the very end for sure. Again, folks, we are working our way through. 2 categories are done. Master Shifter will be up next. Still X30 Senior and Pro Shifter to come. But again, we talked to a couple of drivers already about what it would mean to actually win this race. Another driver we've talked to who's already won some big races this year was Dalton Haynes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it'll mean the world to me. SuperNats is a really, really large race, and I really want to do what I can for Kart Republic, and filling in for Joe. It's a special opportunity for me to have this big team behind me and be able to win for these guys would mean a lot to me.
Ryan Norberg is an internationally recognized karting professional, industry influencer, and multi-time national karting champion. Supported by Rotax Power, he has created a world-class karting experience, and is now dedicated to passing on his knowledge to a new generation. With 8 national championships, SuperNats victories, and numerous wins in different categories, drivers of all ages are welcome to join and partake in this unique experience. The Norberg Karting Academy offers more than just standard coaching. It provides an experience where you will learn pro-level tools to progress through your karting career. All Academy guests will enjoy a private hospitality suite which overlooks the karting circuit. Welcome to the Norberg Karting Academy, where champions are made. For information about 2024 bookings, email norbergkarting@gmail.com.
If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedshops.com for more.
Back live here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Next category set to go will be the drivers in the Master Shifter class. Let's jump down to pit lane right now for a quick interview. David Land stands by with the rookie in the Master Shifter class, Robert Budasho.
All right, we're down here with Robbie, the Magic Man. It's hard to tell this early in the weekend whether it's good or not, but how are you feeling with the track time we've got so far?
I mean, I'm feeling really good out there. I think we got the Magic Kart and the Sony engines really on point all weekend. Not to myself, with the whole team. So, that being said, I mean, I'm looking forward to this weekend and hopefully we can get it done in qualifying. So,
AJ Myers said he was the very best. Now, can you comment on that? He said he was the best one here. What's that all about?
Listen, I mean, he's good. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, we all have our moments. We have our good days and bad days. But I think without a doubt, I think he's on point this weekend. I mean, the whole team is. So, I think we all got a really good shot to win this thing. So.
When you say that, is there a little bit of added pressure when you say, hey, we've got a real shot to win? I mean, do you think about that?
Well, I think the expectations are high, right? So if you got a shot to win, you got to cross your T's and dot your I's, man. You can't mess up. So I mean, all the everyone's looking at you and they're waiting for you to make a mistake, and we just can't make that mistake this weekend. So.
In terms of kart names, the Magic Kart, definitely the best one, I would say. Thank you very much, Robbie, and we'll be speaking soon, I'm sure.
Robert Buddha Show, definitely a driver to watch out for here. Again, making his debut in the Master Shifter class. He and I were actually on the same team at the Lindos Grand Prix out in Bermuda for CRG Bermuda. Had a fantastic time out there. What a weekend that was from the Bermuda Kart Club to run that street race. All the people lining it there. I had such a good time with Sketchy Barnes, for David Barbosa and the family there at CRG Bermuda. Both on myself and Robert had such a good time out there, and would love to be able to go back again sometime. What a great community they have out there in Bermuda. And of course, Sketchy Barnes here with Jeff SKUSA here on the wrenches as well, representing Bermuda here at the SuperNationals with a shot at potentially going to the podium in this particular category. Back-to-back podiums for Sketchy Barnes. We'll see whether or not he can keep it moving forward here in 2023. But indeed, drivers dialing things in right now. The first of two groups, guys, as we get set to roll here right now. We will let these drivers kind of dial things in, get themselves rolling. Let's head back down to pit lane right now. Obviously, we know the Pro Shifter and the X30 Senior guys are coming, but Emery Lida stands by with a guy looking very good at X30 Senior. That is Christian Miles.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Christian, you know, yesterday looked really good. P1 in a couple of the practices. Today, though, seems like the pace just hasn't quite been there. How's it been?
Well, in KA, we've been having a couple motor issues, so we sorted that out for tomorrow, hopefully. But this morning, this last practice, happy hour, we're going down the front straightaway when I finally got some clean air in the X30, and then the engine decided to let go. So we started to lose power at the end of the day yesterday with the X30, so we got a new one on, so hopefully we can get within top 15, 20.
Yeah, and I mean, this is really your first start in X30 Senior. And looking at the engine power, I mean, you've had so much base yesterday. When you go to the backup engine like that, is there something you're kind of looking for in terms of the differences between the two, or are you expecting it to be exactly the same?
Well, back at the tent, we were talking, and it should be about the same, so I'm happy with that because the engine's been strong all weekend, so I'm just hoping that we can stay within the top 10 to 15.
All right, Christian Miles going to have to go to a backup engine, but if the pace is there like yesterday, he could be in contention for pole position. Back to you guys.
This guy can wheel it around, I'll tell you that, Christian Miles. Not only is he pretty quick in the kart, but this year might keep sliding around the dirt a little bit, doing a bunch of late model racing. We do have a couple of drivers who've had some trouble coming through this particular corner here. At the very start of this run, the two drivers involved, the 652 and the 681 involved. The 652, Randy Nelson, and the 682, I believe, was 81. That's Brian Keck.
That's the pole position right now, and he's now done early.
Wow, indeed. How many laps? They got a couple of laps in. Brian Keck, P1 with a 43.127. You got to believe he'll be diving down the inside, trying to make a move. They get contact. Both those drivers out. That's a tough one for Brian Keck.
He was looking over the other driver like, what are you doing? So obviously a difference in opinion now.
And significantly again, great work by the track crew to get that kart cleared. But at least 20 drivers went through that turn one with the yellow flag out. Now they can't put their fastest lap in on a lap that there's a yellow flag.
Let's have a look at the replay of what happened in turn number one. Brian Keck making a move to the inside. Oh, that is 100% the fault of Brian Keck. He literally just drove right in. I don't know what you're worried about, Brian. You just drove strictly into the side of that dude. You're not getting away with that one. He just center punched him.
Oh, yeah, but on the flip side, at least silver lining for him, checkered flag now out on the session.
He's still P1.
And he's well clear.
Yeah.
Well clear. Now, it could be that maybe he was in the wrong group if you think about it overall.
Well, 100%. Keck's a potential race winner in this category, top five for sure. But that one there, obviously, I think probably just getting a little bit anxious. Like, I don't want to lose this lap right now. I got to make this pass done. And he just dove to the inside. He had a chance to have a look at it himself, and he'll get a feel for that there. Brian Keck, 43.127, a full second faster, Henry, than everybody else. He obviously should have been in the fastest.
I was looking at the screen there, I'm like 1.1 second. Well, Mr. Schilling, I keep wanting to call him Kurt Schilling. No, Cliff Schilling. Ken Schilling, kind of good at the cave. Just 1.089 seconds slower. But Mr. Schilling, what a performance in P2. Broder, O'Neill, and Kirstjens. The top five, but now now the center saddle there. Look at that, guys. You can see that's going to help the drivers. So I have to say that the Mini Swifts and the X30 Juniors, they had the worst of the conditions in terms of the lighting and how that affects their view.
Let's go back down to pit lane. Emery Lida with a quick interview.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Thomas Navu, you know, this weekend kind of started off slowly. It looks like you found some more pace in the last couple sessions. Let me through how you're going so far.
Yeah, so it's been quite a while since I've raced. Last race was this winter at Winter Series, so just starting to get back to it, and we found some good speed with the Kart Republic and Trinity guys working hard, so pretty happy with the last session. We just got to put the lap together for qualifying.
Yeah, one last thing real quick. 4 laps versus 12 laps, a pretty big difference. How does that change your approach into qualifying?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. For sure the last lap is going to be the quickest, so just going to have to get a good gap, get a good place on track, no traffic and no mistakes.
All right, Thomas Navu been slowly but surely getting better this weekend. We'll see if he can put it inside the top 15 here as we get set to go for qualifying in X30. Back to you guys.
Former winner in the Mini Swift category here at the SuperNationals, Pinty's NASCAR Canada Rookie of the Year, heading back behind the wheel. I can feel things starting to build up, right? I'm feeling the excitement kind of coming up with those X30 senior drivers on the grid getting ready to go. And then we got the pro drivers waiting in the wings. We're going to wrap things up here momentarily. Brian Keck still on top, I believe a 43.125. We're waiting for these drivers to put big laps down here now, though. The quicker drivers in the Master Shifter category are coming. Pizzonia, Foray, Musser, Budasho, Rook, all into the top 6 right now. Keck still holding on to P3, but he may, if he's lucky, Mike, I think hold on maybe to the top 10 after what happened.
Maybe. I mean, he did that on his second lap, and these guys are easily going to get a couple more.
Yeah.
So you know there's a lot left on the table for Keck. The question is how far back is he going to fall. Right now, Pizzonia Jr., Foray, Keck, and they're going to be coming around for another fast lap.
And just look at that. Ex-Formula 1 driver Antonio Pizzonia, now fastest. Davide Foray, multiple international global karting champion. There he is in the number 692 into P2. Keck 3 and Musa in 4th now.
David Cole giving us a little information, Mike. The reason why Keck was in that group underweight in the last session.
I've done that.
So he's got to go to the test. So he was in the slower group. The impatient there wanted to get by Randy Nelson. Didn't want to lose that lap. He got stuck behind him. Tried to go down to the inside. Nelson didn't see him coming. There was the contact at the apex. Here we go, though, right now. As we said, this is the final lap for these guys. Davide Foray, P1, Scott Presti up into 2nd, Vincent Cassard 3rd, Antonio Pizzonia Jr., and Brian Keck still holding on to the top 5.
He is indeed. I mean, underweight. That's not something I ever got disqualified for in my driving career. I have to say, now there's a problem for the number 619 kart. That's Brian Chatfield, the Maranello USA driver out of Manassas, Virginia. And there's a... So side by side, it's not what we want to do in qualifying, but sometimes needs must.
That's Jordan Musser. He's got to go for it.
Well, not only is it Musser, but where he did it, he got the pole, he got the toe, and now he's getting down to the corner. He might have actually gained time.
Oh, that's a potential possibility there. We'll see if he's back in 7th right now. Budasho able to move his way up. Jonathan Vitolo goes to 6th. Brian Keck sliding down into 8th spot. Right behind him, Scott Barnes and Joe Rook. Both those guys get that extra lap that they need. Final circuit coming right now. Foray still on top. He gets his 4th lap, 42.493. Foray coming across the line. That's what he gets his 5th lap in. So a number of these guys getting their 5th lap. Musser goes to 2nd. Budasho up into 3rd. Scott Barnes was up to 5th, but he'll go back to 6th as Vincent Cassard has now gone to P4. Scott Presti and Barnes. Vitolo comes across the line in 8th. Brian Keck just 2 laps holding on to the 9th position. Can you imagine what he would have done had he not got into the incident? He may have lost lap 3, but he would have got lap number 4.
So you know what they're going to do right now is they're going to go back through that thing with a fine-tooth comb and make sure it is perfect, because obviously the speed's there as long as that thing's still straight.
Well, I'll tell you one thing he's probably going to have is a pushback bumper, because he hammered him, right? Oh, no, we're not doing pushback bumpers for shifter.
Remembered it.
They have the pushback bumpers on the carts, but they're not using it, I believe.
Okay.
If
That's
happens,
for both
right?
Masters and Pro.
For
exactly
Masters and
that.
Pro.
Now, Davide Foray, pole position. You know, we've got the guy who waves the checker flag at the Indy 500, waving the checker flag, and I have to say that Foray, and that was a new class record.
Little Tom Cardigan, good for you. Jordan Musser did come home in 6th, as Mike said. Looked like he may have got that toe and leveraged it. He goes up to 2nd, so it'll be Foray and Musser on the front row provisionally for the heat races. Robert Budasho alongside Vincent Cassard on row 2. Scott Presti and Scott Barnes on row 3. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. alongside Jonathan Vitolo on row 4. And Brian Keck and Joe Rook on row number 5. That is your top 10 for the drivers here in Master Shifter. We still got more to come. X30 Senior is going to be up next, guys. X30 Senior, the first of, again, first of 2 groups, but each group's going to have. So we've got 4 groups of drivers getting ready to roll out the Pro X30 category, brought to you by Rawlison Performance Group. Man, beautiful sunset here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And I'm going to tell you right now, when we get back after this commercial, one of the things I love the most about the SuperNats, when the sun goes down, the lights go on, Kart looks so good under the lights. Folks, don't go anywhere. We're going to wait for you here on the other side. Stay tuned. More to come here on Kart Chaser.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and it is time to dial things in. X30, senior, the Pro X30 category, followed by Pro Shifter. We have got essentially 8 groups ready to roll back out onto the racetrack. 4 groups here. Again, 4, maybe 5 laps are going to get here in qualifying. Again, the first of the 4 groups, the slowest of the 4 here in X30 Senior. And I know it's been a busy day. This Kart Chaser crew has been digging, and we welcome back to the booth Mr. Kart Chaser himself, Xander Clemens. Xander, it's been a great day so far. We've seen some incredible action in qualifying. Pro drivers ready to roll out here.
Yeah, what a great day here. Awesome job, obviously, by the entire team, and a huge kudos to everyone at this event for pulling it off all together. Compared to yesterday, a whole lot smoother. We're going to end pretty close to on time, all things good. And right now, again, for the first of 4 groups, I believe, for Pro X30, if that is correct, based on how they split all the LCQ classes with doubling up Q1 and Q2 of the 2 sessions. So the drivers in this group, this is the bottom quarter from final practice. And like you said, Rob, good day, lots of storylines. How about this storyline here? It's been a probably not the best opening 2 days with a debut on the American Pro scene for the best kart boys. TJ Floyan suffering a massive crash in final practice at KA100 Senior. Justin Adakonis came into the weekend with good spirits. He said to one of my guys, said, this thing is new, but it's going to rip. And then yesterday after final practice said, it's not ripping right now. So hopefully Justin Adakonis, who has been one of the standout stars on a partial schedule over the last 2 years in the X30 Pro category, can get himself a little bit higher up when qualifying comes to a close as the first laps come by.
Yeah, one thing I think about when it comes to qualifying as well, sometimes if your kart's not absolutely perfect and you're a guy that can hustle around, you can do that, Henry, over 4 laps. Right? You can grab that kart, pick it up, and just drive the crap out of it for 4 laps. It may not be great over a long distance, but in a qualifying run, if you can get the job done, you can pull it up.
Yeah, and that's a case of, that's your experience. Even though he's been a part-timer, he knows the experience. He knows to get out there, get on it for the word go. The drivers that race in very strong domestic national championships around the world, they're the ones that are better at getting out and not having this strategy. Okay, let's take a lap or 2 to bed ourselves in. No, get out there, warm those tyres within half a lap, so at the end of that first flying lap, you are good to go and you are on it, oh, look at that, on the inside there, the number 311 hitting the bumper there. But yeah, as you can see, Luke French, top of the charts
at the
moment.
Yeah, that was Isaac Feiner coming through from Kart Race Lab, and Kartplex on the Villeneuve chassis. One of the Canadian drivers here rolling his way down. Isaac Feiner currently sitting there. Actually, he was I think in 5th position right now. He's dropped back a couple of spots. Everybody's starting, Xander, to lay the laps down. We've seen it through qualifying. We've seen some guys go lap 3 and not go quicker on lap 4, but majority lap 4. And then some of these faster classes are sneaking in that 5th lap as well.
Yeah, that's what's so interesting, right? We've heard drivers all weekend talk about how the fact that it feels like the rubber hasn't laid down all too much. That means you're not going to see as much tire degradation because they're not carrying as much speed through the corners. And of course, with how cold the temperatures are, the more that they can heat up over the course of the session, the better they're going to be for the most part here, as we see some more shuffling coming out of turn number 11. That, of course, was Feiner on the inside of Dylan Ulinder. And the swapping around through them has dropped them down the leaderboard, while Ataconis has taken that best cart to the top of the leaderboard by 2/10 over Brian Garcia. Henry?
Now, I'm looking here. We've got 20 drivers in this group. Now, I know Diego Patesha, he was a scratch. He's not here. Yet the other 5 drivers, Taylor, Garduno, Hand, Bird, Atkins, and Bell, but they're not out there. Now, we did see an incident with Mr. Bell in one of the earlier practices, so maybe there's some damage there. But Clyde Atkins, Lewis Bird, the number 317 Chase Hand we spoke to earlier, I'm not sure if they may have missed their session because there could have been some sort of miscommunication as the checker flag comes out, Rob.
Yeah, we're not quite sure. We obviously don't have the actual qualifying groups for us here. We don't know how they're lining up. Maybe they're only put that many carts in this first run on. I didn't count the carts as they came by. There is, though, Mateus Morgado getting set to go in the PSL Karting Burrell Art Machine. Expecting him. He's having a wave there. Mateus Morgado ready to dial things in. Looks like he's in pretty good spirits, Xander.
Yeah, can't blame him. Obviously, 2 weeks ago, top of the world, a perfect scorecard from the Rock Vegas event.
Yep.
Pole in qualifying, swept all 4 heat races, went on went on to what would have been a dominating run in the main event, got knocked out of the lead in the first couple of corners, drove back through, said, you know what, those guys made a mistake because they pissed me off, and that made me drive that much harder. How about a guy who is looking to drive harder here? Ryan Norberg is ready to go back to victory lane this week, and he wants to be the first ever 2-time Pro X30 SuperNationals champion. Could this be the weekend here that he breaks back into the winner's circle and breaks that little bit of a dry spell he's had after such a phenomenal run the last few years? A couple of notes on the groups going back to that earlier. This group, X30 Pro, is a little bit lighter than in previous years. So rather than seeing about 20 or so drivers per group, at about 63 total entrants minus or plus some walk-ups and scratches, we'd estimate around 15 per group. So seeing 14 in that first group, we may not have missed too many. In fact, that's, of course, a benefit for the guys roughly in the middle. How about Donovan Bonilla and Ernesto Rivera? The spirit of Mexico is strong here this week, and Fernando Luque there as well. 3 rookies, of course. Donovan Bonilla, the lone RPG Pro X30 race winner so far this year until Hayden Jones got it done in GoPro.
And shout out to Ernesto Rivera. That guy's won here before. I always think that winning at the Supernationals makes it a little bit easier when you do it the next time. So indeed, ready to dial things in for Ernesto Rivera. Man, he has been really good. The pace has been there. We know how good Norberg's been. He's been fast, but Ernesto's been right there as well.
And, yeah, sorry, but showing Mateus Morgado there on the screen. There's Dalton Haynes you're looking at there. But judging by our live chat that's been really, really busy all day, there are several female karting fans that are very, very grateful to the Kart Chaser camera crew for featuring Mr. Morgado on our screen.
Be easy there. His girlfriend's in town this weekend.
I know. I know
fighting
this,
words.
But you know, I'm just reading the chat, and yes, he's got many admirers, driving-wise and otherwise, is Mateus Morgado, and another driver, Rob, with plenty of admirers, rightly so, would be Dalton Haynes.
Dalton Haynes,
Look
indeed.
at that. That team, they've got a setup on that kart. That kart cover is not left there by accident.
You know, you're not allowed to have tire warmers, so you're not necessarily out, but you know, you just drape he was a little bit warm on the grid and took the jacket off. So you know what? Hey, play the game. That's what it's all about. And unfortunately for Dalton, being on the live broadcast and on a 35-foot Jumbotron, there might be a few guys that think, oh, let me take my jacket off and throw that on my front tires as well.
Well, it's just so that no one can see how many spaces or what his tracking
Oh, that's
is.
it. That's it. He's just holding it back.
Yeah. No.
Don't want to let anybody know, right? Exactly that. Remember, 1 down, 7 to go. As I said before, 8 groups set to roll out, 4 for each category. X30 Senior, the Pro X30 category, and of course the 4 for Pro Shifter as well. That massive class of KZ drivers, and we'll see whether or not the American contingent can dial things in, because they have been very good. We've seen good pace out of Danny Formal, out of Kyle Wick, and of Jacob Gulick, and of course AJ Myers, all with a ton of speed as well. waiting to get these guys rolling out here for the next category, or the next group rather. It'll be the third group in the order. Of course, the fastest drivers are waiting right now in the back right now to get things underway. Justin Adakonis, though, with the fast lap there, a 47.611. That will be the provisional pole time as we get rolling. He was 77 thousandths of a second quicker than Nicholas Corrales, and Luke French, Timothy Pernod, and Brian Garcia was the top 5 in that first group. Drivers all getting set to roll, and just waiting for them to fire the engines on that next group to see who can come for the provisional pole time of Adakonis, 47.611.
One driver in frame there that was in for a moment was that Comp Kart Factory entry of Oliver Hodgson. Of course, we saw the woes he had in KA100 Senior qualifying today, and I'm sure that's the last thing he's got on his mind at this point in the weekend. But even still, it wasn't the best ending to final practice yesterday for the Comp Kart Factory driver. Neither it was for Christian Miles there in that bright lime green Race Lab Karting Factory TB kart suit, who's rolling up. He'll also not be in the Fast 15, that final group to go, as Miles, who was topping the boards in the opening couple of sessions, ended up in traffic for the majority of the session and ended up in the upper teens, which puts him in group number 2. There's a look at ADT, who's watching on, and now the next group has been released. Let's take a look at him. Who we got in this one here? Paulie Massimino and Blake Nash, a couple of big household American names in this group. Scott Hargrove, former Road to Indy driver, sports car driver as well, is now moving over from the KZ category, I believe, from last year to Pro X30. And how about Chase Hand, stepping into the seat, the role that Jake Drew's filled for the last 2 years with GFC and moving up in his Pro X30 debut.
We talked a bit to him obviously in the interview there, and we're talking about the fact that kind of lone wolf out there on the GFC. No one really to play with in terms of setup. He can't throw a different setup one way, a different setup the other way. So he and his dad, Joey, have been just digging away, trying to find a little bit more every session out of that GFC. That's why he's back here in that third group. He'll have to really lay one down here. But again, 47.611 provisional pole time. Here it is, Xander, all about getting the heat in the tires in this opening lap. Lap 2 the same, lap 3 the banker lap, then lay it all out on lap number 4.
Really interested to see the fact that we really, while we do have some packs on the racetrack, not as much gamesmanship as maybe to be expected. And I guess really it's just because it's a race to get to the limiter. It's not nearly as big of a benefit as we've seen in the 100cc classes and the 60cc Swift classes that continue to rev past the end of the power band.
I make an apology right now to the entire Chase Hand and Matt Klopp Promotions fan club there. I was incorrect in my summation. They'd missed their session. They were just the next drivers numerically in this group that to go out that appeared on the timing ticker. So Klopp Promotions, Chase Hand, I do apologize. You can come and beat me up later.
Here's a look at Blake Nash, the California kid, is now becoming a seasoned vet in the Pro X30 category. He is still looking for that maiden pro-level national win. Obviously had a banner opening rookie season moving into the 100cc category. And then from there, moved up to the Pro 125 classes. It was a bit of a growing year. Now moving into, I believe, year number 3 for Blake Nash. He is starting to find his stride. He's had multiple podiums this season. He's been on the cusp. We think back to the SKUSA Pro Tour, was right there on day number 1 with Mateus Morgado and just couldn't seem to find some blend. So we'll see if he can pull off a stunner here in Vegas as we see Paulie Massimino on that blue, white, and yellow LN kart for the BJR MDR camp. Leads the crew of about 5. Couple of the RPG Cosmics in tow, and I believe one of the Croc Promotion drivers in that line as well.
Here they come down the straightaway again, rolling himself down here. The very quick left-hand kink coming down into turn number 1 as we are again watching these drivers get this second lap in the books. We'll see if any of these drivers can make their way potentially into the top 10, Xander, on lap number 2. We've seen that in a couple of the categories where the guy's quick enough to go lap 2 right into the top 10, lap 3 to the top of the charts as well. Massimino definitely one to watch for, I think, in this group here. We'll see as they finally come down. But you're right, there's a number of drivers that are lining things up together here to use that draft potentially. The wind, again, we talked about the potential for that wind coming from the back. It has calmed down aggressively here.
Well, the wind has dropped, the temperature has dropped. Now, that's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a bad thing for tires, but it's a good thing for engines. Engines love nice, cool, evening air. They can breathe a little bit easier, so we're going to see plant engines. Of course, among the drivers, the European drivers, well, why is maybe Senior X30 Miami World Final winner Kalai Atkins down in this group? Tires, different tires. superb. These tyres, the grip level stays the same. They are the tyres, not using the same sort of tyres they use in Europe, which are much softer and to have deep cycles in them. So that is something that these drivers are going to face, the challenge.
Xander Chase Hand, top of the charts here. This is the final lap. He and Massimino, Nash, and here comes Elkin as well. Ariel Elkin goes to P1, but not for long. It's Hand, and now it's Massimino.
Big toe for Paulie Massimino on that final lap. Caught up to one of the Mike Manning karting drivers, has wowed one of the Crocker Motions. I don't believe that was Atkins.
It was Atkins.
What is that? Atkins indeed nearly slams the pit lane wall coming in.
The Jamaican sensation just wanted a bit of extra TV time being a world champion.
A good bit of spectacle there for sure. Chase Hand's time holds on for second overall. It's a 46.85 now for Paulie Massimino's BJR MDR Kart. Hand second. Ariel Elkin, who has been impressive and ran in the top 10 last year, the Israeli driver on the Race Lab Karting TV. Third, Josh Feiner in fourth. Ryan Vincent in fifth. They're just ahead of the Nash Motorsports teammate in sixth there with Blake Nash. And it looks like as the updates come through, Elkin did get one more lap in, and it moves him up to second. So a late update for Ariel Elkin puts him second overall, but we're still only partly through all of the drivers here in this one. We're now on to Group 3 of 4 here, the first half of Q1. These are the drivers roughly 15th or 16th, back to 30th from final practice yesterday. Brandon Carr, one thing I was watching here while I wasn't on the microphone, was running some errands, but I was keeping an eye on practice. This guy, the Ryan Berry Motorsport Tony Car driver, no toe, top 5 in the session almost every single lap. He is very strong right now.
And jumping out front here, the first guy to come off the grid. He's going to have open racetrack, and again, if he's able to leverage his tires and get out, you'll have no one to take the toe off of him. He's going to have open racetrack. Brandon Carr looking to see if he can jump his way to the top of the box. As we saw, good laps there by Paulie Massimino, Ariel Elkin, and Chase Hand to move themselves into a pretty good position here right now. But again, here we go with that next group. Carr looking to leverage the cold Avinco tires, get the heat built in, lay those laps down and see if he can put it all together. And maybe he's out like he's doing right now, he may sneak in 5 laps.
Yeah, again, he might get a little bit more. And talking about Brandon Carr, the English kid here on his rookie Pro X30 season, this is familiar territory. Cold conditions, low grip. It is a little more wet more often over across the pond than we get over here. Brandon Carr is probably in his element in this low grip environment.
Well, in England, we say in the UK, Prac KA100 in North England called Sheffield. It's a Sheffield steel manufacturer. And in the UK, they build them tough up north, lad. I tell you that. And Brandon Carr, but he is one of the drivers. He's been out here all year, so he's used to the tire. He's used to he's got a little bit more experience of the American way of doing things and what have you. But it's Jesus Vasquez Jr. Fastest, Carr second, Jorge Ortiz, a wild card in my opinion, but for this class Ortiz.
That was an English all story there. You were talking about Brandon Carr. We had Harley Keeble on screen, and we had Oliver Hodgson down at the bottom corner. So a trifecta right there of the future, or I wouldn't say the past with Oliver Hodgson, the present and the future right there.
One of Grimsby's finest athletes, Harley Keeble, again, for the north of England, Grimsby Town's finest. Harley Keeble up into, well, he's in the top 8 at the moment. Adam Rylance and Dalton Haynes. Adam Rylance was active earlier on the chat as well.
Let's just reset it again. Paulie Massimino, 46.858. Now we've reset with the second group, essentially qualifying group 1. So we've reset live timing. So indeed, that is the fast time now, 46.858. Jesus Vasquez Jr., 46.7. That's the new fast time right now. Jesus Vasquez Jr. has taken over the provisional top time only on the second lap. Austin Garrison up into second. Caleb Guevara coming off race Skip Barber series of Laguna Seca on Monday and Tuesday. Flew straight here to jump behind the wheel. His mission, he's third. Jorge Ortiz and Fernando Luque, current top 5.
You're looking at your screen there. That's Vasquez on your screen, the middle cart. So he has a slipstream. He's getting a slipstream off the number 365 cart.
Luque right there in the Super Tune Tony cart, I believe.
Oh, 385 cart. Sorry, the 365 is following him. So Vasquez is in a draft, but Garrison is now quickest car on his own. No draft in 4th place. And Kardashian. Alex Kardashian.
And watch this lap. If we go back and pick up that black, white, and red, there he is, Austin Garrison. He has caught this pack if he gets them at the very end, coming out of that last hairpin, this could be an absolute burner for Austin Garrison. 3 corners to go here. Left, right chicane. You see how close he's getting to Keeble already. Hopefully, it doesn't give him any bit of air wash in that last turn. He can hit the marks perfectly. I said to one of my buddies driving in this week, and I said, if anyone's going to break away on a straightaway like this, you go back to the other big straightaway track we go to this year. That's Newcastle Motorsports Park. Who won there? Austin Garrison. Look at that lap. Wow, 46.293 across the line.
And Xander, they snuck in. They're getting the 5th lap as well. There's one more lap. You can see the checker there from Aaron Likens. He's throwing it. So Garrison to the inside of Keeble coming into turn number 1. Did he maintain enough speed? Did he conserve the corner speed? And the exit coming out of the corner. Garrison, big lap of a 46.2. 0.6 of a second quicker than what Paulie Massimino laid down. He's 0.2 quicker than Vasquez. So the Speed Concepts Racing driver, Austin Garrison, laying down what could be a lap to potentially hold back the next group. Great run there for Garrison.
And watch Harley Keeble, the driver following Austin Garrison, is that Sodi Kart of Harley Keeble. And Keeble's going to get the best run of all coming onto this straight.
But he did get past going in, so I don't know if it'll go up. Maybe not enough. Gaffera, a good lap there. And the rookies go 2, 3, 4. Vasquez Jr., Caleb Gaffera, and then Dalton Haynes sneaks into the top 5 late there off of probably a not ideal session in the TKG Kart Republic. And that ride, of course, subbing in for Joe Turney.
My surprise there, 11th and 12th, Keeble and Mossman. Both those drivers look really good here. They're outside the top 10 with 15 more dudes coming here to lay it down.
Yeah, again, the good part is it's only 15. It's not as many guys, but this field is still just as stacked as it's ever been. We've just cut off a few of the drivers that have typically missed the LCQ pretty much.
Long-term dudes, because Gia Cicero's in this fast group as well. Gia has been so good throughout the year. We've watched her really improve over the last couple of seasons with Rawls and Performance Group. So Gia Cicero, the RPG Cosmic, part of this final run. We'll see if she's able to work her way into the top 10.
Well, we've got Oliver Hodgson on your screen. Obviously, we saw him just go by the rookie Ernesto Rivera. He'll be the first one across the line to try and see if he can also sneak in 5 laps. Didn't pay off much for that other group in the last session. Might pay off here.
Hodgson's gone out first. That tells me one very important thing. He is so confident in the chassis, the engines, and look at that, jacking the cart and going in there, getting the warmer. He's decided, I don't want a tow, I don't need a tow. I am going to do this. You know, he may get an extra lap in. He's got a couple of Rollers and Performance Group cars behind him. But he's made a statement. I'm going out at the front. I'm going to do this on my own. That tells me he's very, very happy with the setup and the time on that contract.
Top 6 all with 5 laps. You've got to get out there early and get your 5th lap. Everybody laying good laps on lap number 5.
And chasing Hodgson as well is Ernesto Rivera. So again, you know, I think Rivera and the Rollers and Performance Group, they've tabbed, because these drivers, they've been around each other all weekend, so they know who has got the right package, stuff like that. So I think Rivera's gone and said, right, I'm chasing Hodgson. Hodgson's the guy to beat, in my opinion, and I'm going out there.
Yeah, and Rivera, the winner at the SuperNationals of Rio last year for Rawls and Performance Group with the top junior Xander. You've watched him throughout the season win junior races easily to a certain extent, just so calm on the racetrack. And his transition into the senior category has been very, very impressive.
Super impressive, and it's unfortunate here that we have been treated to such greatness that is Ernesto Rivera for so long, and it'll be the end of it. A swan song weekend for Ernesto. He flies over to Spain to live there full time and compete in Spanish Formula 4 in 2024. This kid is a superstar. Everyone under the RPG camp has nothing but praises about him, and as he comes down the front stretch, he's faded a bit back from Hodgson. In fact, closer to the 302. His coach Ryan Norberg is going to get a bit of a toe off him, and there's one more in that 4-car quartet headed down to turn number 1, and I believe that's Ellie Goldstein in the Race Lab Karting TB kart. But none of those guys on lap 2 have been able to really break through that heavily. The top 10 are still holding station with their 4th and 5th laps, so it is going to be the money lap at the end of the session for everyone, as there is the man who was fastest in final practice yesterday, lined up behind the winningest driver in the last decade in Pro X30 competition.
And the key is this, are they going to get that 5th lap? As I said, if you look up top there, of the top 4, 3 of the top 4 drivers all using lap number 5 to get up there. Vasquez, Gaffera, and Carr able to use lap number 4. Drivers finally coming in here. Lap 3, we've seen Ellie Goldstein and Oliver Hodgson on lap number 3 breaking their way into the top 10. Goldstein in 7th, Hodgson in 8th. So watch them to continue to work their way up lap 4 and potentially on lap number 5, but right now still Austin Garrison, that lap of 46.293, holding as provisional pole.
Big gap back to this 5-car group here. We got Thomas Neveau on the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic in the middle of your screen. Behind him is Noah Baker on the SCR Red Speed, and then ADT on that pink and chrome Interim S Kart Republic. All of these guys are about probably 5 to 8 seconds back from that leading quartet. Will they get lap number 5 here, Henry?
I think, the ones in the middle of the pack are going to be very, very touch and go. What we haven't seen, as Rob said, we haven't seen any lollygagging. The guys here, the fast guys, they've gone out. They know whoever they're running with as the checkered flag comes out. And they do, well, the 325, they don't get that 5th lap in. The 323 comes in, Hayden Jones. But these guys, Hodgson, Rivera, they're the ones to watch. Goldstein as well, the 356. They're the ones to watch, guys.
And Rivera did not get a good run out of turn number 1, went way wide. Not sure that he was able to keep the speed. You'll see Hodgson up on the wheel right now. Hodgson working his way in now, down through that turn number 5-6 combination. Back out here, a crucial run down through turn number 7, 8 into turn number 9. Can Rivera get any kind of a tow? Garrison still on top. Goldstein went to 2nd. Rivera is 3rd right now, but looking for a little bit more. Just over a 1/10 of a second across the line. What do we got? Rivera doesn't do it. Goldstein doesn't do it. Austin Garrison, the pole in X30 Senior.
How about that? The Speed Concepts Racing's boys got to be thrilled with it. He flew under the radar all weekend, didn't even make the fastest final group. Austin Garrison with a picture-perfect final lap, getting a massive tow off of Harley Keeble, will start from the pole for all 3 heat races.
1/100th of a second separating first and second. Ellie Goldstein coming just shy, 46.527, 1/100th of a second back of Garrison. Ernesto Rivera in 3rd. Great final lap as well for Noah Baker in the number 342. He works his way up into the 4th spot. Jesus Vasquez Jr., as you see the unofficial qualifying results right there. He is P5. Donovan Bonilla in 6th. Ryan Norberg back in 7th. Not the worst for Norberg, although he will not be happy with it at all, but still there ready to fight. Alessandro DeTulio 8th, Oliver Hodgson, Caleb Gaffera rounding out the top 10.
Impressive rookie performance for Caleb Gaffera, who is right there with Ernesto in that back and forth. Great battle in the X30 junior class back in 2022. So both rookies go into the top 10 from last year's junior main event in overall qualifying for Pro X30. But Austin Garrison, the Davie, Florida native, will lead us to green here. Norberg 7th. That's still a safe spot to play. And even then, the nice part about qualifying here is while it is critical and it is nice to be able to have a top starting spot in the heat races with the field divided in 2, you qualify 20th, you're on the 5th row. Yep. You can fight from there, pick up a couple of spots each heat race, and we know it's going to be attrition. This track is so racy, right? It is so open, and there is so many parts of it that's going to keep the pack tied together that while we've seen some guys like Brandon Carr be able to put good laps down on their own, I'd be very hard-pressed to say that guys are going to break away from the pack. And when the pack is together and the pack is big, carnage happens. So if you can average probably a 5th place result in the heats, you might end up on the front row on Super Sunday.
Indeed. We'll welcome Mike Smith back into the booth right now. Mike, you get a chance to kind of watch that one from the sidelines. Garrison from the 2nd group. I think that is big-time impressive.
Yeah, and we actually heard about the difference that the draft and things like the track position would be. Ryan Norberg talking about the draft's okay, but really about where you are and how you get linked up. I think when, like you just said, Xander, the raciness of this circuit, the 3 words I said was fast, racing, and options. This place, I think, once we go racing, I don't think you're going to be able to see a lot of people break away, but the one thing I'll point out is if you get bottled up for any reason, I do think because of the long straight, unless you have some help, it's going to be hard to make that time back up.
Yeah,
without those corners.
And again, it's coming out of a hairpin, right? So you get bottled up by going side by side or crossing over. That's big. How about Massimo Valiente there? Michael Valiente ready to push him off. How about this here, Rob?
Well, you know what? We talk about the fact that this year was the 25th anniversary of me launching Shifter Card Illustrated. That was the guy that was on the cover of that first issue, Michael Valiente. Now he's here with his son Massimo. I just think that's fantastic to see them here. Of course, Michael, 3-time winner of the SuperNationals in the Formula C categories in the early days. The ITEL Kart has been here from the very beginning. Massimo will be able to get out there with some early laps. In fact, he's have one of his Italian Motors teammates alongside him. They just fired up the engines for the first of 4 groups here in Pro Shifter.
And we know those Ital karts are fast. How about it for that Catalyst driver development driver, Mario Gill? Fastest in final practice. Kid was pumped up. and he was super great on camera as well. He's ready for interviews. I caught him at the end of the day walking out of a very windy Wednesday night. And I said, Mario, man, you killed it. You were great on camera. He's like, well, been watching your stuff, been hoping to get on enough. So I guess just being a fan, rubbed off on me enough. And now, and again, Mario Gill was great last year too. A bunch of Mattel karts in the top 10 in last year's final.
And let's round out the story for Mario. Remember, he's the driver that hammered the wall down here in a huge wreck, got shot out of the car. If he's able to get back out on the racetrack, and I hope he is, he'll be, to me, impressive to be able to come back after Mike Boyd was just a horrific wreck down at the end of the straightaway.
Yeah, I mean, you're going down there full tilt, and then all of a sudden the thing decides to swap ends on you. You're along for the ride.
Yeah.
It was a blown motor, we confirmed. So, yeah, hopefully you're able to get things swapped around, get things back rolling, and see him back in the seat.
Indeed. Drivers jumping over that hop, coming down into turn number 9 here right now. Again, the opening lap. Shifter drivers will do the best they can to build the heat into these tires because they really carry a ton of speed coming through the kink into turn number 1 at the end of that long back straightaway here. You watch them working the heat into these tires. Again, driver with some issues right out of the gate. Ooh. That is the number 216 with an issue early. That is Bryce Doney. Had some trouble into the barriers. The SKUSA crew going to work getting those barriers back together, but that's not what you want to do on the opening lap.
Oh, man, you talk about putting your week on the back foot, especially in a last chance qualifier class. It's one thing in a full-size class or a just cap capacity. The downside of the cap capacity, you got to do one spot per spot, whereas in a half and half class, it's one per row. But either way, you go P60, P70 here by DNF in qualifying. You've got to pass 35 go-karts more or less to get above the cut line and not have to go to the LCQ Saturday night.
So indeed, the first of 4 groups, as I had said, will set a provisional pole time with this group here. Drivers just starting to lay some laps down in here right now. First lap in the books. Got guys like Federico Paero, Nicholas Taylor, Massimo Valiente up top here. But again, a long way to go. Further back, Ricardo Escoto, the Mexican driver, a race winner this year in USF Pro 2000. We'll see him back in that category in 2024, all part of the USF Pro Championships presented by Continental Tires. And indeed, up front, Paero delaying it down, but again, super early. Everybody else sitting there on pit lane, just getting ready to get on track. This is all about the mental game, Mike. You know this game.
Yeah, one of the things I didn't see quite so much out of this group, but I was seeing in shifters in general, as you were talking about trying to get heat into these Avinco red tires, is those first couple of laps were kind of nice and easy out of the fast Masters shifters. Instead of like really hammering it in there, they're taking it easy. They're taking it easy. They don't want to burn them down just for qualifying because they got to last them a little while. It's pretty easy to burn up your tires if you try and go get it. These guys right here are kind of getting after it. I think I wouldn't be surprised if you see the fastest shifters kind of ease in that heat.
Well, while they slowly get up to speed, it's a good time for us to break away in the first of 4 groups for Pro Shifter. Austin Garrison with Speed Concepts Racing is on the pole for Pro X30. After over 60 plus in qualifying, he's standing by here with Alexander Searle.
Thank you, Xander. Austin, I mean, pole position, you did it from the slow group. How did you pull that one off?
You know, I just kind of slowed down at the start. You know, there was like a big bunch in front of me, around 5 or 6 people, and I know I caught them pretty quick on the out lap, so I just backed off, let everybody go, and, you know, I just kind of timed it just right. I got a pretty decent draft on coming in my fast lap, and the lap after that, on my mock round, I ran both 3s. But, you know, the car was on rails. You know, I can't thank, you know, Speed Lab and Mario and Mike Speed, Alex Speed enough. You know, we had an issue in the practice prior. We had a blown reed, and it kind of set us back a little bit. But besides that, it was just super fast.
All right, well, thank you, Austin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How about that for Austin Garrison here? What an awesome performance. And as he mentioned, just kind of was able to time it good, but back-to-back pole level laps there for him, or at least front row, as of course it came down to just 1/100th of a second back to P2. On screen, let's pick up where we're at. Nicholas Taylor in the 297 Intel Kart machine was the driver that we did see earlier first off the grid. And Mike, you mentioned he was going after it, and he so far is on top. We'll see if it sticks.
Yeah, only 20 thousandths from him to Micah Hendricks in second, and Massimo Valiente. We talked about him at the beginning, getting pushed off. I remember talking to yesterday. You said that Massimo had tons of confidence coming in here.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit nervous. We had a chance to talk to him at the Westgate Hotel coming into this big event. He's like, yeah, I'm a little bit nervous, but excited to get onto the racetrack. And again, to get that qualifying session, a couple of tenths of a second off of Hendricks, 3 off of Taylor. That's your initial time getting laid down. down. 42.611 for Nicholas Taylor on the ITAL cart. Micah Hendricks on the Croc promotion ends up in second. Valiente in third. Ivana Richards out of Mexico in the 220 in fourth. And Axel Dapp will round out the top five. Thomas Riddle just on the outside of the top five, but they're firing engines already for group number 3. Taylor, though, 42.611. You got to expect the time's going to be significantly faster than that, as that's coming out of group number 4. The big dog still waiting in the wings. Xander getting ready to roll out for what I expect will be a super exciting qualifying run.
Well, you talk about big dogs. How about one going out here? Pedro Hiltbrand, last year's winner, is in group number 3. He's rolling onto the racetrack right now after a not-so-great final practice. Even all of the PSL Karting BRLR drivers, the best they could do, maybe in the upper or the bottom half of the top 10 in their group. Matteo Vagano was only 7th in his group. Marian Kremers was 10th in his group.
So the big thing, obviously, we had that wreck right in the middle of the session. The fast drivers came out where they were going to figure out what qualifying group you were in. They ran, probably half the session under full course yellow. They weren't able to get the tires where they wanted to be, kind of split those two tire runs. I don't think anybody probably got the tires up to the optimum, the temperature they wanted, the pressures they wanted to be able to go quick.
Well, they were already fast before, right? So they probably went into it going, we know what we probably have for qualifying. Let's see what we can get on a long run. And then they never got it, right? You just hung out and didn't get the pressure in the tires, B, the temperature in the tires. And so now it's about making the most out of it. You can come from a little bit further back in these things. We've seen people make hay, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens from this far back in the groups.
Davide Foray out there as well on the ITAL kart machine. So, again, trying to put the laps down for Foray. He'll work his way back out of turn number 4 over to 5 and 6. Again, a tight corner that leads out onto the straight. Essentially a straightaway all the way down. We're calling it 7 and 8 coming through, but essentially all the way down into turn number 9. Over the hump, back into the corner. A little bump there as well. As they transition down to the apex, Foray will lead them across the line. Again, we're going to see a good lap here from Hiltbrand as well. So, indeed, there's a couple of big guns here that could potentially be top 10. This is going to be interesting. One thing about it is, Xander, these guys are going to set a solid provisional pole time for the guys in Group 2.
Yeah, that's what's so fun about this right now. How much is the track going to get any better as it goes later in the night? In the morning, it's better to go later when the track gets warmer. At night, sure, the engines run better when it's cool, but this track is just going to get more and more slippery as we got problems coming out of turn number 1. One of the Sodi karts has spun around in a very similar way to Cooper Beckland's spin in final practice. That was a 248 machine that goes around on the inside, of turn number 1.
I think it's Seth Huntley. Is that Seth Huntley?
Might have been.
It looks like it very well could have been.
249, Seth Huntley, indeed.
249.
Yep.
Seth Huntley, you got his ticket to this thing running Donald
how
Durbin's
about this?
NorCal
Check
deal.
this out. How about the captain of GFC, Gary Carlton, on the fence line, timing and looking on here for this group. Let's see if anyone goes quicker on this lap. You saw Hiltbrand and Foray setting up for it. Foray has gone to 7th, but nothing yet for last year's winner. Pedro Hiltbrand on the PSL Karting Factory Barrel Art is out of turn number 4 and headed for the chicane. He'll be borderline with how slow he took it on the opening laps. If he gets a 5th lap, I'd bet more money he's going to be on 4th.
We'll watch as it plays out right now for Hiltbrand. We talked about the fact already, Foray up into 7th, David Lewinsky into 8th. Both those drivers we expect will go up to the at least top 2, top 3. And again, Hiltbrand, to expect what he'll do it as well. Pedro Hiltbrand will go to 2nd. Davide Foray to P1, 42.514. Hiltbrand into 2nd, Taylor 3rd. Lewinsky goes up to 5th right now. Hendricks dropping down. Jay Irwin as well up into the 8th spot. Jay Irwin, driver in I think his 2nd year running in the Pro Shifter category from Australia. And again, watching these guys put it down. You know what? They're already P1 and P2, but Foray and Hiltbrand, Xander, they need to lay down a magic lap, the best they possibly can, with any shot to stay in the top 10.
You feel so much better when you come out of a slow group quali session and you've got 3 or 4 tenths as a cushion, and you know that you're probably punching above your weight class and above a good amount of drivers. But again, it's such a mixed bag, it's hard to tell. Hiltbrand that time is going to go better than Foray. Foray slowed down on his 4th lap. He'll actually drop to 3rd as shifter rookie Michael Riccio goes to P3. And how about Luis Speck on the 266 machine beating out the race winner from last year, Hiltbrand, who has to make a pass here. That could hurt him on this final lap around. Hiltbrand, I believe, is going to be headed for checkered flag conditions, and Pedro Hiltbrand is still just in the middle of this pack.
Yeah, Luis Speck on the TB kart for race lap finds himself P1 by 0.04 of a second. This will be a big one for Pedro Hiltbrand. Got to squeeze everything you possibly can out of that Borel art to try to work his way up by a couple of tenths of a second. Speck to the 42.363. Hiltbrand Hiltbrand does not go
and
faster.
He knows it. Look at him there. He looked to the sky as soon as he came out of the hairpin. He was not happy.
Wow, yeah, not able to capitalize at all. In fact, Davide Foray goes quicker with a 42.402. In fact, Hiltbrand was over almost 0.2 of a second slower. Did not maximize that. He goes to P4. So Luis Speck quicker again on lap number 5, 42.260. That is your provisional pole. And how about young Jay Irwin? I think just 15 years of age. He works his way up into second, 42.351 for Jay Irwin. Foray, Hiltbrand, third and fourth. Cooper Becklin rounding out the top 5, and Foray, Hiltbrand especially, would have expected to be much higher. Like you said, he needed to be P1, 0.2 of a second, 0.3 clear, Mike, for him to potentially be able to fight his way to the top 10.
And he was essentially able to control his destiny in this session. He came out first and was able to just roll, do his thing. So there was no, I mean, he had to make the pass at the very end, Xander, but at the end, he really was able to just hit his laps. That's what he can do by himself right now. One of the things I did notice was a little bit of a double input going on with him. So I'm not sure if the way the brake biases are trying to get this thing slowed down for these, the faster ones, if it's given up a little bit, and the twistier ones, it just doesn't rotate quite as good as he wants.
Talk about the lowering temperatures. There is the radiator for Billy Musgrave on that American-made factory kart machine. A couple of rows of tape on there. Some of the teams have that slider where they're able to go up on top. Other drivers have some tape from vertically, some horizontally. But indeed, Billy Musgrave in the 211. 4-time winner here at the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, ready to roll off in what will be group number 2. Again, a 42.260 provisional pole time. The race lab driver on the TB kart, Luis Speck, leading the way right now. He'll be the driver that they're going to chase their way at here. And again, a number of top guns. We got some really good drivers here, Xander, in this second group, which means the big dogs are all waiting in group number 1.
Well, you talk about big dogs. How about a guy who has stood on the SuperNats podium stage more than quite a few in the Pro Shifter class? Marin Kremers there holding the number 1 plate, the back-to-back Pro Tour Pro Shifter champion. He ended up getting just enough spots, and Billy Musgrave fell back just 1 spot on the final lap of what has been the most exhilarating Pro Shifter championship fight in really in the history of the 13 years of the SKUSA Pro Tour, going back to 2010. Came down to 4 guys, the GFC duo, this guy here, the factory kart Mr. Made in the USA, Billy Musgrave, and Kremers. Musgrave has the flip-flop here. He doesn't have 2 championships in the last 2 years on the Pro Tour, but he is a 4-time SuperNationals champion.
And he'll lead him out on the racetrack, so open track for Billy Musgrave. Again, you talk about how they're going to leverage and bring these Vinco Reds up to temperature. We watch the drivers take a little bit more care of those in the Master Shifter class. Again, the last thing you want to do is loop it around here right now. Do your best to kind of get some heat built into the tires, trail the brake a little bit, get some heat into the brake as well. Mike, that's essentially what you're doing, trying to warm these tires up.
Yeah, you can see how calm all these guys are. They're not trying to jockey for position right now. They're like, no, I have one goal in life right now, get heat in the black round things. So if I can make that happen, and then once I get up to speed, first time down here at turn number 1, I bet you they're still going to be nice. Look, nice and smooth. Get the heat in the tires, and then bring it down to the first corner. One driver going to try to make something happen a little bit quicker.
And again, Billy Musgrave, a little hand down on the air box there. Take care of the carburation, take care of the power plant as well. Again, one of the things we talked about with Billy Musgrave is his transition to the KZ power plant. Many years on the stock Honda, and then of course moving then into the Miami 175 SSE, which he was such a big proponent for, making the move finally to KZ when SuperKarts USA moved the 175 out of this program and went KZ only. So he's getting a feel for what he's got to do to this engine, Xander. That's one of the key things he's been working on all year.
Yeah, the butt whooping that got an engine removed from a class mid-season. Billy Musgrave, and of course, he was so ecstatic when he got the pole at the Pro Tour finale just 2 Pro Tour races later from when he dominated on the 175 and came on and said, yeah, maybe it wasn't the 175. Maybe all these 3 and 4 years of hard work on that American-made factory kart are starting to pay off. Right now, though, again, he's in the second group. He needs a burner in this fast group of qualifying. How about the kid behind him? Talon Yockel, sophomore in the Pro Shifter category. He was, in my opinion, as he goes by Musgrave there and brings Kremers by, Talon Yockel, when he got out of the Pro X30 classes, was on the cusp of being a race-winning contender and podium contender week in, week out. Top 10 runs in the U.S. Pro Kart Series. decent runs in the SKUSA Pro Tour. And he said, you know what? I want a bigger challenge. I want to jump in the gearbox categories. Last year, a rough rookie year by his words and his father as well, but they were ready to rock it and roll in here this year. Won the Stars Championship, second of the U.S. Pro Kart Championship, P2 here on the opening laps as Josh Conker and Macy Williams go a little better.
Yeah, Macy Williams up to P1, 43.148. Josh Conker, the Canadian second. Helen Yackel third. Filip Nimkevich into the fourth spot, and Anthony Free is rounding out your top five. Just a reminder, Luis Speck, now that we've changed up the live timing, 42.2 is provisional pole time. The driver's still about a second off of that right now, but they've got that third, fourth, and potentially fifth lap still to come.
It's about getting all the heat into them and being nice and smooth, but now you can see there's a little bit of sparks coming off. That section right there, we ever get a chance to really look at them like we were able with Pedro, the amount of work these drivers are having to do as they go over the bumps, under the brakes, one hand because they're still downshifting at the same time. There's a lot of work these drivers have to do to get around that final corner and get the power down onto the main straight.
Yeah, Martin Kremer is going to try to lay things down. P3 on lap number 3, 42.693. Just about 3/10 behind Talon Yokel. Josh Conker still holding on to second spot on the Maranello. So lap 3 in the books. Everybody going purple or rather green. Not surprising at all. 4 lap, 5 lap. We'll see whether or not they're able to get it down. A lot of these guys went a little slower on that opening lap, and those at the tail of the field aren't maybe going to get out fast enough to get that 5th lap. We'll see how it plays out here once again as they roll down here the long straightaway. Down into turn number 1. Again, Marian Kremers this time to P1, 42.344, about a 10th off the fastest lap.
But he's in traffic. Yalko in the way, so he got the toe and gotten down in here. It's probably going to be one of their last runs, the 5th lap, and I don't think it's going to be quick at Kremers because he's got traffic in the way.
42.2 for Luis Speck. Remember, that's your top time right now, 42.260. He's still got it. Kremers a 42.344. Luis Speck for race lap, still P1 right now is an issue here for the 223. Trouble there right now for Josh Conker in that Maranello. Good thing he's got the time right now, sitting P5, but that won't be P5 overall at this point. Now Musgrave up into the 5th spot, and they're all said and done. A couple of guys got lap 5. Not a faster lap for Kremers. You said it, Mike. He got checked up. They has to rely on lap number 4.
Provisional pole right now coming out of Group 3, essentially.
Yeah, exactly that.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly that. Luis Speck, Group 3 on the TB kart, 42.260, almost a full 10th quicker than Marian Kremers. So Kremers will slot into, I believe, 42.3. So, Yep, he's just quicker than Jay Irwin, so by maybe 100th of a second. So Kremers, I would say at the very best is going to be, 17th, 16th, 17th, if there's 15 drivers in this group. So indeed, here come the big dogs. Danny Formal rolling out, Xander. It's about to get ugly here as the big dogs here this weekend ready to roll out.
The big dogs and the big guy leading them out. He was in good spirits earlier today. Of course, the engine stayed together. He's blown through it about twice yesterday out of the 4 practice sessions. But the factory Vortex power for the RPG Cosmic, so far so good. And of course in this group, a lot more guys taking their time. There is one of the SRP factory powered Maranellos on the Maranello USA group. That might be either David Trepalov or Niels Troger going by on Danny Formal. But it is a slew of factory pilots here in the final group set to go. Emilian Denner also snuck up into the top 3 of this group with a 42.36 on the final lap. But going on to Kremers as this group gets ready to roll, he also, like Hiltbrand, looked to the skies and said, oh my goodness, another traffic lap to end the session when he was on the money.
So indeed, we are underway with the final session of the day. This is group number 1. This is the fast drivers here from Happy Hour to see who is going to be the guy to go for P1. Who will start on the pole position for all 3 heat races leading to Super Sunday. Will it be this guy, Danny Formal on the RPG Cosmic, the Vortex machine? Will it be the power plant to go up front? We will see. He's got a challenge from a ton of drivers here right now. This is the last 4-5 laps, and they're all checking up here, looking for potential open track. What is going on?
Yeah, look at Formal. Let's 4, 5, 6.
Oh, no, we got problems for one of the Talcar drivers. Just bailed out on the pit lane as Formal bailed on his first lap at full speed. Big pack he dropped into. It looks like he wanted a tow. He's right behind the GFC boys as there is AJ Myers leading this massive group out of turn 1 as they all chase David Trefilov. And of course, Formal trying to play the game a little bit as Gulick goes by and Formal drops in behind him. He said those guys The GFC Sweet Tech Hemis were the ones to beat, so maybe he wants to toe off them.
Wow. We'll see how that plays out, Mike.
I heard a joke of someone saying, hey, just get behind Formal, you'll get the best toe you can, right? Because he's so tall. But this is a calculated move out of Formal. I think he may not get that 5th lap depending on how far back he goes. And he's got clean air now. Is this enough? And is this going to be where he's going to try to toe up to him?
Let's see how it plays out right now. Again, we're just seeing these laps come in. We'll see if anybody breaks into the top 10 here early. Right now, they have not yet. We know Luis Speck from group number 2 still the fastest.
Big contact! One driver has absolutely destroyed the wall going into turn number 1. It's one of the Inter-MS Kart Republics. Either Paolo Ippolito or Danilo Albanese has slammed the outside wall at the end of the straightaway.
That is hard contact coming down into that end of the straightaway. Albanese, the driver involved, walking away from it right now all the way through the barriers. Hard impact as he went big time into the barriers in front of the post and able to walk away from it. A hard
double
crash
yellow
there. We got double yellows. What is this going to do to Luis Speck? Is he going to potentially go from group number 3?
And I think the other driver involved was Gulick 203, I believe was the GFC on the inside part of that. Looked like the left front was pointing the wrong direction.
So again, these guys, remember there's only so much time here for these guys able to put it in. The SKUSA crew doing whatever they can to get some barriers out in front. They want to go back to green, but they've got to get enough barriers here to make sure that if another impact comes, he doesn't get into the barrier. All right, so folks, we have a look at this. We got a full replay of this. The Kart Chaser guy's getting this done. Down the straight there, here he comes. He just gets wide, hard through the barriers, and again, through all of the barriers, all the impact, all of that power, all of that force getting essentially absorbed, coming through all the barriers. He just made final contact. That was a hard hit there. I believe they may have ended this session, and this is going to shake things up. You think about the drivers who weren't able to put lap times in. This is going to be huge for Marjan Kremers. I think he's going to end up P2 when it's all said and done. Luis Speck, I believe, from Group 3 is going to be the fastest driver. Danny Formal all the way down in 31st. Remember, he was playing around trying to get the draft, never able to leverage it. All these drivers from Group number 1 absolutely destroyed in qualifying. We, Xander, have flipped things upside down in Pro Shifter.
And you can see everyone on the fence line. There's a look at team owner Gary Carlton and Rainey from Sweet Tech. They're not sure what's going on here as well and frustrated. We've got an angle down as well at Danilo Albanese here, speaking with the on-site medical team. That was obviously a very, very scary crash as he just locked up, and it looked like it might have been maybe another engine grenade at the end of the long straightaway because that rear end was locked up and just sliding into the dust on the outside of turn number 1. So I know that the team is talking to him there, and I believe we've got an angle down at Albanese. There you can see the European champion is okay and up under his own power, but not how he would have liked to end qualifying. Danilo Albanese and the Inter-MS Kart Republic boys. Let's take one more look at that wild crash here at the end of the straightaway. We saw him come out of the last corner behind Formal, and then here again, it looks to me like it just locks up because, again, that's full throttle all the way down.
He's already turned into the corner, and then it just stops turning and starts going straight. That was along for the ride for 100%.
And I'll tell you this, all of those layers of barriers that they had set up, he went through them all, and every time he hit one, it slowed him down just enough that by the time he got to the hay bales that are actually taped to the pole there, he just came to essentially a stop. Well, that was a wild finish. Danny Formal, along with so many of the drivers there right now, with so much work to do. So Marjan Kremers is the fastest driver. That is essentially from the first and second groups, or rather the third and fourth group, so if you will. The driver from Group 3, so let's say this is from Group 2 and 1. For Group 3, Luis Speck went quicker, 42.2. The TB Kart Race Lab driver will be on the pole position. Marjan Kremers, who thought all was lost, Xander is going to be on the outside of the front row as this first group, this fast group, decimated with the contact that essentially robbed them of the 2 fastest laps at the end of the session.
Check out the congrats here. That's from the Marinello boys to the Race Lab Karting TV fellas. Luis Speck, the driver here who kind of didn't go, I didn't think, on anyone's playbook in the top 5, but he sees that, and they are pumped up right now as, again, it looks like we'll be able to talk to Emery down here too, our provisional pole winner in what has been a crazy qualifying night for Pro Shifter. Emery?
Yeah, Luis, what a run for you, man. I mean, you were P1.
Oh, that's.
Oh, man, a little bit confused. It's okay. The whole TB group is fired up. Luis, I believe, is probably still going through the scales. Ariel Elkin is laughing there, but the Race Lab karting boys were up on the big screen and celebrating as if Ariel ended up on the pole, but that's a big team run for him.
Hey, listen, let's just say this right now as well. First and foremost, Luis Speck got the job done. It's not like he backed into this. He was quick. Even if that whole group would have had what they needed, the entire group could have went quicker, and he still would have been 16th from group number 3. So for Luis Speck, amazing run, putting down a 42.2, quicker than Kremers, had the spot. It took everything that happened there to shake things up. And look at these guys right here. They're just hanging out here.
Wow.
There's AJ and Kyle and Dan. They're like, what just happened? I can't believe we didn't get a chance to put a big lap down.
Multiple curveballs, right? The last practice where some of these guys lose the long hot session there, and they find themselves in a different session. And then in the, quote, fast session, you end up having this scenario, which a lot of these guys were still jockeying for position.
Yeah.
You know, with Danny Formal, never actually put that lap down. He was just ducking down. That was the telltale sign of I'm going to start going for my lap. He just ducked down, didn't even get that thing in.
Yeah, I'll tell you, big as well for guys like Emilian Denner, Talon Yako, Philip Dimkevich. These are the drivers, and Billy Musgrave, who were top 5 in that in group number 2. So we'll see where things shake down, because a number of drivers as well who went quick there, like Jay Irwin did a 42.351. I think Jay is going to be on road number 2. Foray a 42.402. He was quicker than even Yako. So Davide Foray is going to be in the top 3. And Xander, how about this one too? All those issues for Pedro Hiltbrand, 42.407. He's faster than Yako as well. Hiltbrand's still going to be in the top 10 of these heat races. Just the way this thing played out was absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone could have predicted it, and I think if we talk to any of those drivers there, I don't think we'll hear anything good. You can see, of course, Remo Ruschetti, Jacob Gulick, Danny Formal was animated to try and explain, hey, man, this is unfair, but at the end of the day, the cookie crumbles the way it does, and you have a massive crash like that stops the session. Thankfully, again, Albanese, he comes away a much cleaner exit of the car than, say, Mario Gill. As here's Davide Foray, who's going to end up decent after the whole thing. Again, he was in the second group to go out, the third slowest or third fastest overall for Foray. He also gets a bit of a godsend.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He gets an opportunity, of course, great speed in the master shifter category. But again, if you're any of these drivers starting in the top 10 thinking you might, Xander, have been back in 20th or a little further back, top 10 is going to put you in the first 2-3 rows. So that's amazing for these guys like Foray and Hiltbrand, who got a little bit of luck.
We're talking about Oliver Hodgson having to come back from his issue in qualifying. He's going to be putting on a show, and these other. The entire shifter thing is the show. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, this is, again, like I said, this flipped the storyline upside down, where we would normally see many of the drivers we expected at the pointy end of the grid up front in the first couple of rows for all the main events. There are going to be some guys, some big dogs we expect to be running in the top 5, starting outside the top 10 in their heat races. So we are going to have, not only are we going to have a show in the main event come Situation Saturday and Super Sunday, through the heat races tomorrow, man, we're going to hold our breath to see how many guys are able to work their way forward.
Exactly that, because not all of these guys even make the main event. There's LCQ programs coming up.
Indeed. And think about that. One driver has an issue, blows a motor, something happens, gets taken out. We could see one of these guys who came with dreams of winning, having to come in through the LCQ.
Yeah, all these guys who didn't get laps. You start where you are from qualifying in every single heat. You try to work your way up, right? It's like golf on the points. You try to have the least amount of points. At the very end of the day, if anything, but you're starting in all the traffic. You got to have a good start, right? You got to get this. I know that they did how do you get a good start? We've talked about that. Yep. Some of these shifter pilots, it's going to be on display this weekend.
Well, here's the nice part, right? We've heard from many of these pro shifter pilots, not only on the speed side, but this might be one of the raciest shifter tracks on the SuperNats kind of lore and history of all the different designs. And on top of that, for anyone who hasn't been excited by the pro shifter category over the course of the last few years by saying there's not much passing, they qualify, it's like F1, they stay at single file. That will not be the case this weekend.
It will not.
You have it might as well have been a pill draw or roll the dice here in Las Vegas to set the lineup. But that's not to take away from the man on your screen there, Luis Speck and the Race Lab Karting TB group. Out of the second group, the third quartet is your pole award winner in Pro Shifter. Look at the mob. These guys are absolutely fired up here. What a run. What a performance for the small Pacific Northwest-based operation here. They've had some fast guys overall, but to my knowledge, is this the first TB Kart Pro Shifter pole?
You'd have to go back, I think, to A.J. Myers back when he was running on TB karts. I think that year that he swept everything in the Summer Nats, I think he was on a TB kart that year.
But at least potentially at the Super Nats
At
here
the
with
Super
the biggest
Nats,
one.
100% at the Super Nats, no doubt about that. But again, like we said, it's not like he backed into it. Even from that third group, right, the third fastest group, he still put a 42.2 down.
And he beat Davide Foray, Pedro Hiltbrand, right? Those guys on their lap before were still not good enough. So let's go down. 5 laps was the number. He does it on the final lap. He has to wait from the scales on the hot seat, but he ends up provisionally on the pole. Emery, Luis Beck.
Yeah, Luis Beck, I mean, what a lap, dude. 42-2, you were right there. End up with some fortunate circumstance with the yellow flag, but you put it on pole. How are you feeling, man?
Yes, I'm feeling really great. A little bit expected to be in pole position now. From the weekend was not quite good until now, but we managed to do some data and to make something better. And now I think I made a very good lap, and I did it.
Yeah, and so I mean we've seen you pick up pace all weekend. Unfortunate draw here in the qualifying, but do you think this pace is sustainable going forward?
Yes, I'm very excited to do the race.
Yeah, and the biggest race in North America here, starting on pole in front of probably one of the biggest shifter fields in recent memory. So how does it feel to lead the field coming into the next few days?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Yes, I can't believe it in a moment.
All right, what a pole there from Luis. He'll start on pole position for all of his heats going forward. What a qualifying. Back to you guys.
The Lions will be behind him for sure, Xander. This is going to be a lot of fun. Luis has got good speed. If he gets a couple of good starts to get through turn 1 and 2 cleanly, he's going to be able to get away a bit here. The big dogs are coming, coming from the back. That's where the crazy excitement's going to be. He and the guys up front need to just kind of pull away a little bit because this really is an opportunity. I'm sure he'll sit down with Morgan and whoever's kind of around him and say, hey, listen, this is what we need to do. This is our opportunity. If we start fighting each other, that's they're going to close back up on us. What we need to do is work together, pull away, and let them do all the fighting behind us.
Well, and you just heard from him. He's like, hey, no, I feel good about it. We had to do some data. We had to do some work. We talked about you do the work, you make things happen on your end. Sometimes you just need to be lucky. He's gotten the opportunity from the luck, but he's put all the work in to take the most out of it.
Well, let's try and recap a little bit here from him, a great run. Let's do a little bit of math and merging together. From what I can tell, the likes of Danny Formal and company are going to be around the upper 30s. Hunter Pickett was 29th in the group there. Formal was 31st. Saraceno 34th. Marcus Kayak did not even get to turn a single lap, so I guess a bit of a savior for him that the field's so jumbled up. There should be a lot of racing, but then up Jacob Gulick, 27th. Of course, Albanese with the crash would have been out regardless, but it saves him with other fast guys further back. Vigano, 22nd. Ippolito, 21st. Mario Gill, fastest in Wednesday final practice, 20th. Hops back on the horse, and he goes 20th in this group. He's going to end up around 30th to the low 30s. Formal, from what I can tell, is going to be on row number 10 for all 3 of his heats, more or less, about a 20th between the groups, 40th roughly overall, maybe further.
Yeah, I'm looking at Formal's time at a 44.0, and 44.0 puts him 29th. Yeah,
he's going to be
like 60th.
60th, not upper 30s.
And for those of you playing the at-home game, there's only about 66 people in this race. So
yeah, they're at the back.
Well, again, as you can tell, my brain's been scrambled and my math is way off. But thankfully,
math is hard, Xander.
Listen, I have some degree. My friends tell me it's a Walmart degree, but it's a real degree, I promise. Nonetheless, so Formal, back rows. Pickett, back rows. Albanese, back rows.
Wow.
Ippolito, the world champion, back in the 50s. Yeah. I mean, you have got more drivers stacked further back.
They're partying at TB Kart right now.
Oh, look at this. This party might not stop until probably the afternoon groups go out for warm-up tomorrow, but kudos to them and the Race Lab Karting TB Kart boys. I mean, what a good end to the day here. And, of course, finally, there it is, away from them over to the big screen. An amazing send-off for those fellas. To wrap up, though, the afternoon group this first day, first of all, a huge thanks to everyone tuning in. We are up over 50% on Thursday from last year. Over 1,100 of you, I believe maybe even 1,200 peaked at any given point. A massive jump in viewership, a lot of eyes on this event, which is so cool to see for the SuperNats continuing to grow in lore. And now with 2 full days on the racetrack, Mike, you've had a lot of time designing racetracks. What do you think now are we to expect tomorrow?
Well, what did I say on Tuesday night? I said it was going to be fast, it was going to be racy, and you're going to have a lot of options. What I didn't know was that all of those things are going to come into play full force. So the options, these shifter drivers and a lot of these drivers having to make comeback runs or come from the back runs, they're going to need to use all of those options. Left, right, center, it doesn't matter where. They're going to have to try to figure out how to make the most out of this 9-turn circuit.
I'll tell you, this is it. This is, again, like I said, kind of flip the storyline upside down here for the drivers in Pro Shifter. All the other categories, we saw some, some top guys. I think a lot of the guys we kind of expected to be there are up in the top 10 in all the categories. What I love is it's time to go wheel-to-wheel racing, right? We practiced for a couple of days. We finally got down to it and went serious with official qualifying. Now it's time to go wheel-to-wheel. A couple of heat races tomorrow. We'll get things rolling about 9 a.m. tomorrow with the broadcast. That'll be the first heat race to get things going. Again, the morning sessions, those of you who are tuning in, all the KAs, KA100, junior, senior, and master, micro Swift drivers also in the morning. And Xander, it'll be opportunity for your kart chaser crew to go home and get a little sleep tonight and get back, as we've got we still got 3 full days of action coming.
And a lot more coming your way here, folks. We've seen a lot of the coverage. We've got a lot more here to go tonight to wrap up, of course, on EKN, on Kart Chaser, to continue to follow the action. For Henry Bodette, Mike Smith, Rob Howden, myself, Xander Clements, and our KC team, thank you very much for watching today. We'll see you, as Rob mentioned, bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. local time, 12 p.m. Eastern time, and wherever you're watching from around the world. Thanks for tuning in, but it's just getting started.